Ladies and gentlemen, people, folks, how's it going? I hope it's going well. I'm early, so that means I'm on an all-nighter here, so you're gonna have to bear with me. A lot of shit has gone on since we've spoken last. Hold on. Already one box down on the bingo card. Fuck you, dude. Whoever made that bingo card, honestly, go fuck yourself. Yeah, what's up, people? We're doing good here. Just a bit tired, the huge. Um, yeah. So a lot happened. I have, you know me, okay? I was in one of my moods these past couple days, and I haven't really been locked in or streaming for that matter. And I barely know what the fuck is going on. So I have this Discord server for those of you that don't know. Um, and in this Discord server, there is a chat called Icy Chat. Icy Chat was kind of a ripoff of Spicy Chat, and it's a chat where you're allowed to be more edgy, shit talk, say things that, normies might not necessarily find all that nice or pleasant, right? It's a specific culture, a specific vibe. Um, and occasionally, as a result of that, you get some drama that comes out of my server. I take a relatively hands-off approach. It's not on purpose. I'm just a lazy fuck to like moderating and shit. So I give a bunch of people mod and I don't do shit. Um, but my server is strictly 18 plus. There's a strictly 18 plus community. If you are a minor that watches me, stop. Obviously, I can't help that, but I'm not, there's no reason for kids to be around here, right? But I do understand that there are some more immature aspects, especially towards the beginning. When I first came back, I was like 19. We were doing more like immature shit, and there was room for potentially minors getting interested in the community. In the history of my server, since it's been made since I came back, we knew of at least one person that had lied about being 18, but they were actually 17. This is when I was 19 or whatever. But we only found out because they ended up posting that it was their 18th birthday, so they got banned. The policy is, if you lie about your age in my server to get in, you'll be banned for life, even after you turn 18. Now, I thought about it, and there's a new caveat to that I hadn't previously considered. If you come clean about it, if you're the one that comes clean and leaves, you are exempt from the lifetime ban. Exempt from the lifetime ban. But we knew of one. Okay? This is just something that happens, and because obviously it's a ridiculous expectation to ID everybody at the door to enter a Discord server. No server does this, right? So a lot of it is reliant on self-reporting, people claiming they're 18. And if people are exhibiting outward signs that seem to suggest they're lying, then you could follow up. But a drama occurred where a bunch of people, and I wasn't there. I wasn't there for most of this, so I'm gonna get a lot of shit wrong here. Sounds like Marcus 2.0. No, Marcus. So the difference in Marcus had a community explicitly permitting of minors, and there were open minors in the server that he wasn't removing. My community is intolerant of minors. If I know you're a minor, you're banned. You're banned from my server. The only way a minor could get into my server is if they lie about their age, which there's not a whole lot you could do at that point. But there's now been a second incident, okay? And this incident is technically a year old because somebody else who joined my server at its initial inception, a guy who comes from Morale and Marcus's side of things, this guy by the name of Stormy Skeleton, had apparently been lying about his age. He had said to people that he was like 19 to 20 or something. It turns out that Stormy Skeleton, who I didn't know him very well. He was in my server, but like when he was originally there, when he was now what we've found out as a minor, he was mostly just like gift posting or whatever. I didn't really interact with him. But he lied about his age. He was in the server. And then he got banned by me for a year. And the reason I banned him is not because he was a minor, because I didn't know that. He was lying about his age. He blew up my Minecraft server. So I banned him for a year. When I have my London drama, my whole fucking, all my shit dies or whatever. All my shit dies. Everybody leaves Icy for this chat called Nuki, at which point, a war starts. I'm trying to revitalize Icy to have the monopoly on commentary chats. Gamma has his, like, Nuki chat or whatever the fuck. So I end up a lot of old people that have either been banned from Icy, got amnesty and permitted back in, and new people were invited. And in Nuki chat, this Stormy guy he was an adult at this point. This was in March. He was now an adult. He'd been banned for a year. He lied that he was a minor to get into my server. He'd been banned for a year. He's now an adult. He meets a chatter by the name of Samantha, who was a Nuki chatter. I unban Stormy, and Samantha gets invited into Icy. At which point, a very weird dynamic begins to take shape. A very weird dynamic begins to take... Queeman's retelling was funnier, especially since it sounded like you were on the verge. I wasn't even there. I had to... Most of this is being recollected to me, because I was like, the important moment, I deafened. That's when shit went down, or whatever. But let us continue. Let us continue, nonetheless. Show logs? Of what specifically? I'll show logs of anything you need. You were there? Not when shit went down with Green, no. No, I wasn't. When Green was like sparking out or whatever, which we're gonna get to in this, I was not there, right? Everyone has admitted I wasn't there, so I don't know. I guess everyone else is lying except you, Cal. But besides the point, okay, besides the point. So you were there when discussing releasing the video. Well after, and I was like high, and they were talking about a Green spurging out or something, and that had gone on for like 40 minutes while I was gone. I came back at the end, where I had made a comment saying that, well, let's just go with the story here. So, anyways, a weird dynamic starts to take shape in Icy as a result of this. Samantha, the video was like 12 hours later. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying. So Samantha, and Stormy have this weird dynamic going on where she's like they're like playing video games together, and I thought they might be like dating. I didn't really know either of them very well. I still don't. And there was this mixture. Green, who I do know very well, very known community member of mine. Some love him, some hate him. He's a controversial figure. There had been rumors stirring that Green was interested in taking Stormy's place as Samantha's side piece. Now, I personally don't care who is a crush on who. I think that like the only correct criticism that DGG has is this community has a really weird obsession with like heterosexual attraction. I don't give a fuck that somebody has a crush on somebody. It's not my problem or whatever. I don't find it all that funny. But there were rumors this was going on. Green had been poked fun at about it or whatever. But I joined a VC the other night after somebody had messaged me letting me know that Stormy had in fact lied about his age and was banned as a result. Somebody else banned him. And I'm only disclosing this because it's public now, right? And that he had been threatening to take his own life. I just told the person that sent that to me to stop DMing him. That's all I said. Stop DMing him. And then I went back to doing what I was doing, twiddling my thumbs. I was in the VC and then I deafened. And I left for a good 40 minutes. And when I came back, all hell broke loose. Apparently, in the meantime, there was a video. There was a video that had been sent. Well, not in that meantime, but Stormy had sent a video to Samantha. And Green apparently had leveraged, Samantha sends this video that Stormy sent her to this guy called Milkman Dan, who, and then Green, this is all while I was gone. And then Green convinces, while I was gone, Samantha to give him this video or whatever. So I come back and everyone's arguing about this, like, Green had, like, I could sense, no, I came back and I could sense there was awkwardness that nobody was talking about. So I said, what the fuck happened while I was gone? And apparently there was this big discussion about releasing this video. And Green had been, like, trying to sweep it or something. Somebody, without me asking for it or wanting it, sent me the video. I went and I watched the video. And upon seeing the video, I decided that I'm not going to release it. Why am I going to release it? And I urged, I didn't really, or I just said, this was actually in text. I typed this in text, so there's logs of this. I had said something akin to, like, Samantha, just like, it's not a good idea to release it. I don't endorse it. And if this video gets released, it's not on me. Because it isn't, right? What the video looked like, and I'm only saying this because it's probably out there now. I haven't watched the Queeman segment. It looked like a very legitimately emotionally distressed 18-year-old individual threatening to take his own life. There was no reason that anybody needed to see that. There's no content potential to that. And I'm not going to be involved in perma-humiliating some fucking kid for being, like, suicidal or some shit. I'm not saying I don't, how could you want to, why do you want to see that? I know there's, like, content or whatever. You want the content, but I don't want to be involved in that. I didn't want to be involved to begin with, and I'm not, besides the fact that this occurred in my server. So, just to recap, when I was like 19 or 20, my 18-plus server, a minor lying about his age, joined it, lied about his age, gets banned for a year over something unrelated, gets unbanned in March when he's an adult, and is now an adult in my server that's e-dating or e-flirting with this Samantha chick. It's revealed in somehow that he lied about his age that, like, a year ago or whatever, and he still was, right? He was just now actually an adult. All, like, fucking hell breaks loose. He sends her a video, like, threatening to take his own life or some shit. And Green, like, tried to overcompensate and, like, sweep, apparently. And people are saying he was doing it because he had a crush on this Samantha girl or whatever. So that's to recap. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer. But yeah. When did you cry? When? Huh? What? What do I need to, what am I watching Queeman's coverage for? What the fuck did I miss? What question am I avoiding? No, I wasn't crying that somebody else wanted to kill themselves. I don't know. You watched me cover stories like that all the time. I don't know why that would not make me cry. But I mean, that's that. That's I don't really care to be involved in any of this. The party in question is banned from my server. Not because I actually don't even know what I wasn't the one who banned him or whatever. If you come clean about it, I don't want to penalize you for being honest or whatever. When was I crying? What? Huh? This is news to me. I was barely a part of, like, I was in that VC, I was barely a part of it. I'm sure someone fucking recorded it. You were crying when death, yes, I actually, I had deafened to go sob in the corner for 40 minutes. I don't allow minors in my server, I never have. the only way you could get in as a minor is if you lie about your age, and if you do that, and I find out you did that, you'll be banned for life, even past your 18th birthday. This is a minor, intolerant community, and it's gonna stay that way, obviously. Anyways, so I'm being told that Green... It's also, there's something so gay going on where it's like people just want to see this video because it's like content or whatever, which is like fair enough. But like, I don't know why like you'd pretend like otherwise. It's like this, there is no public, I saw someone say that I didn't want the video because it made me look, he's not even mentioning me in this video. I was even there. But the only reason I didn't want, or the only reason I advised not to put that, I certainly wasn't going to put it out myself, but the only reason I gave my opinion as to why it shouldn't be put out is because the video is not of public interest. It is a deeply intimate personal video of some, he's a kid. He's 18, but he's a kid. He graduated high school like a month ago, having a total mental breakdown, and I don't know why I would want to air that out to the internet to humiliate him for being mentally ill. Like, it's not my fucking, you know. I get wanting to see it, but don't think I have an expectation to release it. I also don't even have access to it anymore because the link died. Anyways, so Green apparently called into the Jimmy O show. Let's take a look. Is this even worth watching? Fake e-therapist ruins his life. Okay, let's take a look at this. I actually don't know what Green did in VC.
I guess I can tell
I've heard a little bit about it, but all people have said to me is that he crashed out, he was sweeping for this video, he was being performative to win over Samantha. I wasn't even there for this part, so. Let's take a look. It's the same thing when Dickers cut out that girl crying about SA. People attack him because they think they're entitled to all content. Okay, well, that's a little different because that's already publicized content that you're going out of your way to stop the archiving of. This is content that has not been publicized that the choice is, would you make this public or not? And the answer is no. I certainly am not. I couldn't if I wanted to, because I don't even have the video because the fucking link died. And I highly urge anybody else who has the video to not do it. Because there is no reason to go fuck like with this kid right now. There's just no reason for it. He's like banned from the server. Dude lied about his age, whatever. He's clearly very mentally ill. I don't know why, like, I don't know what's in it for me. To fucking, even from like a selfish perspective, like what the fuck is in it for me? You were I wasn't even there for this part. What are you talking about? Hold on, I need to... Where'd my headphones go? I was crying over Samantha? I fucking hate that bitch. What are you talking about? Alright. Did I riz Samantha? I don't even know what she looks like. I'm now being accused of being into Samantha? Okay. You want to see you know what? My DMs. Queeman, what I love the like genre of chat. Like we exaggerate or play stuff up for like the content with our stories or use like hyperbole. There's this genre of chatter that if the story is being told by streamer, every word as literal as possible and as dogmatically as it all happened is like reiterated as if it's fact. Because they can't differentiate like hyperbole from...
Now that I think I've been extremely consistent on this, I don't really see her as anything more. In VC, like, people have like asked and speculated, and she's like, No, I actually don't think he likes me, and I don't like him. And that's why I think we get along, is because we don't have like expectations of each other. We don't have like this worry, oh my god, one of us likes the other. It's literally just like platonic. Like, this is the way I treat with other, like I could say, like, this is like,
What the fuck is this?
I wouldn't have it any other fucking way.
Green was thinking that Stormy Skeleton can't be this disabled with how he sounds.
I was also literally baked out of my fucking mind. That whole VC, it was a really weird time to end me with that.
He's like, this has to be a bit. I just can't believe Stormy Skeleton logs into Discord and he's this disabled.
Think of the 5, Balls Mahone. Aiden, we all know it was you in the video, not this random 18-year-old. True. That's the real cover up.
And I was like, I wasn't there for that VC, but I'm thinking, I was like, that's fair. It seems like he might put it on a little bit. You know, that's the way he talks, the way he talks about things. He can't be this disabled. I was like, I was like, that's kind of fair to think about. So, in order to tell.
Also, I heard Queeman snarked Milkman Dan, like the nicest guy on earth. What's going on there? Dan's like the nicest guy ever. Nobody's got beef with Dan. If you got beef with Dan, you have a giant stick up your ass, okay? A major stick up your ass. He's like the most agreeable person on earth.
If he's really this disabled, they decided to go.
Queeman hates Dan for some reason. Queeman was molested and he's taking it out on innocents to reclaim some power.
Find a link to an unlisted VOD he has up on his channel where he explains the Marcus trauma and the hater shit. And apparently, I looked into it a little bit. Yeah, he was just like straight up.
He just hates autists, but pursues an existence online? Weird choice, but okay.
Being like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Hater being there. He was defending Marcus. Doesn't really care about Hater being in there. And people were like, holy shit, this is bad.
I stand up for my own. I don't sweep for my own. If my own fucked up, they fucked up. But I will stand up for my own, okay? I will never, ever, ever accept Queeman talking down to Milkman Dan when Spud Gun comes from his community, okay? Some of the most infamous droolers of this space come from his community.
This is not good. This is bad. But they were not happy about this. So like, oh, we gotta talk to him about this eventually. For some reason, he joined ICVC immediately, and his excuse was, I was 17 at the time, so chill on me. This was a year ago. That would make him 18 now, but
also for the record, me and Stormy are like 2.8 years apart, so 2 years. So even though he was a minor rejoin, it's still the age. I'm kidding. It's like, oh. In
this stream particularly, he claims to be 20. So people were like, wait, no, that's just bullshit. You're like, oh, I was 17 at the time, so chill on me. Sent Milkman Dan his ID. He turned 18 in November of last year. So when he joined back, this community was January of this year. So as long as he's been in here, he's been 18. But the first time around, when he was around claiming to be 20 and stuff, he was like 16 or 17. I was seeing some people say like, oh, how does that really help him? How does that help his defense at all? He's defending a minor being in a server, one of these servers, because he was a minor in one of these servers.
Okay. So for context, you know what Jimmy should do in post? He should not do this in post because this is why I never upload. You should do like a little editor's note and then contextualize or do like a callback. That'd be like a cool way to make this a video, like where, because people aren't gonna know what he's talking about. What Jimmy is talking about here is the Marcus situation, where Marcus had a community that was knowingly permissive of the presence of minors. We're not talking about a case of people lying to get in, and then because unfortunately, anytime you have a Discord server with a few hundred members that's explicitly 18 plus, the likelihood is you're gonna have at least one person that joins and lies about age. In this case, there were 2, and it was like a year ago or whatever. The question is, are you doing your reasonable due diligence? And when you find out they're a minor, are you taking like appropriate action?
Makes perfect sense why he said that. I get it. Now, some people were being dumbasses about it, how they were sharing information around. This is a DM exchange between Stormy and Junk. Stormy, I lied.
Oh, this whole like, this is the most because the other thing too is when they found out, and I wasn't here for this either. I'm gonna get blamed for all of this. I wasn't here for 90% of it. I was like there, like in the aftermath, like I wouldn't release this video and shit. But like apparently they just like when Samantha gets this video, she like announced it to the VC, and then they were like having this art with everyone there, like in VC or something.
He knew besides me. And he shows a DM where he even tells Samantha he was 19 at the time, when really, at that time, he was 18. Why is he lying about 1 year? I don't know. I believe you don't think Samantha was grooming you? Good. So, he's 18 this whole time, claimed to be 19. In the stream, he claimed to be 20. Last year, he was 17, and he's been around for...
And of course, by the way, this guy comes from around Marcus.
Since 2023. He's been around since he was 15 even. But when he finally got unraveled is when he's 18. But people were sharing around this little screenshot in the middle.
You should do a retrospective on the Marcus drama. He was crazy. He was. I don't think Marcus was malicious, though. I just think he's a fucking moron for that. Like, a naive, like that's, like, insanely... a moron is honestly downplaying it a little bit. It's just such a... I don't think he had bad intentions, but it's such a fucking obviously, like, moronic decision to be permissive of minors in your community and shit.
How old are you? 19.
He is nice. He is nice. I understand that. But that was retarded.
And just saying, Stormy lied about his age. Stormy lied about his age. Think for half a second. If somebody says a 19-year-old is lying about their age and they're not actually 19, they're younger, am I going to think 1 year younger? Oh, they're 18? Obviously not. The mind automatically goes to, oh, they're a minor now. Wait, they're a minor. That's just not how it is. It was getting shared around and people were like, don't share shit around that could be missing.
Marcus was in love. Okay, okay, that's not true. Marcus is a wife. I mean, I know that you could have a wife and still be predating, or that doesn't mean shit, actually. But I saw no evidence there that would indicate attempts to establish anything more than a chatter-creator dynamic with the minor in question. The person that did cross the line, where it was obvious they were trying to establish the trusted adult role, like friendship sort of thing, was Starbase. We had that whole drama.
Interpreted badly. All these jokes, people can get taken out of context, and people can.
I still don't get the drama. Are people upset that you banned them, or is it? No, people aren't. To my knowledge, I'm not being accused in this drama. Of it. It happened in my server or whatever, right? But this is a Greenian drama. I'm hearing everyone talk about Green. I'm not. I don't know. If somebody thinks I did something wrong, they're welcome to. I just haven't heard that yet.
This is real, and they just kept sharing around this screenshot, being like he lied about his age, and not be like take that screenshot out of context. Oh, he's a minor, which he's not. Hasn't been a minor since November of last year, and I haven't known Stormy. I only know Stormy this year. I haven't known him since before. Is it fucked up he lied about his age? Yeah. Should there have been some form of punishment? Maybe a little suspension.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna, because I wasn't even the one that banned him as well. This is like a super, as I mean, there was only one time previously this occurred, so this is pretty rare. But I didn't really know. When I had been told this info, I'd been told he'd been banned as a result, which was fair. But I'm trying to consider here, if he's being honest about it now that he's an adult, like, do I want to penalize him for that? Because then that's just going to disincentivize. I guess because he waited until he was an adult to say that he lied about. No, you should come clean. The amnesty will be granted if you lie about your age to get in and come clean while you're not supposed to be there and leave.
But it's like, here's the problem. If he's 18 now, it's fine. It's the problem. If you ban him, that's gonna disincentivize any minor that lied about their age to ever come forward with their real age.
Well, it's gonna incentivize them to do it before they turn 18.
If you ban them forever. So you're gonna have all these minors like continuously lying about their age. They'll never come forward with it because when they do turn 18 or anything, because they know they're gonna get banned. On the flip side, if you don't ban him for something like this, it could be seen as it's fine to lie about age like this. When I think it's less about it being fine and more about it's been in the past when it really mattered about him lying about his age. Now, him lying about his age doesn't really matter because he's already 18. You're sending apologies to Samantha about this because him and Samantha, they were friends. me friends. He was like,
I don't want any like e-dating shit in my servers. Okay, there's another drama happening, by the way, that I got informed of. That I also just was not there for. Apparently, a known J-Stalk chatter. He's not really a J-Stalk chatter. He's in our community, but he had been in the J-Stalk like Splinter server where he sent a photo of his bulge. I'm being told that apparently him and another chatter they were exchanging pictures or something, and then allegedly I'm also being told like allegedly like he sent that to another. So I obviously the party involved is banned or whatever. Stop dating people online. And stop sending people nudes. Stop. If you get nudes, don't send them to other fucking people. How many times does it need to be? It's like common sense shit.
my bad. I really apologize for lying about my age to you. Whole big apology. She wrote it out. I never saw it. I don't think she posted it.
Was it nudes or was it like loot? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't in my server. It was in DMs with the two of them, but I banned them anyways.
That's pretty much it. Later that night, he shared he said it was like a 4.5 minute.
Oh, it wasn't nudes? Okay. Alright, that's not a way work. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Good thing I didn't say anybody's names and slander somebody. Okay, it was clothed images. Okay, that's a very big difference for me to fuck up. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Video. It was like really personal apology to her. Green was begging for it because Samantha didn't want to watch it. Samantha's like,
"Are you running a sex cult?" Nope.
It could be anything. It could be like,
wait, I'm running a sex cult. Also, I gotta really quick. Okay, we'll lock into this Jimmy VOD here in a sec. But I saw this tweet from my boy Denal. He's a big fan of the show, as you know, here every stream. And I thought this was like very, very interesting. Where the fuck is it? Dude, did I lose it? I saved the tweet. This guy tweets about me a lot. Holy shit. Never mind that. There was like a tweet where he's like adding Ethan Klein or some shit. And he's like trying to get him to sue me. It's like so good. I can't fucking find it. Did he take it down? Shit, never mind that.
4.5 video. He's never 4.5 minute video. He's never shown his face. Finally shows his face on video. That video can be anything. Him saying something in there, and she was like, she felt uncomfortable. She didn't want to watch it. So we're thinking, who would be like the most trustworthy person to see it? And the only person that really came up was Milkman Dan, because when he confirmed his age, he sent his ID to Milkman Dan, completely unblurred, saw his face and everything. So Dan was the only person to see his face.
Oh, you have one like? Can you send it to me, Denal? I'll unblock you so you can DM it to me. Thanks.
So people were like, Dan's trustworthy. He's already seen his face. That's probably the person to send it to. So she sent it to Dan. Dan watched it, kept saying it was really personal, gave her clip notes about it. I don't know if she ever watched it. But then Green was like, I know what's going on. I know when people go through these spaces. I know what's going on. Send it to me. And everyone's like, hey, Green. Chill out.
Oh my god, dude.
Dan already has it. You don't need Stormy's face docs. I feel like the less people that have Stormy's face docs, the better. You don't need it. And
Okay.
Green was
So in this VC, they're all in this VC. They're all in this VC. This video's Samantha gets sent this video. She doesn't want to open it up because she doesn't know what's there. And to be fair to her, I can't blame her for not opening it because it looks like a little you don't know what's going on in there or whatever. But she passed it off to Dan because Dan seems like a non-malicious, mature person that has seen Stormy's face already because Stormy sent his ID. So that's like a permissive person to send it to or whatever. And then Green is now jumping in trying to see this video, which is like, I don't... why?
like, no, send it to me. You know what the fuck you're talking about. He kept yelling at everyone. He got pissed at me. He got pissed at John. Literally anyone that told him you don't need it, he started going off on. Apparently, eventually the night he ended up getting it after fucking begging for it for a month. Like,
No way, Parry. Only 3 known people received the video, and none of us have it because it was sent originally through a Google Drive link, and then somebody sent me the Google Drive link. I didn't ask for it, nor did I want it. And I watched it, and then the Drive link went dead, so I don't even fucking have it. And the person that sent it to me doesn't have it, and I don't know if Green has it. Green's the only one that might still have it.
not months, for like an hour, multiple hours maybe. I don't know. He was saying your video doesn't have your name in the title. Okay, I'm gonna be real. But
Parry has the audio. Okay. I mean, I would have, or if he has the audio, then he can confirm. Parry, just with all my he can confirm that there's nothing that, like, it's just the video itself. It's not that it makes anyone look bad. It's that it is immensely personal. It's his video. He sent that to someone, this E-Foy that he was fucking in love with or whatever, like in confidence or whatever. And this dude is a kid. I know he's like legally an adult or whatever, but like, I mean, come on. He fucking graduated high school like last month. Like, it's just like the only reason I just wouldn't want to be a part of embarrassing this person for life. That's like the type of video that you regret for the rest of your life. And it would be a shame to have that memorialized online forever. Just as this guy's gotten out of fucking high school.
When I went to bed, I was under the impression Green did not get it. We're just moving on. I don't know why Green got his hands on it in the first place. Like, I get you were the first one on it. You really know about this shit. You don't need to be involved in every aspect of it.
So people, so the speculate, this is the drama, okay? The drama. It's not about me. The drama is, they're saying that Green inserted himself, if I have this correctly, Green inserted himself in the most embarrassing fashion possible, I've heard. I guess, because he likes Samantha.
The video. No, here's the thing. I really want to see that video. I want to see the video. Do I think I should see the video? Probably not. I don't think
I don't blame anyone for wanting to see that video. Let's just get that out of the way. I don't blame anyone who wants to see that video. I totally get it. But also don't blame me for not wanting to be the guy that fucking leaks that.
In good faith, I don't think that video should be getting sent around. That's separate than me wanting to watch it.
I couldn't leak it even if I wanted to, because I don't fucking have it anymore.
I do want to see the video. Overall, I was like, I don't know why he's inserting himself on this. He kept inserting himself on it. And then, do I talk about the second part? He sent a message to Raven about how he wants to kill himself. So, that's a problem. That's a problem.
And people are like, well, he's being manipulative. I don't, like, I can tell you, because the video's already being talked about, what I can tell you is, that was not acting. Okay? That was not acting. I don't, I have, you know, people are like, what do you know about the world, Aiden? You don't leave your fucking little tiny apartment or whatever. I know how emotion manifests itself visually sometimes. Obviously, it differs person to person. If that was acting, if that was feigned, this guy needs to drop what he's doing and go to Hollywood. He needs to fucking go be in the movies. That was not acting, what I saw. This is somebody that is deeply just needs help. Like,
he's gonna kill himself? That's a straight full stop. That's a problem. Raven came into the chat. He was like, oh, he just sent me a message like he was gonna kill himself. And Raven seemed pretty serious about it. First of all, I'll just take both sides right now. Raven should not have done that. Obviously, you should not do that with that message. Green was like, shut the fuck up. You're joking. You're joking. That's not real. Stop joking like that.
Oh yeah, I barely remember it because once again, when I came back, I was fucking stoned. But Green and Raven were like yelling at each other. This is when I came back. This is what they had this argument right here that he's talking about. I came back 40, 50 minutes later or whatever. And the two of, as I broke the tension, Green starts blaming Raven for what happened in VC earlier, that I wasn't there, and fucking Green, and Raven starts blaming Green. And apparently, my understanding what occurred, sitting in between the two of them, was that earlier in that VC or something, Raven had gotten a DM from this person indicating, like, suicidality. he had announced it to the VC, which is obviously dumb. He admits that or whatever, not knowing what to do. And then Green apparently was like accusing him of joking and making it up, which caused this whole like argument or whatever. And he was basically like, baiting Raven to keep talking about it while simultaneously getting mad at Raven for talking about it.
Green was claiming that Raven's such a moron that
this isn't my, like, Stormy comes from Morale Marquez. Green is mine. Okay, Green is mine. Samantha's Nuki. Green is I do claim Green. That is one of mine.
he would just joke like that. But if someone's such a moron like that, where they're willing to do stuff like that, what if they are telling the truth? Wouldn't you be telling them you're joking? And if they're such a moron, wouldn't you just be provoking them?
It always what dramas has my community really had? We've been going now, what, for... I keep saying, we're going to be approaching 2 years of AIDS Gang, okay? 2 years of AIDS Gang, when? In November? But we've been going here for a while now, and the dramas we've had, both pertain to people lying about their age and joining, like, a year ago. When I was it was over a year, when I was fucking 19 or whatever, 2 17-year-olds had joined and lied about their age or whatever. And now, a year later, we have this whole drama that resulted from one of those occurrences or whatever, or apparently. But other than that, there hasn't really been a whole lot.
Them being a moron. So him telling him, you're joking.
Clean your Discord before something tragic happens? What do you mean? The second there was moderation action was taken, the second wrongdoing was made apparent?
Pretty much telling him a
Which
lie.
is exactly what you're supposed to do when you run a server. Unless, like, the expectation is to predict, like, I need to be Nostradamus and predict wrongdoing before it occurs.
Over and over. Led Raven to share a screenshot into, what is it? IC chat. And in the end, doesn't matter. Realistically, shouldn't do it. But then Green is doing the whole thing. He's like, why'd you share it in IC chat? No, you should never share that in there. And it's like, okay, maybe you should.
I mean, yeah, but ultimately, like, you have to treat chatters like they're retarded. I'm sorry, that's going to offend a lot of you, but the truth is, half the time they are, and IC has a lot of chatters in it, right? And especially when a lot of people don't know what to do when they're faced with a case of some rando threatening to do something like that, and they don't handle it appropriately, and especially when it's some impulsive chatter, they might say something about it out loud, which is, like, you know, you shouldn't do, but, like, you de-escalate it and move on. And all I heard is that in the aftermath of this, all Green did was escalate.
Should have told him that instead of telling him he's lying about it. And then they got into a whole argument about it. Then Aiden came in and they had a whole argument about it again. And then everyone was telling him he was provoking him. And Green kept saying no. But then for some reason, when Aiden was mediating, then all of a sudden, Green understood. He understood the problem here. He was like, yeah, no.
Yeah, I came in at, like, the tail end of all those.
Maybe I was. I get that. The second Aiden is involved, Green.
I only keep emphasizing that because, dude, I have snark trauma syndrome, and I know that someone somewhere is going to make this all my fault. So I need to emphasize I wasn't even there for the parts that were being discussed.
Some magically understands the problem with provoking him. So the conclusion that we can't, I think that's pretty much came to the video from, it was a Google Drive link to the video that got deleted apparently, or maybe got more privated. But Stormy, it looks like, is it a suspension, is it a ban? I don't think that's been decided yet. It is gone from the server for at least a little bit of time. Because he lied about his age. He said he was like 19 to Samantha. To claim was that he was in his 20s. And he was actually 18. Which, isn't that big of a deal? Now? No. Him being 18 now is not that big of a deal. But him lying about his age in the past is what matters. So Stormy did not say he was going to kill his online alias. He said he was going to kill himself, actually. So that was a misinterpretation that someone said. So, not good. Did not be doing that. Hello, Green.
Okay, so this is where Green comes in. Now listen. We love Green, folks. We love Green. Green is one of mine. Green has been a core member of the space, ranging from the infamous sous vide drama to Green has made many statements and behaviors that I do not claim, I do not endorse. And if it is true that he is lusting for this faceless E-woman or whatever, that is a hard disavow from me. I think that affection is disgusting, especially when you're doing it with faceless, like probably 500-pound chatters online. And you shouldn't do that.
Hola, how are ya?
I'm chilling. How are you?
Watch the last little bit of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can explain a little bit with Raven. Yeah, I was driving when that happened. I was really hungry. For the last few days, I haven't been able to sleep super well. So I was already a little bit like bad mood, bad temper. And I told Raven, I was like, yeah, dude, you know what? You're right. It's kind of unfair for me to expect. I guess I was going.
Oh, hi, Foodie. I'm looking forward to the very fair coverage, where this is definitely not all pinned on me. Goon with the 2. Jew has his Gentile dogs on leashes, ready to attack. We call them goys here, okay? Get it right, kid.
Under the assumption nobody, like, serious things like that, you don't just come in and drop in a room full of like fucking 15 people. Because that had already happened, my intention behind saying it's probably a joke. See, the way that the conversation really happened was he comes in, I said, shut the fuck up, don't talk about it. Shut the fuck up, don't talk about it. Then he starts like getting mad at me, starts yelling back at me. And I yell over him, you're probably just fucking joking. So then I go and fucking time him out immediately. The problem is that in the moment, hold on.
I was
that
there.
Is exactly how
I was there. That's not how it happened.
Okay.
So we have 2. I can't attest. Once again, I wasn't there, so I can't attest to either. I can't attest to either of their stories here. But we have 2 primary witnesses. One has personal stakes in this, Green. So there's incentive to maybe exaggerate, lie, and we have to deduce who we trust more here. Let's figure it out.
Correct. Okay, tell me, where am I wrong?
You kept telling him over and over, you're joking. Stop. No, you're joking. And you kept pressing the you're joking part, and that's what matters.
How long does... No.
Yes.
Oh, God,
it was like 20 seconds, and you kept pressing it.
20 seconds. Dude.
Yes, that's enough for him to click the...
Aiden, did you arrange the panda execution in the Minecraft server? I don't even play in that server, so no.
Little plus button to click the picture and the post.
Yes. Okay, so Jimmy, would you agree it's a retarded stretch of logic that if you are being told, do not post this, do not talk about it, and then I say you're probably joking, that because you...
This is my problem, though. When I came back, everybody was saying that Green was in the wrong. Everybody. And the thing is the mob stupid? Yeah, like fucking moronic sometimes. Sure. So you can't always rely on them. But Green's not a disliked guy in my space. So if I come back and you've got like 15 people all saying he did some shit wrong, he probably did some shit wrong. My question is, what wrongdoing is he going to own here?
You've been told to stop talking about it, for suddenly you need to actually prove it. Even
Thank you
after
the 5, Will. I guess I'll donate. Lol, much appreciated. Thank you so much, Will.
you've just been told, do not talk about it.
It becomes less of a don't talk about it because it's a problem.
What does PVW even stand for? I fucking, it's something sexual, because everybody's like weird and sexual in this space for some reason. Dude, I saw somebody sent me okay, it's funny. I know Food Shops is a pedophile, but somebody sent me a clip of Food Shops giving a take on something about this community, and I agreed completely. I like completely agreed. I don't even have the clip, but Food Shops is like, Forest Cat, I said to Forest Cat, I'm like, nobody gives a fuck who you have a crush on. And Food Shops was watching the clip and was like, yes, they do. This community like hyperfixates on that. That's true. I was really projecting. I was saying that I don't give a fuck who you have a crush on, because I don't. I think it's the most boring, lame drama ever, but nothing piques the interest of the commentary and chatter and Queemanite more than allegations of heterosexual attraction. So I saw that clip. I thought it was a fair criticism.
It looked more like of a don't talk about it because we don't joke like about that.
No, it looked like shut the fuck up, do not talk about it. That was the first thing that was said. And then afterwards I said, you're probably joking.
No,
you're joking.
That's not
Stop.
how it happened.
That's exactly
From the
how
jump, you were telling him he was joking.
Nope,
and you kept going with it.
Nope, from the
Yes.
jump, I told him to shut the fuck up and do not talk about it. Did I not do that? Him and I
Yeah, he said
agreed.
over and over.
You're only saying that because when have I ever found drama of somebody liking somebody else funny? Unless there is rape or pedophilia involved, I don't care. I legitimately don't care. It's like I'm not like in middle school. It's like Mike likes Stacy, cooties. That's like with this community. It's like, why the fuck would I care about that?
As well.
Hold on, Jimmy. Him and I both agreed that is the way the conversation started. Is that he comes in saying it.
Wait, that Mario guy that got cucked by Tyrone? You laughed at that. I don't even know who you're talking about.
Comes in saying, "Oh my God, story just the end me," and then he's talking about it. And I said, "Shut the fuck up. Do not talk about it."
Oh, that? The interesting part was that some dude was like with the most retarded like fucking e-woman. It was like, and she was getting like fucked by his like this, and he was like crashing out about. The funny part there was his crash out and his reaction, not the inherent. If it was a drama, guy got cheated on. That's the end of it. I wouldn't cover it. I wouldn't care. It was this guy was having this like bizarre crash out or some shit at the time. That's what I was covering.
That. Then he starts yelling
I've never been in Marcus's server. Back
at me. And that's why I say, "Oh, you're probably just joking." And then I move to immediate. Okay, yes, we go back and forth. Fine. I'll grant you this. We go back and forth. I say, "You're probably just joking." He's like, "What the fuck? Where are you?" Oh, you're the type to make a fucking joke like this. So, I'll say that happened. Yes, I said you're probably joking a few times. Okay. The intention behind that. Hold on. The intention behind that is because I am a sociable person. I know like how to read between the lines. I've talked to people.
No, that was not good social.
Shut up.
That was dog shit.
Silence. If you like stop and listen for a bit, because I know you're like.
Green does talk down to Jimmy. I've caught him on this. I once caught them in an argument, and I tried to debate Green into apologizing to Jimmy. Because Green talks down to his proteges, and it's very unbecoming. It's unbecoming.
19, you have no world experience. So I do.
See, that's just gay.
In a situation, it's just gay
That's
to like
just
acknowledge
gay.
that. It's just gay to acknowledge that you're like.
That is insanely. That is such a gay thing to say.
You're trying to little bro me because you got fucking.
No, it's not. Well, you are a little bro.
You pressed Raven
listen,
and dropping a message.
You are a little bro. Your whole life has been like elementary school, middle school, high school, and maybe like a year as an adult. Like, yes.
What is the, yeah, Jimmy's young. What is the relevance? Also, Green is 22. They're like 3 years. Listen, I'll say this, to be fair. 19 to 21 for me was like some of the most like I've developed the most like mentally speaking, like between 19 to 21, probably more than many other years or spans of time. It's a big couple years, but that's not relevant to any of this. What is his, like, he was there to witness the VC. I don't understand what him being young has to do with his judgment here whatsoever. And if there is a problem with his judgment, you can criticize the judgment itself and argue against the judgment itself without doing fucking genetic fallacy and ad hom.
Yeah, I know how to talk to people. I know how to not provoke someone if I don't want to provoke that.
I don't know, fucking Raven. I have only been in this space around.
If you're coming from my community, you need to know about fallacies. Okay, it's a requirement to be here. You need to know about fallacies, and you need to not use them when you go to argue with people. Thank you.
Year and a half. I'm not like.
You don't know Raven's like a total autist, and if you claim he's a liar, he's gonna try to.
Imagine you're a real adult at 21. I don't think I'm a. I think I'm an adult. Like, I know better, but I think that I'm gonna. When I'm 30, I'm gonna be looking back at 21. I'm probably gonna be like, what a fucking idiot. I was like such a moron or whatever. Probably when I'm 30. Yeah, but like.
Immediately prove that he's telling the truth.
No, because I don't fucking interact with these people bar like playing Minecraft with them in a group. I don't know these people's personalities.
Dude, you can figure this out by playing him with him once.
No, when I play with him once, all he does is drop the hard R as like for funnies or for as like a whatever the fuck. He just feels like he has to drop him, and then sometimes he just makes like really fucking shitty, edgy jokes.
That's true.
I told him to his face, and I think anybody can agree.
Yeah, Raven acts like a spark. I've banned him, let him back in. Ban him, let him back in. Chat. A lot of people in chat like him, so he's there. But I don't understand what him being a spark has to do with this.
He's the type to make like super edgy jokes like this, just like we had people like fucking Gangstalker, people like other like Lumpy.
I don't buy this cope either. I just don't buy this cope Green's using either. Because with Raven, and I don't mean to, you know, snark Raven here, Raven doesn't seem like the type that could really, like, play into a bit super believably. If, like, Raven strikes me as the type of person where if he tried to lie, he would be giggling the whole time. And, like, not, like, he just wouldn't be very good at it. So, if you believed it was you might have believed he was joking, like, the first time, you said it, right? The first time you said it. But if he's saying it a second time, at that point, you know that there might be something to this here, because he doesn't really do bits like that. And then you would go and privately message him. You'd say, okay, if you're being serious, like, all you need to say is, if you're joking about that, like, don't joke about that right now, like, that's, like, fucking optically horrible, but if you're being serious, shoot me a DM. Well, let's not talk about it in the VC, right? That de-escalates it, that achieves your goal of making it private, and that also accounts for the exception of, what if it is a joke, right? The problem is if you're just, like, betting, which I don't even believe he's doing, if you're just, like, betting on it being a joke, like, why would you do that? If he's repeating it and being insistent about it, and to the point where he's arguing with you about it, he's probably being serious.
Willie, people make extreme fucking jokes. And to be fair, that night I was like half expecting someone to come and make a joke about it, because we've had like jokes like that about like other shit in the past. So for me to just say, look, my intention, and this is, let me explain. I don't think it was fair for me to expect him to take this. So in the spirit that I gave, I said, you're joking. I was expecting him to take the hint that it's not okay to come in and tell a bunch of fucking people this, and for him to immediately ease that tension.
And these two are having this conversation in the VC.
That he just fucking dropped on everybody, is to say, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just making a bad joke. Because that would immediately diffuse the tension there without having to give out.
Yeah, but you know, okay, for somebody that is so socially well adapted or whatever, you should be able to understand Raven and understand that Raven, most of the time, behaves like a fucking idiot. Okay? Like, he's like, you're expecting like some like great like social performance or whatever and rational decision making from like some spurg chatter that acts like a fucking retard. Like, why?
Personal details that don't concern anybody but
why are you trying to like
him
you said
and Samantha.
Tell him he's joking so he can get the hint? Why'd you tell him straight up?
Why didn't I tell him straight up?
Yeah.
I should have. It was a mistake. I think I was like combination sleep deprived. I was already angry at the fact that it even happened, and in the moment I didn't feel like fucking having. I didn't think I needed to explain what I felt like was common sense.
I mean, it is common sense not to do that, but we know Raven doesn't have that.
I'm not like the kind of person just assume like everybody has no common sense.
I'm not assuming.
That's not the way.
I thought you're okay. You cannot appeal to your experience and like social authority to where you're holding Jimmy's age over him, etc., and then simultaneously play into the ignorance. Well, I don't assume people are like that, Cope. When you've been around these people for a year, you know who's who, you know how who behaves, etc. If you were as much of a socially intelligent person as you claim to be, you obviously understand the nature of these like shitter like chatters or whatever. What do I think's going on here? Do I think Green is socially like stunted? No, I do think that Green is able to read a social situation. Unironically, I've watched him do it. I've watched him play like a crowd or whatever. He does have some like level of social understanding. I think he's pretending like he doesn't, and playing up, being stupid to save face on this, which is like retarded.
I don't fucking know him. I don't know him enough personally to like determine if he has common sense or not. I don't fucking know.
Yes, you do. Yes, you. This is such cap. We're talking about Raven. Yes, you do. What are you talking about?
Anything about any of you fucking
That's just like a lie.
Well, so sometimes I just assume like I assume that, you know what, you can like read between the lines. Maybe you can like figure it out. Like sometimes like an indirect way of speaking, you can pick up on what to do. Like I remember this is how
I'm sorry. The social genius who has been on this earth for a long 25,000 years, you'd think, right? he's trying to use implied messages and subtle messages to overtly autistic chatters. I can see his prowess in the mental health field, his prowess in social experience coming into play.
I'm thinking about it. And this is the way I would have reacted in that situation. If I accidentally overshare something and someone says, you're probably just making a bad joke, I would have taken that as a cop-out because I'm being considerate that there's other people in this call that do not want to know this. They didn't ask to be told this. It was just dropped immediately on them. So there was that frustration there. And then I told Raven privately, it was definitely unfair for me to expect you to like take in the joke as like a cop-out, like as a way to like diffuse the tension immediately without giving out
Green's
details.
recounting of the whole, everybody is saying that he's off. It's like I like Green, okay? He's one of my more favorite of the chatters. Like, I don't like to pick favorites or whatever. I like Green. But if everybody is coming out and saying that your recollection is wrong, I'm probably inclined to believe everybody else. And some of the stuff he's saying here doesn't make a shred of sense.
Because remember, nobody in that call had asked to see those DMs. Raven just immediately shotgun blasted into the fucking call.
Oh, why did he shotgun blast them?
Why do you think?
Because he's some idiot chatter that doesn't know how to handle a serious situation like this. Like, your job as like the person that apparently is super experienced would be to de-escalate and mitigate harm, which it sounds like everything he did was like the opposite of that, just baiting it for it to continue, then trying to like basically come in and cover it up and causing a Streisand effect. Because
he was being truthful about it. Dumb fucking move. Common sense not to go in there and start yelling about it. But he was being truthful about it, and you were pretty much coming off being like, you're lying, that's not true.
I'm coming off, but I think explicitly I said, shut the fuck up, do not talk about it. It was the first thing. Then he starts arguing with me.
Wait, I'm sorry, why would that be the first thing he said if Green's default assumption is that this is a joke, then why is his recollection the first thing he supposedly said was shut the fuck up, don't talk about it?
Fighting back with me. He's yelling back at me. I'm pretty sure I insulted him. Like, I think.
Also, I'm gonna sit in open live, so if anybody wants to come in and add, feel free to do so. Well, not anybody. If you're like, hold up, fuck. Why is my Windows up arrow? Windows up. Windows up arrow. There we go. Fuck my life, dude. Anyways, hold up. Yeah, I'm gonna join open live.
Pretty sure I like berated him and insulted him. And then I said, you're probably just fucking joking. He starts to like fight back with me again. You want me to fucking prove it? And then that's when I fucking mute him and I time him out. See, I wasn't going to allow him, if he felt like I was provoking him. I think most people in this space, they could probably say, oh, I would have felt like I was being provoked too. But would you feel like you're being provoked if you were just explicitly told, do not fucking talk about it, don't post it in here? One of the things I should have done was immediately DM him and tell him, listen, don't talk about this. Say it was a joke, so nobody needs to know about this, and just DM like DM an admin, DM an a mod, and go. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying. Thank you, Jimmy. I'm 100% aware. I'm explaining that that's where my like frustration comes from. Like my frustration is the fact that like this is what you did. I know we can logically say right now it's a bad thing to do.
I don't even know. I forgot that Green even had mod perms. I don't even I need to like lock in for my server. I gave mod to like a bunch of random people last week. Green didn't get mod last week. I thought he lost his perms. Apparently he didn't.
Yeah. But I'm saying like emotionally speaking, there's a lot of like risk that comes from that. I mean, we had like a few people like leave VC because they're like, I don't want to hear about this. I think I want to take a moment. That's exactly what happened. I don't know any of you fucking people, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to just assume that everybody here is like comfortable with like talks of suicide and fucking like that type of shit or like self-harm or anything like that. I'm not saying that's what
okay, that's what he's appealing to. He just didn't want to trigger anybody.
What was being discussed. I'm saying like these are distressing topics that I don't want
This is such cope, dude. This guy was being a fucking idiot. He's now has a lot of pressure on him from the chat and Queeman, who's playing it up and inciting chat, etc. And he doesn't know how to handle it. And he's just like, he's obviously just like fibbing here. He's obviously just like fucking.
to just assume that everybody's comfortable with it. I'm sure that like jokes are allowed and people like they cover like commentary topics that might include this, but it's different when it's like you know, it's like a chatter that's been around for a while. So that's why I'm thinking we should probably try to.
I mean, yeah, but when I did join VC, or when I was in VC, I think I left VC. I don't think I was sitting there deafened. But when I re-entered like the VC or whatever, he sounded like fairly reasonable when he was talking to me. But apparently that's just because he was conceding a lot the second I got there. I don't know.
Fact. We should try to at least give this person some fucking privacy at the very least. If he went and told you in privately, I cannot fathom why you had to come in and tell a bunch of fucking people. Even if he, because we were speculating, maybe he intended to have this shit sent out to people. And that's where I don't know. I have to reach out to Raven because he did DM me some things.
Perry's running. Yeah, it's really funny that Perry did another segment where my name was evoked. He got multiple details wrong. And I was willing to call in and talk to him about it. And it's very strange that he ignored that completely, despite covering me. It's really weird to give your opinions about somebody online in the commentary space, but be unwilling to let them call in to debate. Interesting stuff.
And I'm going to see if he wants to put that up on screen. I'll have to ask him. But
You keep kind of dancing around. You see how they did provoke him, though, right?
I don't. Okay. I think it's a totally fucking retarded stretch of logic to feel like you're being provoked to do something after you've just been told do not do that thing.
Well, no, also, but you're saying there's two parts to it. You're saying do not do that thing. You're a liar. You're not telling the truth. There's two parts to it.
No.
Yes,
I
there
didn't
is.
call him a liar.
Yes, there's. Saying you're joking, he's calling him a liar. Well, because he's saying you're joking, he's not joking. He's lying about what he's
calling
saying.
him a liar?
Yes,
no.
he's saying he's not truthful. He's saying he's not truthful.
No. Okay. If I wanted to call him a liar, I would have fucking said he's a liar. If I
Saying
wanted to call him not truthful, I would
That's
call
calling
him
him not truthful. Saying he's joking is saying he's not truthful about it.
Are you
This is a retarded argument.
really about to fucking argue to me?
Saying it's a joke, or saying you're joking, it's saying it's not truthful.
Are you fucking retarded? Bro?
If saying he's joking,
how are you conflating two
no,
separate
do you not understand?
Okay, calling him a liar is saying that he is trying to pass something off as the truth, but knowingly being dishonest. Saying that he is joking means he's saying something that isn't meant to be interpreted as truthful, but meant to elicit a laugh reaction and is built on made-up information, right? Which would be substantively different than a lie, or an overt lie, I guess, right? But it doesn't matter. I don't know why this like pedantic argument is happening.
For him, if someone says you're joking, you're telling the truth, they're thinking you're not telling the truth anymore.
Okay, but Jimmy, can we be specific? I never said he was not being truthful. I never said that he
That's
was
what you get out of
lying.
saying you're joking.
No. If you're
That's the
being
obvious
told
assumption there.
specifically with a single fucking word, you are joking. If you get in your fucking head that you're being called a liar or you're being told
I'm
you're
sorry,
not
that's the obvious
truthful,
assumption. That
that's
is just
your
the obvious way to
fucking
interpret that.
No, the obvious way to interpret it is that if you're being told you're probably fucking joking, and then I can understand if he felt like he had to prove that he didn't want to do it. I can't say I agree with that doing that. I can't say I agree with him wanting to prove that he's being serious because he had just been told a fucking second before, do not talk about it, do not post it here. You have to keep in mind, you're fixating on a specific aspect of the conversation when in totality, the first part of the conversation started, do not talk about this, do not post this. Then
You
I
told
say,
him multiple times you're joking.
I thought Green initially thought it was a joke.
you're just joking. You're probably just fucking joking.
You're trying to drop it down like you said it once. You said it
And
multiple times.
also, like, if Green knows that that's making him mad and inciting him to continue talking about it, then I don't know why you would keep repeating that, right? If you were actually taking this situation as seriously as you're claiming in hindsight.
I'm serious, just joking.
I'm not trying to drop it down. I already said that I agree. I said it more than once. What else do you want me to say? I just said it now. I'm not dropping
Because you're
it
like,
down.
oh, I had this whole part of it, and then I said you're joking.
Jimmy,
Like, no,
I said it more than
that was
once.
a major part of it. It's not like that was a
Jimmy, I
little
said
part
it
of
more
it.
than once. Jimmy, I said it more than
Well,
once.
you're trying to downplay like it's the little
satisfying?
part.
How am I
No, it's-
downplaying by saying it happened more than once?
No,
Explain
because
to me
you're
how.
saying like this is such a small factor compared to the other stuff about you telling him not to do it.
No, I think what I just said was that you're fixating on a specific part.
That's the
when
main
in
part. That's provoking.
totality of the Jimmy,
I don't
in
care about the rest of the
totality
claim. I don't care about the rest of the claim because that's not what provoked him.
Fucking God. Look, I understand that that's what he's saying provoked him, okay?
I'm not even going off what
don't
he's
you
saying.
like
I'm
it?
just going off the
Don't
fucking
you like it?
obvious. Like that's obviously what
Wait,
provoked
hold
him.
up.
Oh,
What am I missing here? One sec. What the fuck?
That's like obvious to you.
Yes,
sure.
that's very
I don't know
obvious.
why that would be obvious to you. But I just explained to you that in the context of the conversation, right? The beginning of it, do not talk about it, shut the fuck up. Then I say, you're probably just fucking joking. You're probably just joking. You're probably just joking. And then I move to time him out immediately when he says, I'm going to fucking prove it. Okay? I talked with him afterwards, though. Okay? So remember, we're talking about what my thought process was at the time, correct? We're talking about my thought process. Are we?
Well, let's talk about the
I don't know why
post
you're trying to
Alright,
process.
does this get any better? Does this get like any better? This is like fucking okay. My understanding is some dude that was in the some dude lied about his age to join my server like a year ago. He was like 17. He lied about being over the age of 18. He got banned for a year because of he blew up my Minecraft server while still lying about being a minor. Now he's an adult, he re-entered the server in around January. Is like in a relationship with this fucking or in flirting thing with the Samantha person who Green is alleged to be into. He gets exposed for lying in the past. Has this like crash out where he's threatening to take his own life and sends a video doing as such to Samantha, who sends it to Milkman Dan, who shows it to Green, and then I got sent it. And Green apparently, and then he also DM'd something to Raven. Raven like announced that he got this DM where the dude was starting to take his own life to the whole VC, and then Green rapidly escalated this and then just started like saying a bunch of bullshit to try to save face in the aftermath that just made him look worse. And now people are speculating that he was trying to play e-therapist because he's like into Samantha or some shit.
If you want me to fucking talk about what it was,
actually, this isn't about your thought process at all. Actually, it's about what you said and what the implications of what you said are.
That's true. We can include that in too. Fine. Yeah, we can include that in too. Yeah. So I said it more than once. I'm not downplaying it. At the time when I was very mad, I did like deny it. Then I had to stop and think about it. I don't think Aiden really did much. I think I was more silent thinking, trying to recall the conversation to myself. And I mean, Aiden barely fucking talked in that moderation. I mean, he maybe said like eight fucking like sentences, and
I was high, dude. I was expecting shit to go down the 40 minutes I leave, and now I come back, I have to fucking moderate. I was in my wind down, okay? Smoking on Za, fucking listening to Dr. Dre. I'm kidding, I was listening to Dr. Dre. I rejoin, and shit's like fucking going down. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here.
Like 4 or 5 words each. I mean, it was just, and the only thing just bordered on, don't you think that you coming in with that tone, the way that you said it was a joke, he could react like that. And I said, yeah, I think people could react like that. But I'm saying that in my experience dealing with people, I've never met people that would react like that, especially if they had just been told a second before, do not talk about it. I can't understand why being told it's a joke would make them want to.
Coming back from a Cali joint and suddenly a Venezuelan social. Dude, you should listen to some of the ICVCs like, while it's like you've Kathy like screaming in one. You'd actually think you were schizophrenic. You'd think you were schizophrenic. You've like Kathy screaming in one ear, who's talking over Green, who's screaming at Raven, and somebody else who you don't know what they sound like because they've been muted the whole year, and then like they've unmuted for the second time. They're calling your name, and you're like, who the fuck just said that?
Prove it.
You've never interacted with somebody like this before. If you
no, I don't make a habit of keeping around fucking autists. I don't have like autistic fucking like low like socially stunted people.
Some people around you in real life are just autists. It's just how it is. You can't cut off everyone around you.
Nope. I just explained to you. This is what I fucking do for work. It's what I fucking know. I have years of experience. I have fucking schooling for it. I am quite possibly the most qualified person to look at this fucking note. I don't think some fucking 20-year-old who's going into what, postgraduate school or whatever the fuck, who's not even fucking he takes fucking psychology probably as a fucking minor. I don't think he needs to fucking see it out of like as much as he needs to hate it.
Huh? Wait, what? What is this? I missed this. Huh? Okay, so apparently the reason Green didn't DM me about it wasn't Green that sent me this shit, by the way. It's already out there at this point, dude. It was Dan. Dan sent it to me. Dan reached out or whatever and sent it to me. But apparently this was all happening behind my back because he didn't think I was like qualified or something.
See something like that, I think it's probably a bit distressing, and I just wanted to be able to talk to him about it.
It seems like total cope.
It's really not cope.
It seems like total cope. This feels like after the fact you made that all up. You just want to see him.
Nope. I just explained to you. This is what I fucking do for work. It's what I fucking know. I have years of experience. I have fucking schooling for it. I am quite possibly the most qualified person to look at this fucking note. I don't think some fucking 20-year-old who's going into what, postgraduate school or whatever the fuck, who's not even fucking he takes fucking psychology probably as a fucking minor. I don't think he needs to fucking see it out of like as much as he needs to.
You don't need to know about, okay, first of all, you don't need to know about psychology to look at somebody's expressions and make an inference as to whether or not they're being serious. That's just called reading nonverbals, right? And when it's a case of somebody threatening to take their own life, and I've said this before, don't take your chances. It's always the real, you always assume it's the real deal. This is serious. And you should treat it because you'd rather be wrong. You'd rather you be wrong and waste your time, then you be wrong that they're not gonna go through with it or they're not being serious, and then some shit happens. I'm not like I don't claim to have any qualifications on that front. It's just called making an inference off of like somebody's emotional expression or whatever. Which they don't teach you. They don't teach you in any of the psych classes I took. But and he would, if he's a professional, he also knows that like the process involved, like the assessing this video isn't gonna really rely on your professional expertise. It's just gonna rely on like intuition. I unfortunately, being online as long as I have, this is not even close to the first time that somebody in my proximity was online threatening something like this. One time I had to fucking, I'm not trying to fucking, this isn't like it's not like traumatizing. I don't feel bad, or I don't feel badly about it, but like I had to call a wellness check on somebody one time. Like I've dealt with this before. And what I have learned is be safe, rather be safe than sorry. Treat it like it's the fucking real deal. Make sure that person is safe and not gonna go do something. And if they're about to go do something, well, then you might need to escalate a little, take precautionary measures.
Hayden. I don't think he needs to see it, and I think Jimmy, your opinion.
I didn't need to see that. No, I didn't need to see that. But Green didn't either.
He should have saw it directly contradicts what Samantha said. Samantha was the one who got the fucking video. She obviously did not want to give it to fucking Aiden. Okay, let's get that fucking.
Oh, Green doesn't believe that I saw the video. That's also like this angle. Green doesn't believe. Green thinks I'm lying that I saw the video. No, I got sent the link by Dan. I'm the owner of the server, and I guess he thought I should see it. Wait, what the I forgot you have call-in perms. Hello?
Hello, is this Aiden?
Yeah, who gave you who gave you call-in perms? How you been, man?
Not sure.
How you been?
I've been fine.
Are you back in Somalia?
No, I'm in Kenya.
You're in Kenya?
Yep.
Mombasa? That's a big city there, right?
Yeah, that's a coastal city. At least you actually know some of the cities. I thought you would just say Nairobi and that's it.
No, I know Nairobi too. That's where the U.S. Embassy got bombed. But there's Mombasa, Nairobi.
Yeah. I've been to Mombasa. It has nice beaches there. It's like Florida, kind of.
Well, maybe I'll be in that neighborhood someday. We'll go get a beer. Thanks for calling in, though. I'm gonna get back to my segment. Take care.
Okay.
I think it's fucking coke.
So as her boy toy, you think you deserve the most?
No, not as a boy toy. I think
as a boy toy, you want the most.
I'm the most qualified person. Nope. Nope. Not a boy toy.
Obviously, you're a boy toy. You put yourself in that position.
Agree to disagree.
Mombasa is Zanzibar territory. Zanzibar isn't a country anymore. Zanzibar belongs now to Tanzania, right? I know I'm in open live. I didn't realize that guy had open live perms.
No, it's obvious. Like,
yeah, Zanzibar is Tanzanian.
I guess I can tell you right now that I think I've been extremely consistent on this.
That's where Freddie Mercury is from, Queen.
I don't really see her as anything more. In VC, like, people have like asked and speculated, and she's like, no, I actually don't think he likes me, and I don't like him, and that's why I think we get along, is because we don't have like expectations of each other. We don't have like this worry, oh my god, one of us likes the other. It's literally just like platonic. Like, this is the way I treat other.
Who is he talking
in VC,
about?
like, people have like asked and speculated, and she's like, no, I actually don't think he likes me, and I don't like him, and that's why I think we get along, is because we don't have like expectations of each other. We don't have like this worry, oh my god, one of us likes the other. It's literally just like platonic. Like, this is the way I treat other. Like, I could say, like, this is like, I wouldn't have it any other fucking way. I would say like.
That's like a point, chat. Have you proved to anybody any certifications or schooling you have?
Nope.
You've been known to make elaborate bits that you went on for months. How's it possible to teach you?
If Samantha wants proof, I can provide proof to her.
How many times he evoked his? This is the first time I've heard him evoke his qualifications in an unironic way. So I've never questioned about that. If this guy was in my server trying to play fucking e-therapist with people, then I would obviously like, no, you should like. But I haven't heard of him doing that until this.
I don't have to prove it's anything to you, either of you. Anybody. The only people that are directly, the people that directly.
No, but you can't be making all these claims with nothing proved about how you're so certified for it when you have nothing.
Yeah.
About how certified you are for it.
Right now we're like in the middle of like we have like a ton of eyes on us from fucking DGG. I just got like put on by fucking food shops that I'm like
Oh
an
my god, he's stealing my line. He's stealing my line. I give this speech. I give this speech to everybody. I say, DGG is looking for anything to mischaracterize Optics Cock. And I don't mean that in like, we're doing bad stuff, we have to stop doing bad stuff. It's like people are inclined to make certain types of jokes that these people will screenshot and then run with as if it was a factual statement of intent. So I've given this speech a million times. Optics Cuck yourself. Watch yourself. Do not give these people ammunition and shit to mischaracterize, to falsely smear the community, right? But he's kind of taking that, and I guess he's using it for this.
Anti-Destiny fucking like snarker. I go into VCs and try to like take him down. I'm being fucking lied against. You think I'm gonna give them like at least ideas about what the fuck I do?
Who's lying to you
Like,
about
that's
you?
fucking retarded. That's fucking retarded.
Who's lying about you?
No. Food shops.
What'd you say that was a lie?
She said that I'm a Destiny snarker that goes into VC.
I think Green has actually been employed in this field, because some of the stuff he said to me, and I'm not, once again, I'm not a fucking trained, I just know a lot about how it works, right? Some of the stuff he said to me does make like you would this like it is technically correct if you're working the job he's claimed to work. Does that mean he actually has the job? No, but I think he probably has worked some sort of like mental health adjacent job, but I think it was like, if I had to take a guess, I'm pretty sure it was like the equivalent of like a fucking orderly or something.
And tries to come up with arguments to take him down. And this is because she saw this, because I made a video of me like blowing up a panda because the guy had taken like a pair of wings in Minecraft, and we just made a fucking panda called Food Shops because it was funny. Like she even thought it was.
What evidence of DGG do you have? What evidence of like that they exist? Are we contesting that DGG exists now?
Funny. But I did not like the fact that the first thing she has to say about me is that I'm like, dude, I'm not a fucking Destiny guy. I don't know who fuck. I don't watch. I don't know anything about fucking.
They're gonna say
Destiny.
that about anybody in the community. You're an Aiden guy. Aiden's a big Destiny guy. It's all his fan
I'm
base.
not even a big Destiny guy. It's been, I've been covering him a lot recently, but like I'm not like a big fucking Destiny guy.
Everyone in it's Destiny guys. Whether you like it or not,
Yeah.
you're anti-Destiny guys.
Yeah, and they already have a policy that like people in the community are fair game. Destiny already said like Aiden's mods in his YouTube chat are fair game. He said himself to
I don't know what Destiny or DG or any, like, this has nothing to do with anything that's transpiring here.
Aiden that Aiden himself is.
This is the one time DGG can use the cope and say, like, why the fuck are you talking about Destiny? Obsessed? Obsessed? This is the one time they could get away with that cope.
Fucking fair game. Food Shops is pretty close in fucking DGG's orbit. Destiny's, even though it wasn't like a super like avowal or like defense of Food Shops, but he said, oh, like nobody can put up a cuffed argument. Food Shops is my only knight, my only defender. It's fucking Food Shops.
He doesn't believe that.
Yeah,
He
it's
knows he
like an insult. It's like an insult. But and also she said on her stream, I think she was trying to insinuate that I had seen her
Green's like my Food Shops. If you, I'm kidding. If you really think about it.
docs, and that's why I picked a panda, because the last name, apparently her last name means bear.
That's not what she insinuated at all.
No, it's exactly what you
That's not what
insinuated.
insinuation was.
Are you joking? You're saying that as like an Aiden guy, but if you're looking at this as like someone who's like a Food Shops fan, a DGG orbiter,
Yeah, apparently people in my server were playing on a Minecraft server, a Junk Drawers Minecraft server. They made a panda. They had a panda they named BBW Food Shops, and Green like blew it up and killed it. And apparently Food Shops reacted to the video of them like fucking around in Minecraft or something. I haven't watched that. I don't know what that was about. I don't play on the server.
she is saying, you know what's funny?
I was told a little bit about it.
I think it's interesting. They picked a panda bear, and my last name means bear. But it's not a dox though. I'm open with my last name.
In what in Mandarin? How the fuck is anybody gonna know that? Wait, did Food Shops actually did Food Shops actually say that's why they picked the bear?
I think it's a fucking. I think people could come to that conclusion if they were being intentionally fucking malicious in bad faith. I don't think that that's what like the average person.
How the fuck is anybody gonna know that your name means bear in Chinese?
come away with that. But I think the average person who's like watching fucking Food Shops and DGG Orbit is like extremely
I used to think it was like ignorant when people say speaking Chinese or whatever. Apparently, it's actually okay to just refer to Mandarin as Chinese. So
bad faith, and we'll try to use anything to smear anybody. And it's
China's a very linguistically diverse. It's not that linguistic. There's a lot of diverse languages. Fujianese, Cantonese.
especially they're going to try to smear anybody who has just been accused of like going into fucking VCs and plotting to take down Destiny. Like,
Wait, so
I'm
hold on.
literally
What are they going to use to smear you from here?
If I was to provide like evidence verifications, I'm not gonna like I could censor it, I guess. But I think if I was sending it out to fucking people, then if I open that door, it's like if I send it to one person, other people are gonna expect.
Aiden, you have no idea what is going on in your Discord server and Minecraft server. Are you serious? It's not my Minecraft server. It's somebody else's Minecraft server that I haven't played on. So obviously I wouldn't know everything that is or isn't happening on that server because I'm not playing in it. Second of all, in my server, I read what's in mod chat. I haven't been around a whole lot recently. Or as much in like the VCs because they've been playing Minecraft and I don't play in the server, so VCs would just be boring for me. So there's shit that goes on in VC that I don't know about, right? So I go off what someone tells me.
This, and this, and eventually it's gonna be like someone's just gonna be like, ah, fuck it, it's public anyway, and then that's gonna be what's forever like linked to me.
I'm true. I don't think you can go around throwing your weight around
What
about how you're.
What have I done that's irresponsible here? Everything that's been brought to my attention, I've stepped in to take corrective action the second I've known about it. What is irresponsible? Anything that is in my human power. Like, I can't predict the future, and I can't know things that are not able to be known, right? But when I do know things, when things are apparent that are like rule, etc., I take appropriate corrective action.
Well done.
Sure, you're like totally fair to have that opinion. I just said that I believe I am. You believe that I don't. We're at a fucking crossroads. We have nowhere else to go from here. We can agree to disagree. And if Samantha wants, I can go and provide.
I also don't compare me to Doobie. I don't allow minors in my server. They do. That's my big criticism of Doobie and the politics server. There is no reason to have minors in your server. If you have an 18+ server and are not IDing everybody that enters, which no server does, you are likely going to have at least one person that lies about their age to get in. The question is, when you know their actual age, what are you going to do about it? And if when you learn, you take action immediately in that regard, then you've done your reasonable due diligence as the owner of a server.
Proof to her if she fucking wants it. But I don't give a fuck if any of you want fucking proof. None of my fucking problem. Not my fucking problem.
I guess that's it then. Just more shit. All right, thanks for
Cool.
It's complete bullshit, isn't it? Like, that's not why you wanted it. Even said
there is no reason not to have minors in a politics server. It's not an 18+ topic. And yes, in the ideal world, if everyone who was joining was just joining to talk about politics and do nothing else, for sure. Unfortunately, though, what's written on paper does not always account for reality, and Discord as a site is prowling with adults who want intimate relationships with kids and use any community in which kids are present to do so, right? So in an ideal world, there would be no issue with kids discussing politics in a purely political server. Unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world. We live in a shit world, okay? And you know, a world where people are crawling the internet looking for kids. And with that understanding of what reality is, yeah, you probably shouldn't have kids in your server. You shouldn't open yourself up to that sort of liability. There's no way you can monitor everything that's happening in the DM portion between the minors in your server and potential adults. It's just a bad idea.
Through it, he just wanted to see it. The little part in the middle, he literally said, "I just wanted to see it." Well, now he's like, "No, it's because of my accolades." It's like, it's because of what I know and what I've learned.
Well, why'd I cut it?
Why would you say, "I just wanted to see it"? You're in the same boat I am now. I just wanted to see it. You shouldn't be seeing it though. It was a private note, pretty much specifically said for Samantha.
Yeah, and it's just this guy like having a breakdown and threatening his own life. There's no fucking public interest in that. That would apply to any chat. Yeah, I agree. That's why we shouldn't let minors in spaces online, or at least these respective spaces. I mean, ideally, I don't know how you would even implement this. I'd love for like a purely segregated internet for minors, where, you know, the parents have to sign you up to get in, and it's separate from adults. But yeah, that's that. Embarrassing stuff from Green, but hopefully he makes a comeback here. Yeah. Do you agree in the UK ban on 16 or lower from social media? I have to see how it's being implemented. I'd have to see it. Like, I want to say yes, but I'd need to see what that specifically entails. Like, if it's just if all other implications don't exist, let's say the policy, if implemented, all it does is it bans then I'd be in favor of it. Yeah. Parry said you doxed Stormy on his what? How? What is the law? How? What am I being accused of doxing? Not again? What? Who am I being accused of fucking What are you talking about? I'd agree with a social media ban if such a thing could be enacted in a way that is actually the interest of the people, but it always becomes a side-handed method of censorship or surveillance. Yeah, that's the thing, that we also, like, in a perfect world, it sounds like a great idea, but we don't live in a perfect world. I have to look at the implementation and implications of it. Why is Starmer resigning? Watch Parry's reaction. We saw it in VC or whatever. He's I don't even think he made a serious dox. I don't think he accused me of doxing. I think something he said, like, sort of hinted at that or implied it to avoid having me call in and debate, because he was saying I was leveraging Stormy's dox or something to debate him. He was obviously just making something up to avoid debating me. There's no serious allegation there. And if there is, he's welcome to call in and confront me with it, which he won't, because there's no serious allegation. The only reason that came up was he was trying to justify not letting me call in. Queeman claims that Green called Samantha my girl. Wow. Super fucking reliable stuff, man. Did you dox or not? No, I don't even know who I'm being accused. What? How could I dox this person? I don't fucking know it. I barely know this guy. What am I being accused of doxing? Very suspicious. Okay. Denal molested a kid. Denal molested a kid. Will I elaborate on the specifics? Explain how? Tell you who it was? Nope. Just take my word for it, folks. Just take my word for it. This guy molested a kid. All right, really quick. I just got to piss and make another cup of coffee. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. When we get back, we've got Fantano versus Halsey, and this fucking ChibiReviews shit, and some other fucking dumb bullshit that nobody gives a fuck about, but you're gonna stay and watch it anyways. So give me 1 second here before we go. I'll leave you with that. For a quick recap to the Marcus stuff, I'll leave you with the it's from a year ago. Be right back, guys. Right back. Wait, fuck. Here we go.
I'm at a point where I'm just like, okay, I'll get rid of them. I don't really care.
That's probably a good start. Just like setting yourself up for some kind of allegation. There is adult content posted in your server.
You will get accused of having a grooming community.
Are there any other minors in your server besides these two?
That's the only two I know.
How old is Jewel?
I think that person is 14.
Another one has hit the towers. Wait.
Oh, is there another one?
Wait, how many miners are in the server, bro?
I don't know.
Okay, so apparently there's some drama, okay, that I'm hearing, and I need everyone's opinion on this. So there's a streamer called Marcus, or March Baby. I've been in his chat sometimes when he's covered some stuff pertaining to me. I have no problems with the guy. But there's a person that is frequent in commentary chats by the name of Hater. I think Hater is in my chats sometimes. And Hater is 16 years old. I have, 18 plus. In my Discord, apparently this 16-year-old is in Marcus's server, and one of my head Jannies, QQ, was like calling it out or something, and it caused this like argument. I think it's a very bad idea to have minors in your Discord, because it's just like setting you up for like, if it's like a case where somebody like I show speed or whatever, and you have like top tier paid Jannies, and your community like widely consists of underage people, it's fine if you're keeping everything in check. But for like small time commentary shitters, like I feel like you're just like setting yourself up for some kind of allegation if you're keeping minors around in your fucking server.
3 hours later.
Marcus, what's up, man?
Hi, Aiden. Hi.
How's it going?
Hi, I'm here because of the whole Discord issue situation.
Yeah, I just covered that a little bit. I'm not like angry over it or anything.
No, I'm aware of that. I just want to kind of give it like my side here a little bit, because I'm a little annoyed by it, because I think QQ is kind of spreading a lot of information that's not true. Hater is not some like 16-year-old that goes around servers saying they're 16, like as if they.
All right, I'm back. My bad. I know we just lost half the viewers, but that's okay, right? Aiden was never in the Marcus. I was never in the Marcus server now. Okay. Anyways, now that we're back, what is going on with Anthony Fantano? I hate Anthony Fantano. Why? I could tell you partially. It's probably not justified. But I saw some clip where some guy said like some song sucked or something, and he was like crashing. He was like being like a pompous fuck. The dude's like, I just prefer. It was like some soft rock or whatever, and the dude was like, yeah, I don't like this, and he goes and clicks and starts listening to rap again. And Anthony Fantano was like, how could you judge whether or not you like them off of one's, like, it was just like the most like cringe, like sweat lord, like pompous fucking music is like, it's just meant to be enjoyed, okay? It's meant to be enjoyed. Some people like some shit, some people like others and dislike others. It doesn't make it right or wrong. It's a part of the experience, okay? Music appeals to the people that it needs to. And there's just, I've never liked, what do you need someone's opinion on music for? I've never understood this. Why not just like listen to the song? But apparently he's beefing with fucking with Halsey. It's about Angine de who? It's microtonal rock. Wait, hold on. Let me give this a quick listen. Maybe Fantana was right. Maybe Fantana was right. And he should like it. Let's give it a quick listen. Yeah, not for me, man. Not for, apparently Anthony Fantano doesn't want you to have that opinion, though. Not for me. But anyways, the music connoisseur, Anthony Fantano, is beefing with Halsey, who I only know one song by, and it was just like ass. It was like Thinking You Could Live Without Me or something. Remember when they said that was the only shit they played on the fucking radio? So he tweets out, I didn't really agree with how Fantano approached some aspects of the Halsey album review, but I can understand how there's still discourse about it all this time later. It's not like it's some great album. How are people still hung up over it? If they're more into the review than the album. So he's snarking. And then, see, this guy's like a music critic, which is like pompous as fuck, so I already don't like him. But her music sucks. So it's like, I don't know who we're siding with here. I'm certain my least memorable song will be remembered more fondly and for more time than anything you ever do with your life, will be. Everything you say is more whiny and edgy than I was at any point on that album, but at least I had the excuse of going through chemo. Damn, she hit him with the chemo card. He's fucked. Yeah, he's fucked. Was her album that bad? I don't like her. The only song I know of hers sucked. So I don't know if her like. Wait. Oh, she did this one too. Oh my god, she sucks. Whereas I'm sorry she has cancer, but I mean she's really not all that with the music shit. Is it The Great Impersonator? Is it this one? Oh yeah, it's this one. Let's just give a quick list of the most popular. It's not my thing. Flattered to be on your radar, Queen. The most cucked reply ever. The most cucked reply. Flattered, she just like shit all over you. Because Anthony Fantano is like the performative woke type or whatever. He knew he was fucked when she pulls out the chemo card. So he's like trying to suck up now. Flattered to be on your radar, Queen, is the best he could hit back with. Did he make a video on it? Okay, then Halsey tweets out, who cares he gave a bad review? I care that a pay-for-clicks reaction YouTuber can facade as a pro-critic and say it's main character syndrome for an artist to lament her medical suffering on an album. Surprise, about her own life. He's raised by 4chan edgelord bully. Should we watch the original should we watch the OG music review that caused that? We'll skim through it. What did he say? Wait, is this from a year ago? Oh shit, this is from a year ago. Got it. Okay, this shit's from like a year ago. Why are they beefing over this now? What? Oh, I'm not even pasting the link. Why? What the fuck is causing them to beef over this now?
Hi everyone, Ranthony Tano here, the internet's busiest music nerd.
I've never actually sat through one of his proper music reviews, and considering that's this guy's like whole thing, I better be fucking impressed.
And it's time.
And I'm already probably gonna be biased in his favor, because despite the fact that I think he's pompous as fuck, I don't think her music is good.
For a review of this new Halsey record, The Great Impersonator. Pop singer and songwriter Halsey. From Tumblr fandom to mainstream stardom, Halsey's rise to popularity has been interesting to say the least. Because while I've never quite been a fan of her work, she always has some sort of surprise in store, which I feel like you have to respect on some level. Especially since her last record saw her flirting with industrial fusions of pop and rock with wall-to-wall production from Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails fame. And fan and you use social media, I would bet over the past couple of months you've been kind of inundated with numerous photos of Halsey doing various cosplay photo shoots to see her embodying a variety of different legendary influential musicians: Bowie, Bush, Apple, Lennox, Mitchell, Harvey, Springsteen, Cher, Björk, which Halsey's music taste, her understanding of any of these artists, or her full capabilities as an artist. But the chances she was going to drop an album here that would have a fraction of the impact that even one of these artists had on the music industry in their lifetime was pretty slim. And honestly, I would even be hesitant to put money on the likelihood of her accurately capturing the sound and essence of one of these artists in a way that...
Oh, no shit that Halsey is not gonna fucking live up to David Bowie. Yeah, obviously. That's an insane expectation.
That was actually flattering and complimentary. And yeah, you know what? I regret to fucking inform you there's not a single goddamn second on this album that sounds like Fiona Apple, Kate Bush, or Björk. And for sure, I know in reaction to this, there will be some detractors saying like, the impersonations, it's not like literal, but I've had actual press materials passed to me saying things like, ooh, Halsey channels Stevie Nicks on new performance of Single Panic Attack, which like, she wishes. I mean, maybe the instrumental on the...
All right, we get the gist. He felt like it was underwhelming, but it was like fucking Halsey. I don't know what you were expecting. Okay, so she says this, and then we go to, you know, actually, I kind of want to see what he said about her chemo, because she's bringing that up, so I want to know who invoked it first. Okay, it's not even here? I don't think he mentioned it. Oh, okay, never mind then. Who cares he gave a bad review? Oh, wait, I already read that. Alright, here we go. So then it goes to this tweet right here, where Halsey says, why is this happening a year later? Being a woman dealing with serious health issues, Stardust? Being a woman dealing with serious health issues often means being afraid to tell the truth about the pain you are in because you are afraid of not being believed or seeming attention seeking. He validated that fear to thousands of women because he called their album bad. What the fuck did this guy say? Attention seeking. Maybe he said that. So he doesn't mention the chemo. He doesn't mention the cancer. Oh, main character. Got it. Main character. Yep. There we go. We're not watching this shit. It's a fucking Fantano video, so... Wait, we'll search in the transcript. We would have been done with the video by now. We just watched the whole thing, but I'm not even gonna fucking... There we go.
Higher record has the worst case of main character syndrome I've heard on any pop album in 2024. Not only due to the fact that this record subjects listeners to multiple indulgent cuts that sound like messy demos and just would not make it onto a more respectable release that was actually well conceptualized, most notably the draft track of Life of the Spider. So yeah, it's that, and also all of the lyrics on this record where it seems like Halsey is just hell-bent on making sure the audience knows just how dark and tortured and edgy she is. Well, they say all dogs go to heaven. Well, what about a bitch? What about an evil girl left lying in a ditch?
That's a lyric? Okay, I get what he means. This is okay. I might have to side with Fantano on this one.
Jesus Christ.
That is like very like I'm sure she's dealing with stuff, having like cancer and everything. That is like a little force, right?
Again, it feels like she's bringing back so many ideas and elements from just very angsty rock music that came out of the 90s and 2000s, but she's
trying too hard with it.
He is not allowing us to remember the stuff that made that music great or what made it popular in the first place.
What is wrong with it? This is constructive criticism. He's not making, regardless if I agree or disagree, and I probably agree with him. I don't like her music. He's not attacking her. There doesn't seem to be any like ad hominems or anything. There doesn't seem to be. It's just purely like critiques of the album. What does this have to do with like her like, I'm sorry, like music is art, right? And art is often a reflection of the emotions one feels, emotions influenced by personal experiences, like them undergoing chemo. But the end result is ultimately art, and art is open to critique. And all art, or most art, or I don't even know if I'll say that, but many forms of art, have a huge backstory to them of various emotional traumas and triumphs, etc. But that doesn't matter so much as the way that it's delivered within the art piece itself. And if that falls flat, that's totally open to criticism. That's not taking away from like the original negative events that contributed to said emotions, but rather criticizing the way that that's expressed. Like, yeah, listen, like, I'm sorry she has cancer. That's horrible. but like listening to that's not gonna make the song sound better. I'm 4 minutes behind, but people are talking about the review now because Taylor Swift fans are mad at pop artists. They did an interview with him, so they're bringing up old drama. Well, I once knew a guy who supposedly knew people that went to school with Taylor Swift, and apparently she was like a bully or something. That's very reliable, I know. Someone's gonna be saying that about me if I ever make it. I'm never gonna make it, but they'll say it about everyone. But I've heard this. So I don't know if I could trust her. Or the Swifties. What is this clip that I just got added in? From Food Shop's editor. Aiden sweeps for a cult? Let's give it a listen.
People who became a part of your new snark community, right? Like just notice the way that he's talking, right? Every single way that he is talking is removing agency, decision-making, and autonomy from the people who are the bullies, the snarkers, the crazy people, right? So yeah, like just notice the way that he's talking, right? Because even if like
Huh? I think I've used minimizing language before for certain people. I had no stakes in that. She thinks Hellbent is a continuation of the Snarkers. I swear she said that I was biased in Hellbent's favor during this like debate or something. Somebody linked it to me. She said I was like biased in Hellbent's favor. What do you mean biased in her favor? Me and Hellbent have notorious. I've been very open about finding her fucking annoying. We've been back about. I have no loyalty to Hellbent over Forest Cat or vice versa. Like, what? I'm also not a part of the Snarkers. I am my own person, and I agree with them and align on common positions, and I'm even friends with some of them. But I belong to one community, a gang. Some would call it a gang, and that's my only community. I like being criticized for what I believe. Not being lumped in with this amorphous blob of people with varying opinions, etc., and therefore I'm somehow responsible for all of it. Check inbox. Yeah, well, we were actually going to go over that. Yeah, I'm being told that we're actually going to check this out, so thank you for reminding me. Apparently Connor did an interview with Doobie.
All right.
I don't know, was that interesting at all? But I was sent this.
So I've been here for the past 2 years saying that anybody who jacks off to the idea of molesting children probably has a sexual attraction to molesting children that might map onto the real world. And everybody was like,
wait, no, how did we get here?
No, correlation doesn't mean causation. Yeah, she's a freak, but what she does in her own home is nobody's business. Why do you care? Why are you obsessed? Blah, 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 blah. And what happens fucking 2 years later? It's exposed that she's DMing a fucking minor and age playing with a fucking mimer.
A mimer? Who is he? Is he talking about this Brit person? Wait, when did this happen? I haven't been really covering the Connor, crusade against it. I don't dislike Connor. I just haven't been covering that. I know there's like a lot of personal animosity between him and Destiny. And I tend to, for the people that have personal stakes in this, I let that kind of be their own. But when did this happen? When did the this Brit person DM an actual minor?
So yeah, sorry, but fuck you. Okay? And then also, while we're at it, let's just go ahead and rip off the...
Oh, he's talking about food shops. I'm sorry. I'm on no sleep, okay? I'm on... He has food shops on the screen, dude. That is such a bad fuck up. I can't use the I'm tired cope for that one. I might have Alzheimer's.
The entire fucking Band-Aid. Okay? Destiny was age playing with a mentally ill woman in Alabama. The mentally ill woman and her husband have 2 children, aged 17 and 12. The 17-year-old, and this is according to the husband and according to the wife, Stephen jacked off to the idea of molesting the teenage girls. And then the wife jacked off to the idea of molesting Stephen's son.
What?
Okay? That's what happened. And now what's happening is not only has Child Protective Services gone and visited the house to make sure that the teenage children weren't getting molested, but then...
What the fuck is going on, dude?
On top of that, there's arguments between the now divorced couple over whether or not...
That was rhetorical. I have a good idea of what's going on. I'm hearing him explain it.
Who's going to keep the children? The husband can't give up custody of the children. He has to make sure they don't get
Sorry, I don't have a good idea of what's going on. I can figure out what he's saying.
molested by his psychotic fucking wife. And then his wife has to decide, well, I'm kind of psychosocially fucked up. Should I...
So do you agree? I need to figure out more to determine what he's doing here. Or what he's going off of. I need to figure out more.
Should I give up custody of my
I mean, he kind of seems like he's crashing out, but maybe he has a good reason to. I don't think crashing out is inherently like a negative thing.
children?
If he legitimately believes what he's talking about here, then that would probably be a reason for somebody to be crashing out, yeah?
And that's the conversation that's being had right now. So I'm sorry to all the liberals in my chat who want this all to remain behind doors. But the second that you make this public, the second that you make this normal, the second that you talk about this in public, I'm going to criticize the fuck out of you because fuck you.
Okay. Well, keep fighting on that front, I guess. Was his convo with Doobie worth watching? What was that? What is this?
Rather shocking thing to admit, but religious texts are a snooze fest. I have none of the selfless love of my mother. I might help the guy who's dropped his groceries, but I might not. I find human rights declarations satirical at best. I am, to be blunt, only loyal to myself. Today I won't kill someone, but who knows what may happen tomorrow. I don't feel any more bound by ideological rules than a bird or an antelope. Does a scorpion feel guilt or shame?
I agree with everything she just said. Totally agree.
A whale aware of good and evil? Now, I wasn't born in the West, but I lived there for many years. And it's so jarring always, hearing the same people who colonize the majority of the world and still casually bomb civilians lecture me on how freedom and
true, very true, Queen.
Governance works. The same people who describe resistance as violence, but not homelessness or apartheid. So spare me the moral universalism, as if it is inherent, as if it doesn't just take me disagreeing to nullify the point. You can choose respect, cooperation, and solidarity for purely selfish, rational reasons. It is in my interest to protect my home and my species from harm. It is in my interest to be honest. It is in my interest to live in a more equitable world. I am told constantly to condemn the dictatorships I live in or express some kind of symbolic outrage over this and that, and to accept
somewhere in
ideologies that have never served me. And somehow, still, your morality kills more people than my selfishness ever will.
So true. So true. Why was I sent this? I'd love to hear more about this, though. If you're watching, individual whose name I must have missed it, at Aiden_UG on X, my DMs are open, and I'd love to hear more about your description of morality. Let's talk. Was the Connor and Doobie convo worth watching? I already asked that, but we'll take a quick look at it. Why the fuck not?
All right. Have to make a new one. I don't care if you have a bunch, like you have 500 other alts that you just use for fun. I want the ones that were a problem.
I think,
and specifically the ones that are related to your politics. Sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Just because, so when you're saying alts, I think you mean like Discord accounts, like other Doobie accounts, basically.
Only Discord. I'm only talking about your Discord server right now.
Listen, I was not critical enough in my conversation with Doobie. I own that. But that was because of the conditions that led to that conversation. I didn't know this guy. His name got evoked in a way that looked incredibly malicious and bad faith. And it seems like it was, right on a stream with me. I believed he had a right to defend himself. I believed he was being smeared and lied about, which it also seemed like he was, right? But there was legitimate wrongdoing, and I was not the person. I was only invested and involved here because I was debating Destiny, and Destiny starts bringing this fucking guy up who I didn't know. Right after that stream, that debate was over, I aired out his, because I thought he had a right to defend himself on that one, right? But there is room for a critical dialogue to be had with good faith criticisms coming in against him, because there seems like there's plenty to criticize here. It looks like a shit show, right? The problem is it's very hard to have room for those good faith criticisms when the overarching agenda and the reason we've all gathered together to talk about this are people who are tenuously taking all this evidence to create an unsubstantiated, most bad faith conclusion possible that Doobie's a pedophile, that they just keep repeating over and over and over again.
Yeah, I know, but other Doobie accounts on Discord, basically, is what you're saying. Like the account before this one was disabled by Discord, for example. You're talking about like that account, and the account before that was disabled.
And so include that, but walk me from the earliest one through that you're comfortable giving me. You don't have to give me a secret one.
No, it's totally fine. So I think the oldest one that was disabled was because of the politically provoked Discord server. I think Connor probably remembers this lady, Britt, politically provoked. So she was trying to build up a Discord server. She knew me from my channels and shit, and we had yeah. Actually, when the social shit happened with Destiny, I thought that was what you were talking about. So that was like very discombobulated. But yeah, so she asked me to help her set up.
This looks like total non-tant. Total shitter. Fucking non-tant. Or maybe I just have ADHD. Okay. Well, anyways, we're going to go visit what I actually had planned for this part. We're going to go visit an old friend of ours. A man by the name of ChibiReviews. Rob's Media dropped a video on Chibi. You know he's one of my favorites of the. I don't typically like covering the mainstream lolcows, but Chibi's an exception. I think this guy is fucking pathetic. So we're gonna take a look at this video. It's 51 minutes, and yeah. What is this fucking thumbnail? Dude, what is this chud thumbnail? YouTube is targeting my stream. It's like, these are your thumbnails, bro.
I'm making this video as more of a statement to myself.
And she's like, you will die alone, because you can't even see what is in front of you. All you have left is your hollow adoration for your fans, because you just throw this one real thing away, just so you can look and comment on nude anime girls. You have called me almost everything under the bus, compared me to Hitler, compared me to Stalin, you've called me a Jew, you've called me a...
They threw out horrible insults against me, insults that nobody should ever have to hear. They accused me of being Hitler, they accused me of being a rapist, they said I was Jewish. Why are you listing that?
Nazi, you have called me...
One of these things is not like the others.
Pedo, you have called me a cuck, you've done everything you can to put any form of buzzword on me. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna give you what you want.
You guys remember Keffels, the trans activist who waged a holy war against the website Kiwi Farms as an excuse to scam her fans out of $100,000? Well, despite her career being dead, her spirit lives on through the actions of ChibiReviews. Chibi, aka Jacob Siebers, is an anime review YouTuber who constantly seeks out controversy, usually to his own detriment. But to him, it doesn't matter if he's in the right or not. All that matters is if he can garner sympathy. He likes the attention, but his actions have resulted in negative ramifications for anyone in his crosshairs. As anything goes with Chibi, he'll slander you, reveal personal information, and send his hordes
attack and play victim
of fans to spam and mass flag his
Is that Food Shop's editor?
opponent's posts. In fact, I'm sure this video will be swarmed by his wretched fan base, but that's not going to deter me. This story is way too fascinating for me to give up on, as it involves a sketchy lawsuit,
of course he grew that mustache, bro.
Abuse allegations,
The thing about ChibiReviews is, like, it is like the ultimate. I don't know what he would have. This dude definitely has something. There's like some personality disorder going on there or some shit. I don't know. but it's like he has this pathological need for victimhood status, like, and then he'll do things, set in course a motion of actions that ensure that he could further victimize himself. Like, sure, people shouldn't do certain things towards him, but it's the internet. You know the reality of it. You know how people behave online, and you know that you can enable, you know, malicious people to go do certain things. And he knows this because he's had experience on this front, yet every single time he responds to drama the way that they tell you you're not supposed to respond, in the sense of don't feed the trolls because that incites them more. He knows that, but does it every time. And the reason he does that is because he needs them to keep coming at him so he can proclaim victimhood status. It is like, it's like almost like a fucking, it's like almost like a version of like Munchausen's, where like people make themselves sick constantly for like, or feign illness and will do things physically to themselves to make themselves sick, to keep up this lie and to garner the sympathy and attention that a sick person gets. He purposefully sets into motion hordes attacking him by coming out in the most, you know, flagrant, provocative manners possible with like super controversial opinions that nobody asked him to take on and be the defender of, like Lolly, for example, where he'll spend the whole video knowingly addressing and attacking a straw man, which is just going to piss people off more because you're talking about this controversial subject, defending the more controversial position and doing so dishonestly, causing people to come hate on him, and then he plays victim.
Soldiery, and a chair being made out of his brother's bones. This is the story of ChibiReviews, the internet's current biggest crybaby. Chibi began his channel all the way back in 2013 at the age of 18, calling himself that due to his short stature. He's confirmed before that he's 5'3".
He's 5'3"? Oh, I didn't know this guy was 5'3". Holy shit, bro. 5'3" is crazy. 5'3" is like, look into limb lengthenings. I'm sorry if anyone in here is like 5'3". I didn't know this dude was 5'3".
I mean that he hasn't grown an inch since the age of 12. Either he drew the short straw, or he never went through puberty. Judging by his voice and demeanor, my headcanon is the latter.
Oh, I'm not lying.
What is this? What is this hair?
I'm not lying, Chibi. That title just does not see. Oh my fucking god.
Chibi would gain some notoriety for his reviews of animes and mangas, retaining decent viewership over time. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about this stuff. I didn't grow up watching any of this weird anime shit. I instead watched age-appropriate stuff like Regular Show and Total Drama.
It's beef testicle.
Yeah, I was watching Criminal Minds and Law and Order. Get on my level, little bro.
Bourguignon.
I hated Total Drama Island. I fucking hated it. Dude, when I was like a little kid, me and my brother, we had our like own like little room in the house with like with our like TV. Where basically my mom did it, so like if we like hit the wall or whatever, it was like the room we could basically mess up. And we watched TV on there. We watched Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and I remember the shows that I would like were Courage, SpongeBob, and we watched iCarly. But anytime this shit came on, it was like instant vibe killer. You know what the other fucked one was? You know what the other fucked one was? When it goes to Nick at night and the George Lopez show comes on, you know, like shit's over then, dude. You hear like the little intro. It's like we're dead. You know what I'm talking about? This like when I heard this shit, I knew the night was over, man. I knew the fucking night like was over, man.
Testicles?
If you've seen my OTK documentary, you might remember when I thought Kyuko was referencing NTR, the anime, not the type of hentai. And if you don't know what NTR means, we'll get to that later. Because of the type of content he made, Chibi was able to garner an incredibly loyal fan base.
It's confirmed. I do not hate Latinos. Latinos es mejor. I did not say that right. Me and the Latino community were like this, except for the Argentinians.
Quickly took advantage of. On numerous occasions, he would make videos purely to garner sympathy, including a now deleted video from 2017 where he begs for money. Now I will give him a bit of slack here, because this was during the adpocalypse and a lot of YouTubers were being unjustly demonetized. But at the same time, this guy could easily get a normal job if things were getting this bad, as he thinks he might actually starve to death and go homeless.
Here's the thing, the only reason why I'm able to focus so much on YouTube is because it is actually my main source of income. And now that basically this has happened and YouTube has had a very rough patch and it's affected us all.
Oh, well, I mean, I rent myself out as a heroin suitcase to the cartel when I'm not doing this. But there's also some money involved in this too. For example, you can support us by tipping through Streamlabs, Super Chats, all that good stuff. Presently, we're at... You're on thin ice with the Latino community. Okay?
I no longer have the money to basically even afford to eat or even pay the bills because of what has happened to YouTube. And so basically, if something is not done, I will be homeless. I'm basically jobless at this moment because I'm not really even making anything anymore. And on top of that, I won't even have the ability to eat anything. And that's just not counting other little knickknacks and stuff. So basically at this time...
Okay, he's already playing it up.
The only option...
He wanted the ability to eat anything. I'm sorry, when you have this much shit, like, in your background, you can absolutely... You're not going to be so poor that you won't be able to eat anything. You have tons of shit you could sell for, like, even, like, shit, like, junk food.
Or that's really available. Like, the smart option would be to seek other alternates. For instance, go out of your way and try to figure out another way to make money.
So basically, you need to put the fries in the bag, little bro. Chibi just uses this as an excuse to shill his Patreon, practically begging on his hands and knees for his fans to donate to him.
You guys literally have my fate in the palm of your hands. Depending on how this video goes, depending on how the reaction to me advertising my Patreon account goes and all of that.
He's so fucking dramatic. He's always like so... It's like an addiction. It is an addiction to being the victim.
Will probably determine what happens. And
he's like such an interesting like case study with how he operates. Because it really is. I think the Munchausen's comparison is really, like... Because, like, when I first started covering him, I'd see him complain about what he was getting, and then I'd look at his behavior, and I'd always be like, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. If he's admitting that, like, these people are getting pissed at him and, like, acting unhinged towards him as a result, why would he be saying this? Why would he be tweeting that? Why would he be replying to this person and giving them this piece of personal info? It never made sense through that angle. But when you think of it through the angle, he's doing it to enable them to go do bad things to him, so he can then have the excuse to play his ideal role of victim. It all starts to make sense.
I won't blame any of you if you're upset with me for even saying stuff like this in this video. I won't blame you. I won't, because I know it's... I feel guilty for even saying stuff like about my Patreon, but it needs to be said. It needed to be said, and like I said, it's make it or break it right now, and that's basically where it's at.
But I can't...
Like, you know it's cap when he needs to... He's going for the most... He's saying he won't be able to eat. That's obviously bullshit. He owns a house. He has tons of shit in that house. If he needed to eat, he's obviously going to be able to fucking eat. Okay? He's bringing that up to further, like, guilt trip people into giving him money. And, like, the biggest idiots fall for it. I can't tell if he's doing society a net service by scamming money out of all these sad, worthless pedophiles that inhabit his community. I can't tell if, like, that's a good thing that he's taking their money. Because then it gives them... they don't get to use it for whatever the fuck they were going to use it for.
I can't help but laugh at this when Chibi is begging for cash with his giant collection of anime Gooner toys in the background.
Yeah.
Imagine if I made a video like this with my 6 figures worth of Lego sets in the background. You might as well see if you can fit your car
with your like obviously like $1,000+ camera. It's like, yeah.
Background like that T. Martin apology video from back in the day. Adding insult to injury, Chibi would later do a video showcasing his thousands of manga novels, anime figurines, and unnerving posts.
If I could stop being able to make any money tomorrow, let's say I couldn't make any money, had no access to money tomorrow, and I wouldn't be able to acquire a job for like 3 months, let's say, I'd definitely be able to find a way to fucking eat. I'd definitely be able to find a way to eat. Because, like, look, I'm sitting here, this camera, I bought this back in 2017. It was like, what, I think it was 1K, I think, when I bought her some shit. This mic, like $400. You got the PC, which is like a couple thousand. Then I got everything else that I own. And it's like, he has all of this shit. He has a mic, he has a camera, he's got a fucking PC, he's got a whole fucking collection, etc. Like, his reasonable fears of not being able to eat are non-existent.
Imagine bringing a girl over and she sees this shit. Like, what is she thinking at that very moment? Probably doesn't help that his home at the time looks like the Blair Witch House. While Chibi did gain a lot of support, he did notice the occasional hater dunking on him for being a broke loser. But the problem Chibi had is that he couldn't simply ignore his critics, letting them get to his head. He'd slowly start facing more backlash online, specifically due to some of the cringe shit he posted to Twitter. One time, he posted a joke that didn't land well, and some people jokingly told him to off himself. Instead of ignoring this, he tweeted, "Not gonna lie, it's not a good feeling."
And he's gone through it's like, even if he was stupid enough to think that this reply is going to stop the supposedly negative consequence of people saying shit like this, he wouldn't be thinking that anymore, would he? He would have been conditioned to understand, you're getting hate. You point it out in this manner, you get more of it. So if that's constantly reinforced through his cycle, and hate is truly something he does not want, and he doesn't like being the victim, why does he keep going through the cycle when it's already been reinforced in him? That like when you touch a hot stove, for the first time, you know stove's hot, you don't have to touch it again. He's touched that stove, he knows it's hot, and he keeps reaching for it. You can't claim that you don't get something out of what you're doing at that point. You know the harm, you know that it's not productive, and you know that it causes more of the negative consequence that you're supposedly avoiding, and you keep doing it anyways. So you probably like it. You probably enjoy a bunch of people shitting on you and sending you internet tough guy threats so you could sit there and play fucking victim and get the attention you probably never received in your real life. That's a clip, by the way.
Being told to kill myself by multiple people today. His fans were telling him to not take it personally, but he clearly did. A similar incident happened 2 years later, and instead of ignoring this, he decided to make 2 whole videos about it, farming it for content.
There is just so much hypocrisy on display with these people. It is just ridiculous. Like, I knew Twitter was insane. Like, I've experienced my fair share of death threats over the
Streamer at Exiled Aiden calls out the ChibiReviews cycle, some shit bullshit like that. Tweet it out, I'll retweet it, like it, follow you.
years. But to actually see racism and how people try to justify it and say that it is legitimately not racist is just crazy. Like,
the racism in question is him being called a cracker. He got called a cracker because he gave an unpopular take regarding the Chainsaw Man manga. But the reason he keeps engaging with these guys is because he gets off to the idea of rage baiting people. But the problem—
Why would we clip you, man? Because you're a part of the community? You want to see me grow? I don't fucking— you know what? My bad.
Is that the more you escalate, the more everyone else is going to escalate. Chibi's main form of rage bait is to show his support for lolicon, which, if you don't know, is drawn sexual depictions of children. Now usually, when someone supports—
I can't tell if he's actually a lolicon himself, or he does it because it's getting him his desired outcome of people coming at him and him getting to play victim.
lolly, they'll do it under the guise of being a debate bro, arguing in favor of various depraved things in order to flex their debate skills. You saw a lot of this during the pandemic, when all these political streamers were trying to boast about how smart and witty they are, but
I remember my first proper debate. It was an incest debate, and I was arguing that incest was wrong. Now, I was not very well versed in the field of debate bros, and following arguments and lines of logic and premises and fallacies, etc. And I got blown the fuck out, like actually destroyed. There's literally, I think Diorio has a VOD up of my, like, this is like my first like real debate. Diorio has a VOD up still. It's called like Aiden Projects Destroyed by Incest. You need to be nicer to Clippers. I am nice to Clippers. I appreciate my Clippers. Okay, I'll follow you. I'll like your stuff. Whatever else you need to get you to clip, we can negotiate here. We need Clippers though. They are the backbone of this community.
Instead, this made them come across as complete degenerates, and coincidentally, a lot of them were later exposed for being full-blown pedophiles, like a good 90% of them. But maybe that's just me being bad faith. But Chibi instead defends Lolly due to his belief in free speech absolutism. His perspective is that people should have the right to express anything they want, without restrictions from the government or any social media platforms. But usually when a person defends this sort of thing, they mostly end up defending sexual depictions of children, instead of more important topics like
Yeah, when you get so caught up in like the whole like debate, bro, like you just don't realize you're losing by participating because you're not achieving anything and look fucking horrible by even debating this subject, even if you're correct. The thing about Chibi though is he's not a debate bro. So he can't debate well, and even when he is defending Lolicon, he's doing so, he has to use like the most overt fallacies possible. He attacks straw men. For example, when he's responding to Schlepp, he'll say, fiction isn't reality, which is like a default line they have memorized, the Lolicon defenders, because they expect everybody who's arguing against it to be saying fiction is the same thing as real life. So they constantly, he has his like queued up responses ready, even though Schlepp wasn't saying that, to be like, fiction isn't reality, when Schlepp never said that it was. So your like default defense that all the Lolicons use doesn't work in this scenario. Attacking a total straw man, by the way, and then he invents this like scenario that it's wrong to call lolicon pedophilia because somebody might hear about a lolicon and call the police, and the police will show up and somebody could be dying and they're not going to send their resource. Some shit like that. Pedophilia is not a legal term. It is a psychological one. So it doesn't denote necessarily a crime. The attraction is not a crime. It would be the acts that typically come with said attraction. And in the case of lolicons, yeah, for the most part, they're not doing anything with real kids. But pedophilia doesn't actually necessitate or require you to actually go hurt a kid to be one, right? So long as it is the prepubescent characteristics that you draw arousal from, in this case, through engaging in like fantasies of in the form of artwork.
Censorship from big tech, or the suppression of anti-Israeli sentiment coming from the US government. As you'll see throughout the course of this video, Chibi doesn't actually care about free speech, and is instead more interested in protecting Lolly, due to the excessive amount of it he consumes on a daily basis. Chibi will say over and over again how lolicons aren't pedophiles, when the word itself literally just means anyone sexually attracted to young girls. Its name comes from the book Lolita, which is about a grown man who—
Well, that's not what the word means, to be fair. That is not what the word— it refers or denotes the fans of and a specific genre of Japanese artwork depicting typically sexualized depictions of characters displaying overt prepubescent characteristics, females.
who lusts after a 12-year-old girl, but to Chibi, it's just fictional content, using that as the basis for as many retarded defenses. There usually are kids involved in the process of making lolly, as these artists will typically use actual images of children as inspiration.
By the way, if you guys want to help us make Alabama minimum wage on this stream, great way to support us. If you can't clip, which is fine, another great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat. Another great way to help us out is to like the stream if you've not done so already. It's free, it's easy, simple click of a button, and the only reason you wouldn't have done it yet is because you hate me and want to spite me personally and destroy me and ruin my life.
Sometimes using AI, and others will flat out just trace over them. An infamous example some will remember is Sophie Labelle, who traced over an image of a baby going into a pool for their furry diaper fetish art. There's also Shadman, who drew lolly art of actual children like Daphne Keane and Keemstar's daughter. I've also seen lolly defenders bring up hypocrisy arguments, claiming that it should be normalized since horror movies exist, and people enjoy watching the gruesome stuff that happens there. The obvious difference is that lolicons don't simply just enjoy lolly content, they jerk off to it. I'd think someone is just as depraved if they got sexual arousal from watching people get their heads chopped off on Friday the 13th. The only other trick these lolicons have up their sleeve is to claim they're not jerking off to drawing—
If you're sexually aroused by people getting killed in horror movies, it would be correct to use the descriptor of a sadist. You're probably a sexual sadist, right? That would be your paraphilia. You enjoy watching other people get harmed. That causes sexual arousal. So if you're achieving arousal from depictions of prepubescent characters, right, and the notion of, even though it's not real and it is fictional media, that is the thing that is causing you to become aroused and the main form of media you're interacting with, then it would be fair to refer to you as a pedophile.
Of children, they're actually a 4,000-year-old vampire or a short-stacked goblin. But at that point, it's just cope. You're a pedophile.
Yeah, canonical age doesn't matter. The canonical age, and it goes both ways. We can't have it both ways. Like, if there's an adult-looking character, like, people have done this before, there's an adult-looking character, like, what's the one people bring up? Hatsune Miku or whatever. I only know about that because of Smosh. But apparently, like, she's canonically 16 or something, but the canonical age doesn't matter. What's going to matter is the appearance. Because we obviously know 1,000-year-old dragon is not an excuse, is on a cope. Right? It doesn't change that this looks like a child. So the determining factor is the appearance. And the only people that need to use canonical age are like that when they're doing that fucking 1,000-year-old dragon show.
You should just own it. Though I'm sure I'll get a bunch of cretins leaving Dark Viper-style essays in the comments section about how I'm wrong, instead of owning up to the fact that they find little girls attractive. Chibi loves
Please donate to me, chat. I'm broke and can't afford Subway tonight. I don't eat Subway. I've never eaten at Subway. It looks disgusting.
Posting degenerate lolly shits at Twitter, and even encouraged his fans to draw him as a little girl, which I'm sure he gets off to. This then escalated into someone making not safe for work art with this character, reposting it for his thousands of followers to see. Chibi also happens to have a bunch of lolly posters around his.
Can you provide one example where lolly can be viewed as anything else but pedo shit? No, because that sort of denotes, it's like, can you give any example where unjustifiably stabbing someone to death isn't murder? Right? It's like, that sort of, it's begging the question.
House, with the standout being these two, which depict the character Hollow from the anime Spice and Wolf, with her bare ass out. This fan wiki points out that while she is immortal, she has the appearance of a 15-year-old, but he'll defend this crap till his dying breath.
That one doesn't matter. I gotta be honest with you.
Even making multiple.
Like, if you were to take an image like this, I guess and put that next to an adult woman in Japanese anime, I would not be able to tell you the age of each one, right? It's about the overt characteristics displayed. You look at this is not overtly. It looks young, but as young as, like, women look in anime, right? But this isn't, like, overtly a child. Lolicon is, right?
With her 15-year-old. But he'll defend this crap till his dying breath. Even making multiple videos speaking out against the censorship of lolly. Recently, he went after the website MangaDex for banning content that depicts sexual activities between minors, citing this as a blight on free speech. He thinks the website is being pressured.
Cute and funny is following
by the UK government to do this, making a bunch of insane hypocrisy arguments.
Regardless, MangaDex, the reason why they're probably doing this and they're removing a bunch of different things is probably 3 different reasons. You have an admin that obviously is trying to virtue signal, and they can't separate fictional content from reality.
We need like a bingo. So when you were arguing, I broke this down before, nobody clipped it at the time. When you were arguing with lolicons, they have a couple like preloaded default responses, okay? The big one is fiction is not reality, fiction is not reality, fiction is not reality. The reason that that's not a good cope is because typically that's in response to the claim that lolicons are pedophiles. Lolicons knowingly obfuscate and conflate pedophilia with things like child molestation. Child molestation is the result of pedophilia, but not inherent to it, right? Pedophilia can denote the mere attraction. So if people are aroused by the engagement with artistic depictions of prepubescent characteristics and fantasize about that in a sexual manner, they could be colloquially described as pedophiles, regardless of whether or not they're doing shit with real kids. So they'll just constantly say that over and over again, expecting you to not like know the difference. The second one they do is they have these pre-prepared like video slideshows of somebody that doesn't like lolly that turned out to be a pedo to say, oh, you're against lolly? This is performative. You must be a pedophile. It's essentially projecting onto you for holding the most people who become aware of this subject would be inherently disgusted by it and against it, right? This is a widely held position for those aware of it. And as a result of that, you have a huge sample size of people you could pick from who are probably shitty people, right? But that's cherry picking. That's not actually an argument. They'll use that one too.
I think a drawing is a real person, which I think is wrong, because I feel like that really lowers the gravity of actual victims. Like, I'm just gonna say it.
And when options 1 and 2 fail, option 3 will be to bombard you with 500 accounts, calling you a pedophile and doxing your family.
Address the elephant in the room. The Epstein files.
Hey guys, Jeffrey Epstein exists. That means you can't criticize lolicons and ban the content they consume.
It's just that if you want to like learn about logical fallacies, just look at lolicon defense arguments. Whataboutisms, cherry picking, composition fallacies.
Two things can be bad at the same time. All he's doing here is deflecting. Last month, he would also defend this person going by Mimi Yangaji, who initially was said to be arrested by UK police for their inappropriate VTuber model.
Her model is obviously the lolly body type. I'm just gonna be honest here. And
you ever seen that show from like TLC or something like that? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Horrible, like,
I know there's a
horrible
lot
show idea.
of people out there that find this very icky, disgusting, should exist. Fine. You can have whatever opinion you want, but I want to say this once again. First off, as I already said, breaking her bail conditions, any type of NSFW that's not safe for work would get her arrested. That means not even the lolly body type, just any body type would get her arrested. Secondly, I would also like to point out that this is just a fictional design. This is not a real person. This is a drawing.
Nobody is saying that these are real people. Nobody... They just will always say this. We can see that this is fictional. We know this is fictional. What does that change? Absolutely nothing. The only thing that changes is it refutes the argument that nobody made that this is a real kid. That's all that changes, right? So now, to be fair, there is it is worth distinguishing, because obviously there is a difference between a non-offending pedophile versus somebody that's actually harmed a child, right? So it's not the same thing. It is worth distinguishing, but the fact ultimately remains that in both instances, you're dealing with a pedophile.
Models, so to speak. And what this means is that any type of VTuber or artist that has any remotely suggestive content most likely will end up in the exact same position.
But it turns out, Chibi was reporting on misinformation, and this VTuber was actually just some dude who is an open pedophile. I can't exactly describe what they really drew without this video getting demonetized or age restricted, but it was bad enough for Chibi himself to disavow it once he found out. He thinks it's okay for lolly art to depict 6-year-olds, but not babies. I guess he's not a free speech absolutist after all. Though he later did a 180 after getting backlash from his pedophile fans, mainly due to how poorly worded his Twitter response was. He also previously claimed that this Mimi person had drawn Shadman art involving
Chibi's that is not true, Jimmy. That is not fucking true. We do not allow lolicons in IC. There's only one open lolicon in this community that I know of, and it's, what's his face? Spinal BJ. Spinal BJ. Wonder where that guy's been.
Depictions of real children, blaming this misinfo on Kiwi Farms, even though he had simply misread what they said, because he's a fucking idiot. Chibi has also been opposed to the Texas Senate Bill 20, aka the Stopping AI-Generated Child Pornography Act. Now, Chibi has been very manipulative during his coverage of this, claiming the bill—
Of course, this is the act that he'll oppose, and he'll be like, why am I getting it? They're shitting on me for no reason!
Will be used to justify the censorship of anime and manga. His argument is that it's too vague and can lead down a slippery—
I used to always say, he's stupid, he's stupid, he's stupid, he doesn't want the hate, yet, but like, once again, we reframe that. It's not that he's stupid, he probably is stupid, but this is not an outcome of that. He knows exactly what he's doing and what he's getting into, and that's exactly what he wants.
Slope.
Obviously, if this bill theoretically was to come to pass and fully was able to pass, this would have an effect on My Dress Up Darling as a good example. For instance, just because Marin, is the way she looks, she obviously looks like an adult, but because the Wikipedia page says she's basically 16, it means that this bill theoretically could attack series like that, banning a lot of anime and manga that's like that, which would be— wow, it would be a crazy day if that actually happened.
But if you actually read the bill, it's pretty straightforward. It wants to ban AI or deep-faked sexual content involving children, along with any other depictions through animation. All Chibi is trying to do is fearmonger, even though his favorite anime slop will remain unaffected unless it depicts minors being statutory raped.
Apparently, according to this, if the bill does pass the government table, the governor's table, it will officially become a law on September 1st, 2025, pretty much banning all anime in the States.
Based? Wait, all anime? Hello? Base department? I'd argue that manga, anime, and as a result, everything that's come with it, is revenge for Hiroshima. Okay? This has been a long-held theory of mine. I think that this was the secret super weapon that the Japanese were holding back on. And they released this in response to having the sun dropped on them twice. This is their sun that they've been dropping on us and creating men like ChibiReviews. It's the ultimate form of revenge.
Which means that this can have an overarching effect, and this bill might be introduced into other states around the country, and might cause other...
Last time I watched an anime was Death Note, like 1,000 years ago.
...countries to follow suit with this bill.
Chibi also thinks the bill is unconstitutional, claiming it violates the First Amendment. All this signifies that he doesn't know what the Miller test is, or the fact that limits to freedom of speech exist in America for good reasons. But Chibi was so confident in his take that he assumed the bill would never pass.
So this overall bill that these senators are trying to pass in Texas is not going to go far. And a lot of the doom posting that a lot of people have been trying to say, it's not going to happen. It's not. No judge, no Supreme Court or anything is what...
Of course you would have watched Death Note. Isn't that one of the most popular animes?
100% going to approve this and allow this to fully become a law.
And then the bill did pass several months later, due to a unanimous vote across both...
This is a fun fact, okay? Another autistic tangent. Did you know that the Japanese in the Second World War had a plan to take torpedoes? I'm not even kidding. Operation Cherry Blossoms at Night. To take torpedoes filled with bubonic plague-infested fleas and launch them at the California coast. It was a real plan. Not only did they, it wasn't just something in writing, not only did they actually develop get the bubonic plague-infested fleas, they actually developed bombs to drop the fleas, which they dropped on Chinese civilians.
Political parties.
True story.
Which Chibi was not very happy about. He doesn't want the US government to stop him from enjoying his favorite child rape scenes, which he will repost to Twitter so his fans can goon alongside him. One of these posts happened to cause controversy, as in October 2024, he...
Do you think you're more like Light or L? I don't know. What do you think?
He reposted a clip from the anime Dan. It depicts a group of aliens attempting to rape a teenage girl, with Chibi adding on the caption, the animators didn't need to go so hard for the scene. Now, obviously, people had a problem with this, and they began leaving negative comments, completely shitting on him for this take. But Chibi saw this as straight up harassment, even asserting that these haters went out of their way to dox him. This was a blatant lie, as the dox in question came from Chibi's own video descriptions, which he changed due to this controversy. For some
I'm sorry, Rob's Media hasn't gotten the updated definition of doxing. It doesn't matter if the person themselves posts the information on their accounts and links it to their online profile. It doesn't matter. It's still dox.
Reason, he decided to list his P.O. box as his actual home address, and people had simply just pointed this out. If he actually got doxed, the best course of action was for him to ignore it, but he kept giving it attention. He then made a video titled,
"Do you know what time Dickers is Good joke.
I got doxed by the Boruto community, and now I'm officially suing the individuals responsible," where he announces a potential lawsuit against his detractors. Yes, this is fucking real. He wants to sue some of these people for defamation over mean tweets. I thought that lawsuit Ethan Klein was threatening items with was pathetic, but this gets to a whole new level.
This video is being used as a paper trail for I can show to my lawyer, also the court system, because I am going to be
imagine this being introduced as as evidence in
filing
court.
A lawsuit against the individuals that are responsible for doxing my private information. Now, as you can see on screen, I already have a few people that is not necessarily going to be potentially.
And what he means by lawsuit is you're going to give him the money to pay for his legal fees. He's never going to file it, and you're never going to hear about your money again. It's actually it's a colloquial definition.
in this lawsuit, but I do want to showcase the actions of what I've been going through throughout this entire ordeal in the last 48 hours or so.
And then he proceeds to read off a bunch of these mean tweets.
Sounds like Denal got a boss call to try and clip chimp you to infinity. Well, they can try to clip chimp me. They can lie about me, smear me, use AI accounts to fire hose misinformation. But ultimately, they never call into debate, do they? Do they? It is their truth is one that is so strong and so truthful that it can't even be defended in live debate.
One that shows a meme thumbnail, which he genuinely believes is slanderous.
We have people making false thumbnail images of me, trying to slander me, saying I made content like this, and then trying to say, yeah, I made a video on this, when in reality, I did not.
And then, to end things off, he tries to be intimidating by showing off his gun.
So thankfully, I live in Tennessee. I don't live in California or anything. I'm able to legally own a gun.
You can you guys know you're allowed to legally own a gun in California, right?
I've owned this for a while, and I'm going to tell you right now, if anyone wants to pull any stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. That's all I'm going to say.
How much do you want to bet that it's a fake gun? And even if it was real...
Wait, who's winning, France or Iraq? I didn't even know Iraq qualified. Yeah, France is winning.
I guarantee you, he's never used it before. It might as well be made out of Nerf. What would even compel Chibi to seek out this lawsuit in the first place? Well, that would be Legal Mindset, one of YouTube's scummiest lawyers. I've talked about many of this guy's insane takes throughout multiple different videos.
How do you hate Legal Mindset, dude? How do you hate this? He's like so funny. I like look at him and it's hard to comprehend this is like a real person. It's like I'm supposed to have serious hatred for this guy. This is the guy this is the dude they want me to hate, man. Wait, I just downloaded his whole YouTube channel by accident. What the fuck? This is the guy. This is the guy they want me to be hating on. Okay, this is the guy they want. This is that guy? That guy. I'm supposed to hate on that guy. I could barely see him. I'm supposed to hate him and I could barely fucking see him. Look at that beautiful face. Look at that beautiful face.
He's basically Saul Goodman, if he shit in the mouth of Thai prostitutes instead of a sunroof. During this whole fiasco, he was aiding ChibiReviews with the lawsuit.
I was only able to do something like this thanks to Legal Mindset. He's the one that helped me out, by the way, to set this stuff up. You know, he's been very supportive. He gave me a lot of information. He was very transparent about what I needed to do, and I appreciate him. This is a really good man, and I thank you a lot. I send you a lot of love. I appreciate
With this guy as your attorney, with Legal Mindset as your attorney, you're getting the fucking chair.
You trying to help me out.
Legal Mindset is very sympathetic to Chibi's plight, as he's also into weird degenerate anime shits, and has his own list of scandals that he's had to sweep up. So he spends his coverage completely sweeping for Chibi, exaggerating the harassment towards him and downplaying his pedophilic tendencies.
Because he covers an anime that has a character that has a petite model.
They've ruined the word petite, by the way. They've ruined the word petite for me. It's when I was arguing, you know what really, like, for the first, like, when I first took on, like, arguing, this happened in 2024, I think, when I was arguing against the lolicons on Twitter. Like, all the Rev Says Desu fans were, like, in my replies. Oh my god, the amount of times I had to hear about petite women. Somebody was in my, they were bitching. They're like, people like you want to erase the body types of petite women like me, who naturally look this way, like referring to the lolicon. So I just took her profile picture and posted petite women who look like this or some shit. And I ratioed the fuck out of her because she's like the most like muscular, like fucking, she like, I mean, she looked like a man for a second.
He's a pedo?
And I felt my lolly of the season.
Aiden is petite. I'm 6 foot. That's not okay. Well, you hype mog me, so I guess you're allowed to say that.
Naru, so fucking cute, but so is Hina. Oh, and
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a defensible clip, especially in stark comparison to all these mean and evil things these trolls are saying to rile him up.
And so I'm gonna read this. It's a little small, but it says, "We smoking on your brother too. I'm Namek. Gonna use Dragon Balls to resurrect your half brother. That niggas need that shit." Oh shit! I said the word. Fuck.
What?
Now,
this guy's a lawyer, by the way. Like, he's like not some like shitter YouTuber. He's an actual lawyer, and he says the N-word in his videos.
well, obviously, some of the things these people are saying are kind of fucked up, but announcing this lawsuit only made things worse. And I think Chibi was fine with it all because it only fed his persecution complex. This is Mr. Free Speech we're talking about here. I have no sympathy for him in this situation, especially since many of the claims he made bear no proof. One of the most infamous was when he said his haters hacked into his DeviantArt account, spamming CP onto it. But in the screenshots he himself posted, it shows that there's 0 posts on the account at all. He did later show this random post as evidence.
Yeah, he does this other thing too, where he'll say, this thing is happening, here's the evidence, and the screenshot, it's not like it like is misinterpreted, it does not show anything he said. And you just like get really, he was like, what was the accusation? Kiwi Farms was like trying to pay people to assassinate me, and he shows a screenshot of a screenshot on Kiwi Farms of somebody from Soy Jack Party saying they would give someone money to leave Soy Jacks on his doorstep. So it not only did it not show somebody plotting, it wasn't even from Kiwi Farms. Like is the bit like the caption just is the total opposite of what's in the fucking screenshot? No, of course not. And the obvious conclusion would be that he's an overreacting moron. But no, he isn't. He isn't. Him claiming something is happening and then posting an image showing that's happening, you know what that does? That gets everyone to start replying like, fuck you, you stupid piece of shit. Like, your screenshot does it, brings him more hate, more fucking randos behind a screen making like absurd, like obviously like false, non-actionable threats, and then gives him an excuse to further play the victim and live out his like weird individualist form of Munchausen's where he gets to forever be the victim.
But it mentions nothing about CP, and was obviously made by a troll in order to rile him up. He did also mention filing a police report, citing such life-threatening posts as, "Bitch, I'm gonna fucking shove my aborted fetus up your ass if you keep this rage bait shit up, ho." Groundbreaking stuff. This sounds like a slam dunk case, even though Chibi is retarded and couldn't even pronounce the word plaintiff correctly.
I have been told that I could get hopefully I pronounce it right, a plaintiff lawyer. Forgive me if I say it wrong, but
a plaintiff. Okay, he might actually just be that dumb. I mean, some of it obviously is intentional to get to a vote. He's actually just like an idiot.
Apparently there is a lawyer I can get that, basically will only ask for funds.
Another Fox Poe from ChibiReviews on the plaintiff situation.
If I win, and I'm very certain I'm going to win. I have no doubt in my mind, like at all. Like I am 100% certain I'm going to win this case. There's just too much evidence I have right now.
He was so confident that he set up a GiveSend Go fundraiser.
He did win. He won as in everybody gives him the money, they don't get their money back, and he never has to go through with the lawsuit. So he comes out with a net profit. He wins. He did win.
February 2025. He intended to use it for his
He was confident he was going to win because he was never going to take it to court.
Defamation case. Though he doesn't cite anyone specifically. He just throws up a collage of people being mean to him on Twitter.
Let's give evidence to the defamation campaign. This right here is just a little bit of post of the day I got suspended last week for Twitter. Now, this is definitely related to the whole situation.
Got it. So, Hitler Dead, which is it. Everyone does this whenever somebody they don't like gets like suspended or off or the platform. This is like an everybody thing. And you're an exceptionally controversial person because you've assumed the role as the defender of drawn pedophilic artwork. So obviously everyone's going to hate you. What are some of these other disturbing images he's showing? The guy that got Chibi suspended was actually gloating. Dude created 40 alt accounts just to spam report him. He went private, so I don't have the screenshot at the moment, but it was some real terminally online shit. It is deserved, though. Lolicons are fat and greasy, just like ChibiReviews. So he's including people calling him fat and greasy.
With the defamation and doxing and all that.
By the way, if you guys want to help us make $10 this stream, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, you know, all that good stuff. If you can't, another great way to help us out is to like.
Because of just the legal damage and just the damage it's done to me as a person, my brand, my family, it's just done a lot. And even if all these individuals, you know, don't really know what they're doing, it showcases the overwhelming amount of people that genuinely believe that I'm basically the spawn of Hitler, or Hitler himself, or a pedophile.
Yeah, because because nobody uses like hyperbolic comparisons to Hitler. They actually are being as literal as possible, just because it's directed at you.
We got Gogeta saying, throw bricks at pedophiles.
Check inbox? What is this? Wait, what the fuck is this? I'm not holding back anymore and I don't have anything to hide. I'm capable of role-playing depraved scenarios that I experienced as a kid that nobody should have to ever experience. And when guys end up being really into it, it is disturbing to me. I have anxiety about the kind of people that I attract and about my own lack of boundaries and impulsivity. I'm a really open and honest person, and I go to therapy for my issues, and I am a good mom. This stuff isn't exactly rocket science to understand. People are fucked up. Just because you were fucked up doesn't mean you ever choose to hurt other people. I sent photos of me and my friends and my older daughter on a boat on a family trip in a non-sexual context, obviously, and I sent a photo of her with a Coke bottle that said Destiny on it with her tongue out. It was her idea. Yeah, but you know that this guy has been sexually role-playing, according to her. I'm not saying this definitively happened, but if we're to accept her version, everyone else's version of events here, this guy is sexually role-playing, like the notion of, or your role play together in bed involves the sexualization of your kids, right? So in what context would he care about what your kid looks like other than it's a natural continuation of the fantasies you've been engaged in the bedroom? We're not 1,000% sure that it's her. Okay, so this might not be her. Got it. He's 1,000% never seen her feet or my other kid's feet. I'm sorry, but photos on a boat that are posted... I believe this might be her. I think this is her. It, like, types in a similar manner. I'm sorry, but photos on a boat that are posted all over social media is not lewds. My other kid is super autistic about being photographed because of her age. Okay, I only really sent videos of her playing the piano and stuff. Why? We both made edgy, transgressive jokes based on discourse that was being said about him online when he was on the bus and not in the context of sexting or roleplay. The only time our actual kids were ever mentioned was when I was talking about my first sexual experiences with my brothers and stepbrother, and first time seeing porn on TV and seeing porn being made by my mom and stepdad and on a show on TV late at night called Undressed. I made a joke that went too far and said that if we were to stepdad and stepmom, we would have to keep an eye on them and keep them from sneaking around with each other, which is mostly harmless, but made me feel terrible that I would even bring them up and wasn't a way, made me feel like I was capable of sexualizing them in the same way that I was a kid. And that felt wrong and disgusting. Steven didn't really feel like we did anything wrong, but he didn't want to engage in anything anymore that would bring up my past trauma and make me upset. One of the reasons that I've liked engaging them so much sexually is because he isn't even as into that stuff and weird about it as a lot of other people are. I think this might be her. But if it is her, this contradicts the email that she sent to Mr. Girl, or was alleged to have sent to Mr. Girl, right? Because she's saying that this was coming up in the context of sexual roleplay, right?
Some soldiers reading a Hitler Dead newspaper, and someone who made a joke about his dead brother.
You literally see him say, owner of ChibiReviews, we smoking on...
Not the only tweet. Open the Imager album. Even says stuff about it as a lot of other people are. He's actually pretty normal, and that's really nice when you've been used to the worst kinds of people who fetishize you for the way that you look. I've never had any kind of paraphilic attraction or OCD or anything like that, but in the past few years, I felt so much shame about my repressed interest in role-playing because my ex called me a pedophile for being into it, that when I was able to engage with it, and felt that shame over bad thoughts that I had about it and anxiety that I had over my daughter being closer to nature girls Destiny talks to, yeah, I started to worry. Maybe I actually did have some kind of a disorder. I immediately went to a doctor over it, and I wrote Mr. Girl that unhinged email, which was really dramatic for shock value because it's Mr. Girl. Wait, why would it being Mr. Girl make you lie in the email? My doctors have no reason to believe that I have a paraphilic disorder or POCD or anything like that. That said, that it was a normal role play and a trauma response. The stuff in that email of 0 to do with Destiny is 100% anxiety from my own head about my own trauma and insecurities. Yeah, I'm insecure about the fact that my own trauma, that there's a universe where my kid turns 18 and decides to reach out to Destiny and go fuck him. It is a completely irrational fear based on nothing in reality that has happened. I have dating anxiety in general because men are generally fucking... Well, that's a very specific anxiety. Even when I'm in the worst mood imaginable, I feel hurt and lied to. I'm super open and honest, and I'm still capable of taking responsibility when I screw up without blaming everyone else. I made mistakes and shared too much with my ex that I shouldn't have because I thought I was doing the right thing, to be honest, and ahead of the narrative in case Lena had screenshots of things she claimed she saw. I wanted my ex to hear it from me and not have him read it in a President Sunday video. I now wish that I would have never told him anything because doing so betrayed Steven's privacy, which is something that I made a promise that I would never do. Poor Steven. I've used my body and sexuality to get attention when he put up boundaries and needed space. I catfished him after being blocked. I would never continuously stalk, harass him, and reach out to all his friends to harass him like those other girls did, while calling him the abuse. So an Anna reference. This entire thing could have easily turned into a giant shit-slinging competition where everyone loses. I really wish other people were as capable as being as honest as I feel I try to be and take accountability and responsibility for things they do that hurt people. But some people will just do the same things over and over and hurt people who don't really deserve to be hurt and don't even feel bad about it until they are forced to have to deal with the real consequences of their shitty behavior. And some people are too privileged to ever face any kind of real accountability, surrounded by enough money, recourses, and therefore yes men that will endlessly defend them until... Okay, so Steven, until they're no longer useful to them, and then who's left after that? The kind of people that are most needy and desperate of real love and devotion and intimacy are the ones who pushed away so intently, and they end up being the most difficult people to deal with in their end-of-life care. And in a way, okay, what? And in a way, burden to anyone who's to be responsible for that. Okay, they need to reopen the investigation into Granny's death. That might not have been natural causes. They'll either yell at the family member who cares for them until they can't anymore at home. Okay, she's just trauma dumping now. If they're lucky enough to have someone willing to see the need underneath the behavior and put up with it. Or they'll get yelled at and neglected by some young hoe at the... This is really fucking specific. By some young hoe at the assisted living home that probably won't even wipe their ass properly. The meanest and most violent dementia patients who will holler at you and try to hit you. What the fuck is... Huh? The meanest and most violent dementia patients who will holler at you and try to hit you are 1,000% always the ones who get really attached to another patient, and that's not true, and call them their wife/husband. I used to do volunteer work at a nursing facility. Or will be attached to and steal and fight over blankets from people, and usually really appreciate one-on-one attention and love and understanding more than the less difficult ones, even though every 3 days they're going to tell you to get away from them and mind your own goddamn business. Relativity, attachment theory is so romantic and tragic too. How many of these are there? It's like a fucking book. Some people are incredibly skilled at manipulation while maintaining plausible deniability. Wow. I wonder who that is. No matter what happens, they always need to be seen as the victim. Wow. I wonder, definitely not poor Steven. The reality is that in the most toxic relationships, individual conflicts are rarely as simple as one person being the perpetual victim and other being the perpetual abuser. Human relationships are complicated. People hurt each other in different ways, in different moments. And that context matters a lot. What separates healthy people from unhealthy ones is the ability to recognize patterns. If you keep having the same conflicts, the same falling outs, and the same relationship outcomes over and over again, at some point the honest response is to step back and ask whether you're the one contributing to the problem, or this is an... I will forever be the person with the worst possible controversy and accusations to completely refuse to blame the other party when I felt the most attacked and defensive and abandoned, and will 100% deal with the consequences of my own mistakes and things that I'm responsible for before reducing myself to shit slinging like most people when they feel out of control. I know it's kind of the bare minimum, but I still hope that counts for something one day. It is my goal to go from one of the most controversial, mentally ill people on Kiwi farms to being one of the most adored. Okay, she sounds manic. I love a good challenge. You know, the saddest thing a person can throw away is the opportunity to truly know another human being because they aren't convenient enough, easy enough, normal enough, or too much of a threat or liability, no matter how hard, and try to make meaningful changes and not just provide empty apologies and promises. Some people claim they value authenticity, depth, passion, intensity, loyalty, people who are different and captivating. Then they actually refuse to try to embody any of those traits in themselves. Not outside of false intimacy through sex, though, it is the highest form of worship. It isn't the fullness of intimacy itself, or through their tough soldier persona and everything they should communicate. They will never allow themselves to be truly seen, and when they even get close enough to it or encounter that feeling and everything that comes with it, they may as well be touching a hot stove. They're always retreat back to what is comfortable, predictable, and emotionally frictionless. Maybe that's why stable people get boring for some people so quickly. So true. Most people are just looking for comfort when the thing that is calling you out into the biggest and most dangerous adventure of your life is the thing that makes you super uncomfortable and pulls you away from your false narrative. The thing that you don't want, that you're terrified of, comfort is replaceable. It will never fill that void. Most people are just looking to comfort, that the thing that is calling you out. Oh God. You tell yourself the complicated person with a pull you can't ignore is too much, too intense, too difficult, too complicated, makes you too nervous. You cut them off over and over again. You indulge in meaningless connections and outsource your desire to gamified interfaces. One night stands, fleeing encounters, and then when that's not enough, you'll work more hours than normal and throw yourself into another video game to skip the new. Okay, this is just like. It must really suck to be the girlfriend of someone who doesn't want a girlfriend. And as a weak, mentally ill rape woman, I enjoy having that kind of power over someone. Every man in the history of the universe will 100,000% engage in the worst shit they can imagine if he thinks he can get away with it. I learned this too soon in life. I don't like being lied to. I'll forever be the person with the worst. Okay. She needs help. She obviously needs help. This person is incredibly mentally ill. If this is her, that goes to further that. Obviously, this, like, a lot of this lies in contradiction to what she said to Mr. Girl in that email. According to her, it was because she was exaggerating because it was Mr. Girl. That doesn't make any sense. That's a non sequitur. But it sounds like has a complete infatuation, obsession with Destiny and is heavily mentally ill. And of course, when he sees a dynamic like that, he would never, ever exploit it to goon. No. Never do something like that. Check inbox. Perry was caught.
So let me get this straight. Neil Perry, you built your whole channel. Like, your entire identity on stalking and mocking Aiden nonstop for years, right? But the moment Aiden actually calls you out and says, let's debate, you ran away like a little coward, okay? And now your views are in the gutter. People are unsubscribing left and right, and you're sitting at a pathetic 2,000 subscribers. What do you have to say for yourself, bro?
Look, man, you don't understand, okay? I didn't want a real debate. He wanted a platform to scream at
I gotta pee really quick. I'll leave you with this AI slop.
me.
One sec.
And I'm not about to give him that. You know, honestly, I had, like, real reasons for not showing up.
Give me two.
It's not running away. It's called having standards, bro.
Oh, shut the hell up, you absolute coward. Standard. You're a nobody with 2,000 subs, dude. TWOTHRUSAND. That's nothing. I've stepped on Roblox servers with more people in them than you got subscribers. You talk shit about Aiden for 3 years straight. Then you pussy out the second he wants to go face to face. You're a straight up clown.
This is genuinely the most pathetic thing I've ever seen on this platform. And I've covered some real losers. Perry, you literally built the channel around one guy. One guy. And when he finally acknowledges you, you hide under your bed. Your whole career was a house of cards, bro. And you folded the second someone breathed on.
Exactly right. I've been watching your numbers, dude. You've lost like 40% of your subscribers this month alone. People are fleeing your channel like it's a sinking ship. Okay? Meanwhile, Samantha, this girl I met on Discord. She has more followers than you and she just posts pictures of her guy. You're getting outclassed.
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, instead of doing anything productive, Kathy just sits and makes the most random fucking shit with AI. Like, he edits me onto noodle packages, I guess. Very interesting. Interesting stuff. This isn't AI? You're right. It's not AI. This isn't AI either. This wasn't AI either?
away from me, you hear me? Get out of my sight now!
I can't believe I did that. God. I look back at when Food Shop says I'm biased in Hellbent's favor, please show Food Shops this video of my violent attack. Thank you.
We smoking on Eddie. That's my brother's name. That's my brother.
Why the fuck would you read this out loud unless you have some sort of humiliation fetish?
It's almost like, yeah, that's exactly what he has. Albeit, it's not a fetish, it's like an addiction. Best example, the best way to fucking think of it is somebody with Munchausen's. He likes the role of being the victim.
Why even sue these people at all? These are randos on Twitter with barely any likes on their tweets. What money are you gonna get from them? Do you really think Namek on Twitter is gonna pay out that dough? And how would Chibi prove damages? He did show a sponsor not wanting to work with him because of the controversy, but it was more than likely because he posts softcore porn to Twitter. Even BetterHelp has standards. Chibi clearly didn't have anything figured out.
Green actually was a licensed therapist with BetterHelp. I don't know if people knew this. I think people snarked his qualifications way too soon. He has multiple hours giving advice in BetterHelp, with BetterHelp. He was actually my assigned therapist. That's why he quit.
He just decided to impulsively sue everyone. He didn't even console a lawyer yet. He was just told by Legal Mindset that this was a great idea. Probably because that guy is a soulless grifter who will suck up to anyone for clout. He even deleted this tweet where he promotes the Give Send Go. Chibi ended up spending thousands just on these consultations, and none of these lawyers he saw wanted to take the case. This just sounded like a scam, and those who thought this were vindicated.
I like the idea of my Discord server being like, it's like the Continental in John Wick, where people on all sides of the argument can come in and throw violent insults at each other. So I'm looking in general chat right now, and it's just been like DGG versus Doobie for like, I see this like every other day.
Once Chibi revealed what he actually did with the 17k he raised, he jerked off so much that his ball sack started crumbling apart, giving him a twisted testicular appendix. He spent the remainder of the money
what are you deeming Rob's media?
He raised on the surgery, deciding to record some of it for his humiliation fetish.
I told my fiance to record me leaving the hospital.
Fiance?
Like, they're gonna roll me out in the wheelchair. From my knowledge, from what they told
I told her, and then she went back to go finish her work in her room. She locked the door. And I heard her voice got really deep. She was saying something like, you know you want it, bitch. And like, my fiance, I thought she was sick or something.
Told me I'm most
and
likely
then there was we live in Texas, and there was a violent earthquake. We don't get those here. The whole house was shaking.
Hold on in the wheelchair because I'm going to be under anesthesia. I'm probably going to be like drooling on myself basically because of everything. I told my fiance to record like how I look and all that. So depending on how the footage looks and what my fiance records of me after post-operation, I will upload it probably on Saturday or Sunday, and you're probably wondering why. Well, I might as well make the most of it. I mean, I'm already basically spending an arm and a leg just to be able to get this surgery just for something so stupid.
Look,
you banned me from Icy on Kathy's request, you snake. I am not the one that banned you from Icy. Somebody else banned you. If a moderation decision happens in my server, I'm rarely the one making or doing it, unless it is the actual banning from the server. I have to sign off on that.
Look at this guy. He looks like Zeke from Total Drama, with a Freddy...
The things that I'm responsible for, or that you can guarantee I'm almost always involved with the exception of there was like one incident a few weeks ago, I personally approve everybody that gets into IC, and I personally approve everybody that gets banned from the server.
Mercury mustache. Why did his fiancée have to sit him in the back of the car like this? She might as well have given him a booster seat and a tablet he can cough on. I bet Legal Mindset got them tickets to Thailand so he can get back alley surgery and end up a hermaphrodite. It wouldn't be until September that Chibi admitted to using the money for surgery, even keeping the fundraiser up for many more months until quietly deleting it. So yeah, this was a scam. During all of this, one of Chibi's ex-partners came out with some allegations against him. In November 2024, Samantha May tweeted, 2 years ago today, I was in the worst relationship of my life. I was constantly taken advantage of, neglected, treated horribly. It's pretty vague, though she did mention in the replies that he was very toxic to her and unfaithful. I honestly wouldn't have even mentioned this in my video because there really isn't a lot to go off.
Also, I'm opening up inbox. This could be a funny segment. If it isn't apparent to you, I need a fucking haircut, but I don't know what to show the barber. So in inbox, opening up for segments, feel free to post some haircut suggestions we'll go through. photos of cuts that you think would suit me that I could show to a barber. We have a caller actually right now. Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, I wanted to ask you. So, like, can you unban me from Icy? I don't really know why I was banned from Icy.
I don't know either. I'd have to look into it, but if mods were persuaded, they probably had their reason.
I think it was Rita because I asked them to get like unbanned from it. Oh, Kathy's in waiting.
Can I? Kathy would probably know
I
more
asked
than
them
me.
to be unwritten. Yeah, Kathy, why should I be Why should I be banned from Icy? You have a lot of pull here, apparently.
Well, IC is a place for the Aiden community and people who are from DGG, people who are from the food shops community are not welcome in IC as far as I know. Do you agree, Aiden? Would you like have?
I've been an Aiden chatter
You're a
longer
food
than I've
shops
been
chatter. Like,
talking
why
with
would
food
we
shops.
have Bedos adjacent? We don't
Okay,
have
Aiden.
final DJ. Why would you have you?
Let me get a final ruling from you. If there are food shops chatters or food shops adjacent people, do you not want them in your community?
Probably not. No, just because it just creates like IC's more for like people that I know, or people that I know of, or can vet typically, where like
Right.
people can feel comfortable like fucking
I mean,
talking about
that's
drama,
fine.
making edgy
Do you know?
jokes.
Do you think you know me well enough? Like, do you think I'm like a leaker, whatever?
Fine
if you do.
I think 1 week you might not be a leaker, and you might have no intention to leak. But then I think the next week, you.
But like, what have I
completely
ever
change
leaked
as a person?
Like, that's the question. Is like, what have I
Yeah,
ever
all the
leaked?
things that you leaked to Lorna
Versus
about.
Kathy, who has probably leaked
Chatters?
his entire server to
Wait,
Destiny,
didn't
by
you
the
leak
way.
Snarky
Kathy is the
Chat
person that leaked
to
it. Kathy
Cringe
is the
Room?
leaker. Kathy is the leaker. Kathy is the leaker, by the way.
Are you good?
Well,
Didn't you
the
before
one that
the
leaked his
major
own
leak?
server.
You were leaking small
And you can't
stuff.
disprove
to
it.
other bots, weren't you? Right?
What?
Before the major leak, like when you were still in the server, you were leaking stuff.
No, I didn't.
Do you know
leak
how we
anything.
know?
I have no logs from the server. The only
Doc,
logs
do you
that
know
are
how
from
we
the
know?
server. I have one log from the server, Kathy, and it's you going after Guam, and I haven't said that to Guam because Guam is a fucking psycho. Okay.
What are you talking about? Are you okay? I'm saying when you were in Snarky server, when you were still there before you were banned, you were leaking
I didn't
to
log.
chatters
I didn't
in
log
Lorna Box
anything.
server.
I never leaked.
Do you know
anything.
how I know that?
wasn't- No, Kathy, I was banned from Lorna
Okay,
Box's
that's a
server.
rhetorical
Actually,
question, because I'm
I
gonna
was only
answer you.
recently
I'm gonna tell you
unbanned
how I
from
know
Lorna
that.
Box's server.
I
Actually.
know because we had a sting operation where one of us was pretending to be a friend of you, and you leaked stuff to him. So we know that you are leaking.
What do you mean? Like
Shut
who?
the fuck
Can you
up.
show proof? Wait, Kathy,
I'm
can you
not
show
gonna
proof?
fucking show
That's a
you
big claim.
proof of my sting operator. No. But
Okay,
you
can you show
leaked
proof of
stuff to
that?
him, and so we know for sure that you
Okay,
were a leaker at the time.
talking
That's
lot.
why
Can you
you're a
show proof
leaker,
of
and you
the
shouldn't
claim
be
you just
trusted.
made? Aiden.
Yeah, I think that it's fair, Kathy, if we're gonna use that as evidence to prove it. I think that's probably fair.
I'm not gonna expose the identity.
Well, that's all. That's also
I
fair.
can
but it
I
probably
can tell you.
would have
I
been better
can
to
send it to
not
you
evoke
in
that.
the DM, but not gonna show it in.
Oh,
on
well,
stream.
that could work.
Because,
Let
you
me
know,
show me in DMs. Show me in DMs.
But I had to switch accounts. That's gonna take me out of the
Yeah,
the VC.
yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Can I be shown
Give me a
Wait,
minute.
before you go,
my
hold on,
accuser?
before you go, are there examples of Duckbringer leaking that wouldn't compromise your fucking mole or whoever, Kathy?
I mean,
Yeah?
everyone in Snarky knew that she was like not.
No, you guys all assumed. I have, Kathy, I literally have DMs with you where I'm telling you, your OPSEC problems are not my problem. I'm not the one leaking. You have a bunch of people you're inviting
You
to
were
the
leaking to
server, you're
people
not
in
vetting them.
Box server, weren't you?
I have not leaked to anybody. That's the thing. You cannot prove that
You're
I've leaked
talking
to
about the
anybody because
server
I
in
haven't leaked to
Waterbox.
anybody, and I'm
That's
confident of
about
that.
it.
You can never prove that I've leaked to anybody, Kathy.
Good one.
So what's the okay? So where did the beef between you two start? What led you, Kathy, to suspect that Duckbringer might be the mole to begin with?
Because the server got leaked after like 6 months when I wasn't there, and there's like a bunch of leaks apparently including like there's a bunch of details included in the leaks that I could not have possibly logged because I was
I'm not saying that you leaked. Are you stupid? I
You
never
are
said that
blaming
you-
me for your OPSEC problems, Kathy.
I'm
I
not
am
saying
not
that you
your
ended
OPSEC
up
problems.
did the major leak. No, I said you were leaking small
I'm a
things.
convenient boogeyman for you, Kathy.
No,
That's all.
and I don't care that you leaked the small thing. Like, who gives a
You
fuck?
are
Like, this
actually the
is just
person
an
who leaked
evidence
your own
that you're a
server,
leaker,
and you are
don't give a
using me
fuck.
as a scapegoat.
Also, yesterday, like
you are the secret DGG or Kathy.
You think Kathy's a secret DGG? I've heard this theory before.
I think he's. I think he's the
Do you
person that
actually
leaked it.
think that?
Honestly, I
Yeah,
think
I'm a
it
secret
makes
DGG.
like nothing makes any more sense than that.
What would motivate that?
Not you who is in Food Shop's chat, who called into Aiden stream to or like
Dude,
Wick stream to
Food
come out
shops.
as
I've always
a
been
former
like
snarker.
openly
That's like
against the
snark,
people
and
I've been
that was part of
against. I'm not
DGG.
like a
Not
secret
you who is in
author,
DGG
whatever.
chat chatting every day. I am the DGG, not you. Shut the fuck up.
What?
You're in the DGG chat.
I've never even. Have you logged on? Wait, Kathy, have you logged on to
Destiny
DGG before?
directly.
Have you ever logged on to Destiny's website before? Because I haven't.
Of course I have. I was a fan before.
I haven't. So clearly, you're the DGG
And how did you
here,
tell
and I'm just the
Destiny
person
fans
who
that
is like
Aiden
kind of
wants to
interacting
be able
in.
to debate?
Huh?
You say that I told Destiny fans that Aiden wants to debate. That's why they were calling the other day.
Did I say that?
Yes, you said.
No. You accused me. So basically, Aiden had put out a public notice that he wanted to debate DGGers. He started his stream, and then there weren't any callers. So I went into DGG chat and said, "Hey, by the way,
Oh,
this
you went to
Aiden guy
DGG
wants to
chat.
call in."
Okay, thank you.
Like
You
to
just said that
YouTube.
you never logged into DGG chat. Now you say you
sorry.
went to DGG
I mean
chat.
YouTube chat.
Hey,
I
you're
chatted
fucking
in
fake.
YouTube. Wait, I chatted in YouTube chat, right?
You told the
So
DGG
I
chat.
went
How
over
would
to
I know
YouTube,
that?
And I
when you-
said, "Hey, Aiden's
No, I
doing
know.
this."
Now you are saying YouTube, but at the time you said you chatted in DGG chat. Anyone, if you say DGG chat, I would think the website, right? Doesn't that
So
make-
I actually said YouTube chat in Aiden's
No,
chat
you
at the
didn't
time.
say
I
that. You
misspoke
said
just
DGG
now.
chat when you were talking about it.
I
in-
misspoke just now.
Okay, you misspoke, so
I
it's
said
What is
YouTube
it? What is
chat.
it? What is it? Wait, hold on. What does it matter? Whether it's
Can you
YouTube chat or
find
DGG
me?
chat?
Wait.
Well, being in
so
DGG
you can always
chat
search for
means that
anybody. Is there a
you
person
are more
named
involved in
Duckbringer
DGG
ever chatting in
than
DGG chat?
What did you say?
Nobody thinks.
Is there a person?
I don't know where this. Kathy tends to throw out like schizo accusations. I don't know.
No,
where,
wait
I
a
don't know
second.
where-
Let me
I don't-
explain because she's talking over me. I can't speak. So she said, I sent a message in DGG chat. So I assumed that she's in DGG chat, the website, chatting there with DGGers. But now she's saying, like, actually, I misspoke. I meant
just
YouTube
now.
chat.
I meant Destiny's chat. I didn't mean like the actual website DGG. That's
Okay,
my
when you
bad.
say DGG chat, the first thing anyone would think of is his website. His
yeah.
DGG.
Yeah, that's fine, but I've clarified 3 times now.
Yeah.
Okay, now. Yeah, so you can't
Okay.
blame me that I had the assumption that you were in DGG chat.
But okay. So at the same time, I don't even think it matters if it was in like DG or YouTube chat. I guess DG chat would imply you're like more of a fan than you might be. But the question.
The point is that I went over to YouTube chat just to plug your stream because you were looking for callers from DGG. Otherwise, I don't like.
Well,
rats and fucking-
I appreciate that, Duckbringer, but I feel like you're like super inconsistent sometimes. Like your mood sort or your position, whose side you're. It seems like it just like flips very easily.
What? Whose side have I ever claimed to be on? That's like my biggest question.
Well, you haven't
is, like, if I've
claimed
ever
it. You haven't claimed it, but like for example, like
right,
your
I'm
buddy-
always
your
I'm
buddy-
my own
your
person.
buddy-
I have my own.
Your buddy
personality.
with me,
Dude,
but when we're like,
here's the thing, Aiden. Like yes, Aiden. I have a lot of like I think that you're cool. Like I think that you're clever. I think that you're intelligent. I respect you. Right.
Nice.
Not the case for 99% of the people in this space because they've specifically gone after me. They have made me an enemy. They have made me a target long before I've made them an enemy or a target. That's what I want to kind of like get across in this is that I'm not the one going after people. If I'm kind of sympathetic to food shops, it might be because me and food shops have similar experiences in the online politics space. It has nothing to do with me siding with food shops or being a DGGer. I'm probably the person in food shops' ear where like every time she's trying to be like, oh, you should just, you really like Destiny. I'm like, no, I don't. I still don't. Okay?
Yes, but do you understand like
I'm not like
when they're doing like a 5v1 against me or something and you're calling in to try to like provide like talking points to them? Do you understand that like
Aiden, do you think he's saying that there were kids inside the animatronics of Five Nights at Freddy's? Do you think that was ever meant as anything more than a joke?
No,
Like, where was I
that
gonna-
was that no Duckbringer, that's not obviously not the fucking calling I'm talking about. I'm talking about when it was the second
What are you
Wick
talking about?
Wick panel, me, Destiny, Wick, when you called in.
So you'll remember that I pushed Wick first,
Oh.
and then Wick was kind of like aggressive on
No,
me. So
Aiden,
then
you
I
don't know
brought up
because
my
you're not
question to
up
you.
date. Let me.
Can you kick Kathy because
Hold
he's
on.
gonna talk over me?
Hold on, I'll let you finish, then I'll let Kathy go.
Yeah. So you remember in the Wick debate, I was trying to bring a nuanced opinion about the fact that I don't think that Snark Left is a doxing server. Wick got kind of aggro on me, and then because of that, that's the only reason I decided to pose that question to you. You took it as much more of a personal attack because I think that you can easily like
I don't
talk your
think
way
that's
out
how it
of
went
the Leo Convoy situation. That might be. I understand how you saw it as, but you have to understand that I'm also somebody who was under attack in the situation, right? Like Wick obviously doesn't trust
You
me.
were not under
You
attack
don't trust
in that,
me. Nobody
in that
trusts
call
me.
at all. Nobody was attacking you in that call.
Wick kind of was. Wick was treating me like a snarker, like I was somebody who was just as complicit as somebody who was
No,
doxing him.
I didn't hear any of that. At the end, the only part Wick like did that like was negative against you was he like I guess he kicked you because it was like unrelated or something, and you're going like a
No, he
tangent.
also asked me to like specify what I meant by like who was disseminating the docs and stuff like that. So I'm obviously going to be difficult towards you, Aiden. I do think that you're weaseling your way out of the whole situation with Leo Convoy.
Wait, how am I
think that,
weaseling my
like,
way out of it?
Because we had a conversation a long time ago about the definition of doxing, and you and I disagree. I think that you can take personal identifying information that isn't known to a group of people, even if it's technically posted on a public space, and you can like collate that. You can put it all in one document and then distribute it to another community, and then if you have the intention to harass that person, it can be considered doxing. That's what I was arguing with you about.
Yeah, but when we had that argument, I gave my position on that. That was prior to the Wild Convoy shit. So if anything, the claim would be that I have an incorrect opinion on what doxing is. I don't know how that would be weaselly though.
Right, that's always been my take. That's always been my take. So I just want you to know that's all I was ever trying to bring up in that conversation. I wasn't trying to get you in front of like anybody that you're op or anything like that.
Well,
and if you ever want to have a conversation about that, in long form, like on your own platform, not on Wix, then I'd be willing to do that. I understand that you felt like I was trying to go after you because of that, because of the platform. But other than that, I don't think I was really doing anything inappropriate.
I'm not saying you're doing anything inappropriate. I'm just saying the way you presented yourself on that stream seemed to be taking like their side. I did not see Wick like attacking you. It looked like you were providing arguments to be supplemental to the ones that they were making, and we're siding with them.
To be fair, if I would have kept in the conversation for longer, I would have been trying to support your side more than his, most likely, because Wick doesn't seem like he has a lot of information to argue from. You're mostly the person in the know. I'm somebody who's slightly more in the know. So I feel like me and you together would have been able to make it more of a nuanced conversation. But I did press you in the beginning, and I will admit that some of that was because I was trying to show myself to be good faith, that I am going to press you on things that I do disagree with you on. I'm not taking a side. So hopefully you can understand that was my perspective, not like trying to take you down a notch, whatever.
Shut your bitch ass up.
All right.
Let me talk.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so you were in a call on Food Shop stream with Destiny the other day, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
I invited him out on a boat.
Oh my god! I waited for like 5 minutes.
All right.
So let me just.
Yeah, let Kathy finish. I'll let you talk.
Yeah. So he was talking about Pixie, calling her a whore, a dumb bitch, a fucking liar. And what was your response? Yeah, she what she did is
no.
like,
I think Pixie was a dumb bitch who
I waited for you.
did
I can't
take
tell you
legal advice from people she shouldn't have taken it from. Yeah.
Let me finish. I don't care what you think. For now.
You think I can't have the perspective that you're a dumb bitch?
Duckbringer, I let you talk with Kathy. Kathy interrupt you. Let Kathy finish.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So you were agreeing with him that she's a dumb bitch. It's her fault that she agreed to take in the video
agree with
in
that.
the first place.
I didn't agree with that.
Can you just mute her? You were there saying like, oh yeah, what a dumb bitch, yeah. Like you were calling her dumb bitch. You were agreeing with Destiny for the most part.
I was calling her a dumb bitch. I wasn't saying
you're the victim here. Yeah. Like all kind of like bullshit that you were telling him. And Aiden can go to that stream and check if you're gonna lie and say you were agreeable. Were you not agreeable with him? Answer me.
I think that the way that you're contextualizing that is kind of false. What?
For the most part, you were agreeable with him on how he.
No, I was very agreeable with Destiny in that stream. I can agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so I don't think you fit in this community. I don't think you can fit in the community. If you think Pixie is a dumb bitch whore who like and Destiny is the actual victim, then fuck off.
No, I don't think that. I think that Destiny is a dumb bitch whore. I think that Pixie was actually wronged by the people around her that gave her legal advice, that passed around her DMs, many of which are in this community and are still kind of celebrated by this community. That's my problem with the whole Pixie situation. I think that Pixie was a flawed victim, and I think that it's fine to have flawed victims. I think that her trying to paint herself as a perfect little innocent snowflake was a miscalculation by her because she wasn't by several people's accounts. And I have, unfortunately, Kathy, I have more insider information on the situation than you do. I have a very humanistic view of the Pixie situation. I think that Erudite shouldn't have shared her information or any of the DMs to Destiny, for example. I don't think that Sunday should have shared any of those DMs around. I don't think that Straighterade should have been trying to litigate a possible payout for Pixie behind the scenes. She should have told her to get a fucking lawyer. Does anybody disagree with that?
That's not what Destiny was talking about. Do you think you know how Destiny talks
I'm
about?
asking Aiden. Aiden, do you disagree with any of that?
This is just he's reframing.
I don't really talk about the Pixie shit, but a lot of it, like, it sounds reasonable, but apparently this wasn't what you were saying on stream at the time, so it sounds like a little bit. Like,
I have a timestamp. Let me send it to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Check DMs.
What did I say? Because I said a lot of things.
gonna find out
I
very
have
well.
opinions
We're
about
gonna-
Pixie
hold
as
on,
a personal
we're gonna take a
person.
look
Like
what you
I might be the only
escalated
person in this
things.
conversation that had
Yeah.
any
Yeah,
kind
and
of
I
physical connection to her, actually. But yeah, let's go.
All right, let me. I'll screen share it for you guys. Wait, fuck.
For
you
content,
know, because
yeah.
fuck Pixie, because she's a disgusting piece of shit who should die. But one of the most disgusting things that nobody gives a fuck about at all was like there were incredibly personal DMs that were leaked between me and Lauren, and Sunday just had like a whole fucking like fun reading stream, literally going through all of these. There's probably some of the most disgusting type of like leak tier behavior I've ever seen in my life, but I'm not a human in these spaces.
He's
so.
a bugman freak. Yeah, he's like I have personal grievances with him as well. Like yeah,
Sure,
obviously.
but it's not just
By the
him.
way-
Like the entire space thinks it's like epic and hilarious, and it's like
Yeah, by the
okay.
way, their justification for all of that is
defend
that Lauren Southern has a checkered past
Kathy,
when it
tell them
comes
to stop.
to treating people of color a certain way. But it doesn't add up. They just use all of these as like justifications to go after people that they don't like for other personal reasons. Their only problem with Lauren is that she had a thing with Destiny. It seems that
Yeah,
way.
it's
Because
always
there's
team sports stuff. Yeah, and then
it's
you can
always like
fabricate any reason you want.
If you ask them point blank,
Kathy, how long is the clip?
like why did you read out all of these like DMs, or why did you?
What'd you say?
I want to point out too that I was verse Food Shops, Deeds, and Destiny in this conversation. So if you guys see me being a little bit reconciliatory towards Destiny, understand that I'm not gonna take on a fight where I know I'm only ever going to get like talked over, and there's gonna be 3 other people in the call talking that
So
have
then why
information
assume
that I
that
don't have.
role? You entered voluntarily.
Yeah, I entered voluntarily to add the context that I added, and I didn't add.
So
more
why
than
were
I
you
had the
laughing
ability to
when
add.
Destiny?
Because I find people funny. Like honestly, the fucking
find
like
funny?
Food Shops cut out the entire part where like that Sushia person was saying she might have known Destiny underage, and I cracked the fuck up and said, "You're never beating the allegations. You're never fucking beating the allegations, Destiny." I don't think that was even in this call.
Okay,
which was in
No,
the
you- when you told her dumb
hold on,
call, you
hold
were
on,
laughing.
hold on.
So Food Shops, by the way,
Doc-
you guys are reviewing a log of something that has all of the moments that are the most like destructive to Destiny cut out of this call. I just want to point that out to you guys.
Is this not the original VOD? Or no, it isn't.
No,
It's
this
the
is
cut out
a
part?
edited video.
Okay.
So there are
Well, the original
pieces
VOD
that,
is-
there are things that I said in this call that was cut out. Yeah.
Okay, well, the original VOD is
Probably because you were boring.
on our channel, right?
And obviously, Food Shops is only ever gonna like include the stuff that's incredibly like beneficial to Destiny. Like anything that was critical, that's the problem. Like I'm on somebody's platform that is
one.
obviously
You were
extremely
fairly
Destiny. I
critical.
love Food Shops. I love Food Shops as a
You
person,
were
but I
flirting with Destiny
acknowledge
the
she's
whole time.
incredibly
weren't
pro
you?
Destiny.
It's so cringe.
Okay, hold on, Duckbringer. If you're acknowledging that the circumstances of the call inhibited you from saying truly what you wanted to say or meant, why voluntarily assume the position of being in that call trying to litigate this argument?
We all accept that. We all accept some level of like. So we have to be able to maintain ourselves in spaces. There are certain things that you can't say to Destiny, even if you're in a call with Wick. You have to respect Wick's platform to a certain extent, or you're not going to be able to let that go.
But if it's
and maybe you don't respect Wick's platform. I respect Food Shop's platform a little bit. I want to be let back on. I want to be able to have these conversations.
but it's going.
I want to be
but-
able
but-
to have
but
a
if
fishing
going-
trip. I want to be able. Wait. I want to be able to have a fishing trip with Destiny and Deeds, where in the middle of the ocean, I can ask him to have a debate with me about the Pixie situation, and he can't deny because of the implication. Okay, that's where I want to get. All right.
But if okay, but if going on, but if per your own admission, if going onto Food Shop's stream necessitates that you maybe don't voice certain disagreements as a result of that, then why would you ever want to go onto a platform like that at all to air out your opinion?
Why have I ever been on to your platform, Aiden? There are certain things, there are certain people that if I make a big deal about my dislike of them on your platform in the past, it would have been a problem.
That
for
is
me. That's
not
always
true. That
something
is not
people
even
do.
close to true. That's not even close to true.
I was more critical of him than Queeman was in his first interaction with Destiny. I just want to point that out. I was more confrontational
So when
towards
Destiny
Destiny on the
said
facts
Dixie should
than
die,
Queeman
why
was in
didn't you
his
say
first
anything? Why were you
confrontation with
suffering?
Destiny.
Doug,
I was more confrontation. Can you deny that? Can you actually like substantiate
are you
that?
talking
Because
about-
Queeman, when he first
Are you talking about the Chud Logic
confronted
one?
Destiny, was I mean it was their first interaction. That's what I'm saying. This is my first interaction with Destiny, right?
Oh, the first. Oh, it's like first interaction. I don't know what that one was. Wasn't it like on
Right. This is
Kick
the
or
first
Keep
time
or
I've ever
something?
interacted with
That wasn't
Destiny
was
in
that
a
even
pro Destiny
confrontation?
space. What I'm saying is that you guys give a lot of leeway to Queeman on why, oh, he was so nice to Destiny because blah blah blah, he was starstruck and shit like
I
that.
don't give
They give
leeway to
all
him.
this credit to Queeman.
We make fun
I
of him
wasn't
for
any
it all
of
the
those things.
time.
I'm just trying to keep the conversation going. And you guys can say that I was too soft on Destiny. That's fine.
Nobody's-
I just don't want you guys to spin this narrative that I'm somehow a DGGer when I've been anti-Destiny since 2023. I've been talking out against Destiny since the Forethought drama. You can find information. You can find logs of me online. You can find logs of me talking shit about fucking Erudite, which by the way, I shared the other night, and pro DGG people were actually messaging me saying, yeah, you had really good fucking points about Erudite in the original Queeman conversation, which Queeman like lambasted me for. Nobody ever said that I made any good points there, but somehow I'm making compelling points to DGG in that conversation. That's crazy to me. Okay, clearly I have principled critique of these people, and I'm being called out for not being sides cucked because I'm willing to reach across the fence, to have conversations with people, to question them on their morality. That's why I got filtered out of your community. That's why I got filtered out of all the communities I've been filtered out of, because I'm a conscientious fucking dissenter. Like, I'm always here saying what I disagree with. I'm not hiding it. I'm not like trying to be a slippery snake about things. I tell you if I dislike you, and people don't like that. People don't like when I say, hey, I think you're morally failing. And that's what I get the most disagreement about.
But it sounds like when you went onto Food Shop's platform because you liked Food Shops and respected her platform, you were unwilling to say that to Destiny. Per own admission.
No, I think that I didn't have. So basically, Destiny, when
Hey, Aiden, can you play the clip I just sent?
Shut the fuck up, Kathy. So most of the things
You
that I
have
was
been
responding to Destiny
talking,
about,
having
he
no
was
care
gish
about
galloping about a
all
lot of
things
dramas that I
just
don't have
fine
information
all
about.
time.
He asked
Did
me
you
about
push
people
back
that I don't
against
even know the
Destiny
names
one
of.
time during the whole
Can you
conversation?
mute him?
Did you
Can you
push
mute him?
back against him? Can you mute him?
Yes, I did.
Listen to me. I'm a woman, so Aiden, you're gonna listen to me,
Yes,
right?
I did. Oh, I'm a woman. Yeah, that's a very big
that's what you're
fucking
saying.
point there,
Okay.
Kathy.
My greatest
Deeds,
loss.
good job.
Okay.
All right, this
That's
better.
to play that
This
clip I
clip.
sent to you.
Does this clip actually have anything, Kathy, or is it another just like clip? That
No,
is
she
nothing?
asked
No, it's gonna
Destiny
be a
to hang out.
burger because he's a fucking charlatan, and you need to realize that.
He asked Destiny to hang out.
You guys
want to
go like fishing with
this
me
is
and
not
Big Pine
flirting
Key?
and
I already
trying to
said that. I opened with that, you dumb bitch. I asked him to hang out on a
boat. You want to join the club,
You
right?
and Loaderbox.
That's like how
Release
Lab
the
joined the
log.
club and he sent feedback.
Deeds and Destiny. Do you guys want to go like fishing with me in Big Pine Key? Want to go on a boat?
What is a Big Pine Key?
It's the key that is called Big Pine. It's the one with all the deer on it.
I like fishing.
Oh, like
I
the
know, I was
keys,
gonna
like
say,
where all the
Doug is
keys
good at
are.
fishing.
So was this strategic?
So who did I ask first, by the way? I didn't ask Destiny, I asked Deeds first.
What is that?
good one, okay.
So
Oh,
So
It's
I
part of the-
said,
it's part of
I
the-
said Deeds.
it's part
I
of the
said
same-
Deeds. I said Deeds, and Destiny. Destiny is the person that I know Deeds visits in Florida. Okay, so I'm saying like, hey, I want to
And who
invite
is
you,
Deeds?
Deeds,
Who is
out
Deeds?
to go fishing.
Deeds is
a woman
Destiny's
with a very
top
hot, a very
supporter,
intelligent
top-
woman with a
top
very hot
defender.
voice
So
that
don't pretend like
anybody would
Deeds
be
is some,
happy to
like,
invite
just
out onto a
normal
boat together.
woman who's unrelated to Destiny. Deeds like joins every single
I
stream.
love
She's
Deeds.
sucked
No,
on
like I
Destiny's stuff.
actually, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Like I love Deeds. Like I've talked with her. I think she's
Okay,
had
so
a
you're a
couple.
bunch of that.
I think she's
And then you want to go on a boat with like this. This is so cringe to look at.
I'm willing to invite Destiny
I'm
to a
basically
boat
cringing.
with like on a boat
Listen,
with
you
me and
try to
Deeds, so
flirt
Deeds
with
doesn't
Destiny
feel
out of all
uncomfortable
people,
about the
like-
implication. Okay.
You are just falling so hard, like trying to flirt with Destiny.
I'm trying to flirt with Deeds. I'm trying to flirt with Deeds. That's the problem is that I'm trying to flirt with Deeds. I'm trying to flirt with food
Both of
shops,
them are
and people
disgusting.
think I'm trying to flirt with Destiny, man. I'm just trying to get in with his women.
You are.
I'm just trying to take his women. I'm just trying to cut him out of his women, okay?
No, not
And you
because
guys
you're a
don't
woman.
understand.
No, that's because you're a woman. Destiny is bisexual, so I would say that to a man if he was gay and like they were trying to flirt with Destiny. I
No,
would say
but
the same thing.
unironically, like
So you were trying to flirt.
so-
You were agreeable the whole time. You were barely. I don't
So,
remember
like, 2
any
weeks
disagreements
ago-
that you had, any
2
pushback
weeks
that you had,
ago-
and then you come out and say, "Actually, I am very anti-Destiny. I'm
2
the
weeks
most
ago-
anti-Destiny of all people." Like, shut the fuck up.
So
Give
2
me.
weeks ago, I went fishing and I caught a lot of fish and I sent that picture to Deeds and she was really happy about it. And ever since then, I've been thinking,
Oh, now you
next
want
time
to
she
go.
comes to Florida,
all right,
I want her to come fishing with me.
That's really awesome. So okay,
Yeah.
so it sounds like you were calling in. You're being pretty, like, I know you say, like, you've thrown out a few reasons here, but one of those were because you like food shops and respect her platform. You were being like pretty affable and cordial and not really disagreeing that much
Yeah.
with Destiny throughout the course of it.
I'll
when I'm
defend that
debating,
to the-
when
to the
they're
core.
all coming at me on the second Wick panel doing like the 5v1, you call in to add supplementary arguments to them. I know you said Wick challenged you in that conversation. That never happened. I remember that was my debate.
No. I started out with challenging Wick, and then Wick was kind of pushing back on me about asking me like specific names. I didn't want to get into that, so I kind of pivoted from that. That was for your benefit because I actually know information that could have implicated your community, but I decided to pivot away.
What do you have?
You are either were
You could
stupid
say it.
or you were lying when you were on that Wick panel. You told a completely fabricated story. And earlier on, you said to Aiden, "I don't have identity related to."
Kathy, you
streamers."
tell. Wait,
And
Kathy.
when you
Kathy,
went
didn't
on
you
Wick
say
stream, why did you
Kathy,
identify
didn't
yourself
we
as
have
an
like a whole
ex-stalker?
debate?
Doesn't that
Kathy, didn't we
mean
have
that
a
you were
whole
a
debate where
stalker
you
at
said
some
I
point?
name doxed Ryle, and then you had to like get proof of me name doxing Ryle, and you called in somebody pretending to be Gamma to try to like say that I name doxed Ryle? Is that like the kind of proof that we're operating on?
When did that happen?
On Trough stream, it's saved. I have it if you want.
Oh wow! I called in as a Gamma, and everyone believed that I was Gamma. Yeah, totally.
No.
not
You
personal
said I
fault.
was a doxer, and then
Yeah,
you said
you
you
are a
had proof, and
doxer.
the Gamma was going to substantiate it, and then you tried to impersonate Gamma on that stream
Yeah,
to say that I was a
do
doxer.
that as a joke. I'm trying to
That's
impersonate.
a very
Gamma.
funny
Stop calling
joke.
with my voice.
It's a very
That's
joke
not
trying to
right to
implicate people as
impersonate someone.
doxers,
They
right?
know
When you
already
guys
that
have
it's not me. I was doing Mexican accent.
Wait, Kathy, do you
And
hold on?
obviously, yeah,
Do you
that's
actually believe?
bullshit.
So you tried to paint me as a doxer.
Do you actually believe that Duckbringer is a doxer?
I think she docs. I wouldn't say she's a doxer.
So who did I dox?
I'm not gonna talk about it because the person involved said asked me to not talk about it anymore.
All right. Well,
So it's Ryle. That's the person that you're referencing. How
Yeah,
did I
I don't
dox
want to
Ryle?
talk about it because he told me I don't want you to talk about this.
So you said in a stream that I name doxed him. I've never done that. The only thing I've ever done that supposedly doxed Ryle was say that he's an abuser
Okay, so
of women.
15 people
Which
who
I was
were
also
there
saying in the
agreed with
context
me.
of that I was saying this entire
Oh
community is
my.
abusive
This
towards
is like
women.
a year
And
old,
Ryle
bro.
thought that because he has a DV charge that I was
Oh,
doxing him.
come
Right?
See, you are
come
bringing it
on.
more
Duckbringer, come
See,
on.
This is the behavior I'm talking about. See, like, why would you mention
I'm
this?
just saying,
this
at this
stuff?
point,
This is
because
not
You
information.
obviously
The only reason.
calling him an abuser of women.
Wait, hold on. When you were calling Ryle, Kathy, shut the fuck up. When you
Okay.
were calling Ryle an abuser of women, you were not referencing his past DV charge.
No, there's a whole conversation. In fact, this might come out in the whole like manifesto that Destiny has because apparently every voice chat that ever happened in that server was logged.
Wait, why do you
I
know?
this?
Why do you know what's coming out in the Destiny manifesto?
I just know this. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Not
So,
in DGG, by the
apparently
way. Not in DGG, by the way.
Every VC, I'm telling you guys. Why would I be telling you guys? Why would I be giving you guys information ahead of time, right?
Because you're
Every
doing
VC
a
that
lot of
ever
person.
occurred
You
in
love
that
it.
chat was logged, including the one where you guys claimed that I doxed Ryle. When all I said is that, hey, because you guys kind of swept for my stalker and you guys all swept for Perry at the time, I was calling you
I
all
wasn't
abusers
there.
of
I don't
women
even know anything
because
about
I was actively being stalked by somebody, and Perry
Yeah,
had
Perry
on this
sucked.
guy
Yeah,
that
I
was
agree with
releasing
you
a bunch
now.
of my PII. Perry had on this guy that was releasing a
Oh,
bunch of my
wait a
PII,
second.
including the fact that I was dating Resevere, by
Perry
the way.
said?
That's how that came out. I didn't release that. Perry is the one that released that through my stalker, okay? I made a big deal about that. I said that you guys don't have a problem with abusing women. You're all abusers of women, especially you, Ryle. And then Ryle was like, oh, you're referencing my DV charge.
Wait, when you say Duckbringer, when you say especially,
No, wait.
wait, hold on, Kathy, shut the fuck up. When you say especially, When you say especially to Ryle, what does that mean? Why is he
Because
especially
Ryle
abusive?
has a tendency to go after women when he makes thumbnails of him for JStock's stuff. He always makes the women fatter than they actually are. He tries to like accentuate stuff like that. Ryle seems to have a particular anger towards women. I'm not saying that because of anything that I learned through his docs. I'm saying that because of how I've known him as a person for the past 2 years.
Got it. Did
So
you
when
say?
I
Did
said
you
that in
say?
that
Did you say
server-
any of that at the time? Did you say that's what I was referring to?
I said, he asked me if I was buying the Felcher narrative, and I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. And then he actually started referencing his own docs in that
Okay, but you
VC.
knew what
And
you
then
know
I
what
said,
you know what you were talking about.
no.
Right? So why didn't? so
No,
did you
I
say,
thought Ryle's docs was a fail docs. I thought his docs was a
no,
fail
when
docs.
you're
I wasn't
saying that
referencing
when
it
you're
at
saying
all.
when you're saying that he's especially abusive, right? You just had a whole like
No.
diagram about what
I
you're
mean
referencing.
him specifically in the capacity as JStock's editor. That's what I was referencing.
Yeah,
at
did
the
you
time.
say that at the time?
He explicitly, yes, I did. Actually, I think I
In that
referenced the
same-
things that I was actually going over. Yes, in
That
that
same
conversation,
dialogue.
I think that I said, no, this is why I'm saying Ryle is an abuser. This is why I'm saying Ryle
There's
is an abuser.
something you
And I
said
pushed
that-
back against that and said I thought that was a fail docs. And then Ryle actually started to explain the circumstances behind how he got that charge. And I told him to stop in that VC.
Why did you say that he has a Slavic name? If you don't, if you are not
I
mentioning
didn't
his
say
actual
that.
doc? You did say that.
I
And there
didn't-
were 15
no.
people. They all confirmed. All of them are lying. Except
Okay,
you.
who are these people that are going to confirm it, Kathy? Because you
Yeah,
tried to get
you
one
ago
person to
drama. Go
confirm it.
back and look. I don't remember.
You tried to get one person to confirm it, and they said no.
That's a lie.
Or they were fake. You said Gamma was gonna confirm it, and then you had to get a fake Gamma.
Okay, I'm not gonna talk about this anymore.
Okay,
So yeah, exactly, because you're a liar. Because you're a liar.
I'm
You're a piece
liar
of shit. You're
because
actually the
people
devil.
involved don't wanna
You're
talk
a
about it.
cancer on this space. Anybody who actually wants to criticize Destiny, okay, has a hard time with you in their spaces because you're such a psychotic piece of shit that Destiny can point to you and say, "Look at all my detractors. Look at how fucking crazy they are because of the shit that you're up to." And I actually want Destiny to get criticism. That's the difference between me and you. It's not a game to me. I actually want these people to get justice.
You're literally inviting him out for fishing. In the clip we just watched.
Yeah.
Seems like
How does any of that? Okay, me
Game for
inviting
you.
Destiny out to fishing
Are you there-
impacts less of
are you
his
checking DMs?
legal case or his ability to make money than anything else. How does me inviting Destiny out to fishing have anything to do versus Sunday, who was
Well,
actively
if you can-
interacting with his victims and cross-posting their
if you can-
DMs? If you have more heat for me for inviting Destiny out to go fishing than you do for the people who were actually leaking all of Pixie's stuff in the beginning, including
no, I
Erudite,
heat
including
for all-
Pixie,
heat
including
for all of
Grid,
them.
including all those people.
Heat for
all
all
of those
them.
people are the ones that were wrong in this. They all
course.
disseminated information. They should have been
This is
telling
like a
Pixie,
whataboutism.
get a fucking lawyer. Get a fucking lawyer. They
It's a
should have been telling
whataboutism.
Pixie, get a fucking lawyer.
Of course.
So what I'm saying is that while I criticize Destiny a lot for what he did, in my opinion, it's more of a moral failing. The people that did that for content, who mishandled a victim, that's more of a failing, in my opinion, than sharing nudes recklessly, which is what it seems like Destiny did. It doesn't seem like he shared them to a minor. It doesn't seem like he shared them to somebody he thought he was going to hack him or anything like that. It seems like he recklessly shared nudes to somebody that he didn't verify well enough, which is stupid of him.
Without
Which is
the consent, without the consent of the person they belong to, which is the nature
that
of what he's
hasn't
being
been
accused of.
proven. That's the problem. Is that hasn't been proven.
He made some crazy argument of implied consent, but the only implication was that, like, if you were to take implied consent out of that, the only implication was that each could send videos to their respective intimate partners, right?
What I'm
Not
saying
some-
is that
so not
okay,
somebody
so
they knew
if,
for
Pixie,
10
if Pixie
days.
sent videos, if it was found out in this case that Pixie sent videos of her and Destiny doing stuff together without Destiny's consent, would you think Pixie has no case?
Wait, say it one more time?
If it was discovered throughout the course of this investigation, throughout the course of everything, that Pixie possibly, like to the same extent that we have it proved that Destiny sent it to other people without consent, that Pixie sent it to other people without consent, would you have the same amount of heat for Pixie that you have for Destiny?
Of course, but the thing there is the same amount of heat in the sense of my judgment of the person, but my coverage wouldn't be the same because Destiny.
If there were people sharing, I have another question. If there were people sending this information around in Spicy Chat, if they were sharing these videos around after they were leaked, would you have as much condemnation for them as you do for Destiny?
people that were actually knowingly like sharing what they knew was like leaked intimate sexual images.
Within a reasonable amount of doubt, because people are always going to say, I didn't know it was non-consensually leaked, like Perry, right? When they were actively doing moan analysis.
100%
Well, you're not
involved.
gonna get any defenses of Perry from me. I don't know
But
what you're
You
talking about.
defended Perry, but
Yeah,
you were
Nathan,
calling
then
into
you-
Perry and interacting with Perry's, even though you knew that Perry was the one who was doing that moan
No, I
analysis and
didn't.
in spicy chat.
I didn't know. I literally
didn't know.
I avoided the Destiny shit like the
No, wait a
plague
second,
after
Doug,
Pixie.
when I
How many
found out-
people knew? So how many people
Wait
knew
a second,
that
wait,
you're
Doug,
the
when I
one that was
found
doing
out
the moan
about
analysis?
this-
Wait,
Oh my
wait,
God,
wait,
shut up for a
How many-
second.
Wait,
Let me talk for
Kathy,
a
shut the
second.
fuck up. Kathy, I have a
Please,
question.
please talk
So
the whole
how many
time.
people, Kathy, you can
You're the
answer.
warden.
Kathy, you can
No,
answer.
she's the-
Kathy, you
oh,
can
we
answer.
didn't have the same
Kathy.
the same heat. Yes, when I found out that Barry was analyzing Pixie's moaning, which means that he was watching the video and talking about it, I banned him on Nuki Chat, which I'm admin on because of that.
And this was something that has been known since the Pixie
didn't
leaks
know. I
went
had no
out.
fucking idea.
No, I
No,
literally,
I
I
had
just,
no idea.
Yes, it
I
has.
hate Perry's
I wasn't
guts and have been
spicy.
a-logging him to hell and
knew-
back.
I wasn't
I only
spicy,
knew
I
about
didn't
this. I only knew about this 3 weeks ago. I've been
So
a-logging
why
the fuck
didn't
out of
Spicy
Perry.
Chat mods were
Ask
made aware
them,
of this, right?
'cause they-
Why didn't they make a big deal
When
about
were they
this?
made aware
Ask
of
them.
this?
Because Perry was the one that was in Spicy Chat doing this. He was talking
Yes,
about
but we know
this.
they have 3 mods that have conceivably missed other stuff. We've no way of knowing if
And
they-
that's what dude, this all leads back, Aiden. I told you before that a community the size of Chuds should not have 3 mods for a highly, like, spicy chat like that. Like, some things where, like, if you're gonna say everything is allowed, but not against Discord TOS and not against our morals, I'm sorry, you need to have more mods than 3
How is
mods.
Aiden
And
responsible
having
for
less than
anything
3
happening in
mods is just
Spicy?
plausible deniability to say I don't actually have any control over my server because
Is
I'm
it
gonna
Spicy
under
Chat? Are you
moderate it.
talking to Chad Logic right now? Or is that Aiden?
What I'm saying is that there was
not the same
definite
thing.
proof
Like,
that
you are
there were
doing the
people
webbing, like,
within this
Destiny does, like,
community
oh,
that were
all of
sharing
these
around
people are
Pixie
all the same
foods
group.
after
No,
the
no.
leaks.
He
There was proof.
no,
that
okay,
in this
well, hold on,
community-
hold on. In this community, Perry at that point in time was some known Spurg chatter, and you didn't provide evidence he was sharing it around. He was just describing it, right?
No, I didn't know. I wasn't in Spicy Chat at the time, but you guys were.
No, I didn't know about this either. I just was made aware of it 3
So,
weeks ago.
nobody here
Don't you
was
think?
okay.
Don't you think that?
So
Do you,
we're
wait,
all
I'm sorry.
really, really
I'm sorry,
concerned.
Duckbringer. Do you think people see every message sent in every server that they're in?
So we're all really, really concerned about
Duckbringer,
Destiny's
what did
sexual
Duckbringer-
promiscuity,
Duckbringer-
right? But we're not concerned about the promiscuity of people that were directly
Duckbringer,
associated
we agree
with.
that-
No,
that's
I
fine.
hate
Those are
Perry's
separate
guts. I think you should fucking eat
You
shit.
did it
I hate
before.
that guy.
You fucking co-signed him for months, you retard.
Co-signed him? Oh,
it was
it's
only when he
almost like-
personally
it's
fucking
almost
slighted
like-
you twice.
It is
He had to
almost
slight you
like
twice.
it is almost like when new information is made available to people, their opinions can then adapt. And I've admitted I was naive with him. I admitted that there were many warning signs that I just completely ignored at that point in time. You'll get no argument from me on that one. But the point is, I can accept that this guy's a piece of shit. I don't like him.
I accept that Perry is a piece of shit. I accept that Destiny is a piece of shit. I accept that a lot of people. The thing is that you invited Perry out to like go with you after this. You didn't investigate him. You didn't investigate if he had done any revenge
Invited
porn
him
or
out
anything like that. Even though this is something that you're basing your
when you go-
platform off
I'm
of
sorry,
condemning.
I'm sorry, I was not even covering Destiny at the point in time I met him, but also
You invited Perry out to hang out twice. You had plenty of time to
I did
investigate
the
this,
second time.
Aiden.
The second time
He
was
invited
the second
himself.
time was other people invited him. The first time I met up with this guy. Do you vet everybody? You're like, do you go through the entire online history of people like you going up drinks with and shit?
You did that?
Yes, usually, yeah.
You literally
I think that
invited
I
Destiny.
invited Destiny and
You
Beans
invited
out
Destiny,
with
you gotta-
full sobriety of who they are as people online.
He's not.
Yeah.
He wasn't even
And
like
also,
when I
would-
first met him.
wouldn't
He'd only
leave
been a
my
stream for like 2
laptop
months,
open to
3
them.
months.
I wouldn't invite them into my house like Hellbent did. Like, there's a lot of people who
Big
are
Hellbent
doing
on.
fucking weird shit with people who are clearly antisocial
It's
as
naive.
fuck.
Yeah, it's very
sharing
naive.
around revenge porn, sharing around PII of people, sharing around doxes.
Okay,
We're all way
you
too
haven't
fucking
sent
okay
any
with
evidence
this.
of nobody's okay with this. You haven't sent any evidence of anybody sharing revenge porn. You just sent
Oh
evidence.
my
of
god,
Perry.
you're so dense. No, lots of people have been okay with this. You were okay with this. You didn't investigate
when have I
any
been
of the
okay?
claims into Perry.
I'm sorry,
I had
Duckbringer-
claims into Perry.
Duckbringer,
Are you
when was
aware,
I
Aiden,
okay
Aiden,
with
Aiden,
this?
Aiden, are you aware that I'm a victim of DV and Perry made the fact that I was a victim into DV into a whole fucking content cycle, and then people farmed it, and to this day people still reference the fact that I was a victim of DV to explain my
Perry
fucking... That wasn't something that I wanted to get out. That's something that Perry released, by the way.
That's horrible.
And that was known for a while. And you didn't care about that. Nobody gave a
I
shit
didn't know.
about that.
I didn't know about that.
He has a playlist about it, Aiden.
I don't.
If you
look
just look
through,
at his
I don't
fucking
look through
channel,
his
it's right there.
channel.
Even fucking Destiny doesn't say, here's a list of all the women I raped, but Perry has a list of all the women he's raped. And you don't care.
Perry's raped when.
Who did Bear rape? Tell us
I'm
more.
saying it's the same. It's the same amount of context. Is that somebody who Perry has farmed their actual real life fucking trauma and fucking
No, that's
like,
horrible. I'm so like I'm legitimately.
My
You listen
stalker
to
reached
him
out
on
to
the
him saying,
stream
I
with
want
me
talk
and
shit about
Aiden.
Duckbringer on stream. Can you kick? Okay, my stalker, sorry, I hate to yell, I'm sorry. My stalker reached out to Perry in private saying he had personal information about me. And instead of considering that situation as like, oh, this is a woman who's streaming who has possibly a lot of reason for people to be fucking psychosexually obsessed with it, instead of reaching out to me, even though I was an active donator in his stream, I was an active participant in his stream at the time, he decided to make that into content. He decided to interview the person. He decided to out my relationship.
Yeah, he's a
okay?
sociopath.
Nobody
Obviously,
cared at the time. When I got kicked from fucking
you never brought this
Kathy's
up to me.
stupid fucking chat. I know, and I'm sorry, Aiden, because I'm not gonna lie. When you said that I deserved to get hit, like that really like impacted me. I didn't trust you for a long time, and I still kind of don't think people that make that kind of joke are okay.
At that
for people to say,
so I said this at the time after our first debate. I thought you were lying about being domestically abused. Somebody confirmed that to me. You came off in our first interaction. I thought you were like an attention-seeking like liar. Somebody confirmed to me that was actually the case, and I don't know if you saw it, but like on stream, I said that I should not have said that. Like I think it was like a day or two later.
That. I heard what you said about me, like to Queeman, I guess in person, that you said I'm not evil, I'm just crazy, and that was enough for me. Like I accept that at that point. So thank you. But yeah, that's basically what I've been dealing with is this entire community. A lot of people hate me in this community. There's gonna be a lot of people in your chat that are hating on me right now. I don't want to hate on people in this community. I've been actively treated as a horrible person for being a victim of something that I tried to, stupidly, in my opinion, convey to Perry at the time. I said, if you come onto my stream, so here's the original DM between me and Perry. If you come onto my stream, don't yell at me, or I might yell at you back. Because the last time I had been yelled at like that was my ex. And I deleted that part of the message. I edited that part of the message, and I just said, if you come onto my stream, don't yell at me, or I'm going to yell at you back. And he interrogated me over the ex part because he thought that I was trying to frame him as my ex. And if anybody ever cares, I was never trying to do that to Perry. I was just, kind of early in the stage of understanding my own personal, limits when it comes to that stuff and communicating it. So I understand. It was, not appropriate for me to do that. And me crying on stream and everything like that, I probably, I should have known better. So, yeah. But,
I mean,
ever since then, I've been treated as an emotionally unstable person. And I don't disagree that I was emotionally unstable, but what doesn't really sit right with me is that there was this whole community of people telling me that I was an abuser, that I deserved it, that I was too unstable, that I was going to kill myself if I kept interacting in this space, right? And I also had people that were telling me at the time that they cared about me, telling me, don't say anything about it. Don't speak up. Just shut up. Just shut up. So what ended up happening in this whole commentary space is that a lot of men who don't have any experience with abuse got to talk about my own abuse history instead of me. And I really hate that. And thank you for giving me a chance to have a little soapbox here. Sorry if I'm getting emotional, but yeah.
No worries. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that happened. Obviously, you don't deserve that. But I mean, it's just it's a fucking wasp's nest, and you just learn not to shake it, right? I've been on the receiving end of that myself at many points, and I just understand that I was naive back then. I admitted as such, enabling to hang out with certain people, etc. But this community is being treated like it's a monolith. It's not. It's actually pretty diverse. Like, for example, I fucking hate Perry.
I agree.
I don't agree with anything you said that he did to you. I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but if that's true, I don't agree with that.
If you see me trying to sneak my way into DGG places in after this, or if you see me in a place that you think that I shouldn't belong in, understand my main motivation is speaking for people like myself who are a part of this community, who don't have obsessive feelings about these streamers, who just like to criticize people that they think are immoral.
Yeah, but
Like a lot
can
of
you
us are just
imagine
observers.
how would you feel? How would you feel if I or Parry did a stream with the guy that abused you, where he called you a dumb bitch and wished that you died, and Parry like chuckled along with it? Would you take like issue
That's
with
kind
that?
of happened. That's kind of happened,
Yeah.
and yes, I would take issue with that. Yeah.
So how do you think someone like Pixie would feel?
I think Pixie doesn't even know that I exist. I think that if she cared about anything that I said,
hypothetical.
that I would hope that she has because whatever I'm going to say about Pixie is the tip of the iceberg in terms of horrible things that people are going to say about Pixie online. And as much as like I do curtail my language, like when I talk about her, like I have personal feelings about Pixie. I don't just know her as the person who was victimized by Destiny. I know her as a person who was a community member in a couple of communities that I was a part of, and I know what the people who interact with her feel about her. Like I never interact with her in a one-on-one, but there's that level of closeness, right?
But that would obviously
So I know,
you know that wouldn't matter like in regards to claims of like improprieties against her in this context. Like people don't like you. People have their grievances with you. That doesn't mean you like. It doesn't change like the assessment of you being beaten, right? Or it shouldn't.
do you no well, let me ask you this. Do you think anything that I say about Pixie to Destiny, when Destiny is already saying like the maximally horrible things about Pixie, do you think that anything that I'm saying about Pixie is going to change her case or her mental state or anything like that?
No, but I guess I'm just wondering what was your point or role in this conversation? Like you can't blame people for assuming you're DG. I mean, you're literally admitting here you know about shit that's going to be in the manifesto that other people don't know about. You're calling food shops, and this other person who's like with us, and you're like, you love them.
No, like I've been so
you're, like,
here's
being
the thing
affable
with
him
food
and
shops.
laughing
Like
with them. You're providing
I'm not
minimizations for what he did.
I'm not a Destiny viewer. I'm a food shops viewer. So like you can kind of like understand it from that perspective. I've seen food shops failing to gain
Very
like
different.
a traction or a niche from 2023. Yeah, because she wasn't always a DGGer. She was like
yeah, she's only
anti-DGG
gaining
for a long
attraction
time.
to 17-year-olds. But yeah,
She doesn't have attraction. She hits on me, dude. Food shops can't be a pedo if she hits on me. All right, like that just doesn't make sense. I'm a 30-year-old woman.
Yeah,
like
the guy who molested that kid can't be a pedo. He has a husband, or sorry, wife. Is a
no,
wife.
What I'm saying is that attraction to a certain kind of like attraction to a certain kind of demeanor, like attraction to a certain kind of person, even if that person is petite and childlike, doesn't necessarily mean an attraction towards children. I think that so I've talked to a lot of pedos in the past, just through like virtue of being a longtime image board peruser and stuff like that. The people that I worry the most about offending towards children are the ones that are developmentally challenged.
Well,
and I don't think food shops is developmentally challenged. I think she has like a weird porn preference at most.
Okay, when Food Shops was DMing that person who's 17 who supposedly lied about their age, there's missing DMs on both ends, so obviously we don't know one way or another. When Food Shops
there's been no proof. I think the weird thing about the magical smiley person has been getting banned from community since 2023.
Yeah, for being
I've been aware of them.
Yeah,
for being weird,
threatening shit. Yeah,
for posting gore and stuff like that.
That doesn't change the fact they were a minor, and Food Shops was DMing them.
It doesn't change the fact that they were a minor, but it does make me more likely to believe that they were willing to lie about their age or try to catfish somebody. So I'm liable to believe Food Shops
ever
on this.
ID? If Food Shops acknowledges this person looks young, Food Shops literally, when Food Shops says that they can't believe an IRL lolly is hitting on them or calls this person an IRL lolly, what do you think that means?
I think an IRL lolly doesn't always mean child. I think it can mean somebody who has childlike features, which I think liking people that are petite. So for example, everybody in this community, if you're a woman over the age of 25, people call you a hag. Why is that?
Wait, can we really quick before we go though? You just
said
answer
that. Answer
why people call you a hag? It's like a fucking
no. Why people in your community, if they learn that a woman is over the age of 25, call them a hag?
Because it's funny, shit talk, snark. That's something that bothers women, I guess.
But what are they trying to point out there? They're trying to point out that they don't look like a young person, right?
Yes, but do you know what lolly is? It's
I know what lolly is.
It's artistic depictions of girls with prepubescent characteristics specifically. So if we're to make an inference, when
Right.
somebody,
Do you realize that most
what do you
women
think?
under the age of
What do you
25 have
think-
those characteristics?
What do you think that food shops meant when she called her an IRL lolly? If you
I
take your
think she
best
meant that
guess.
she was a petite woman that looked like she was young.
Looked like she was
I
young.
don't think she meant that she was young.
So, but like a very youthful appearance. So if you've been, how long is, by the way, how long has Food Shops been streaming?
I'm not sure.
It's been a few years now, right?
Yeah.
So surely Food Shops has like seen dramas pertaining to like people using the I didn't know their real age excuse. If Food Shops is talking to somebody,
No, like
that they're indicating.
I fully have criticism. Yes, I fully have criticism of Food Shops for that circumstance. I've even told this to her myself that you were reckless. You should have been more careful. You shouldn't have been sexting with people that you don't know that well online, and you should have confirmed their age. Like I've already told her that.
Okay, but Food Shops is also literally like indicating in those DMs suspicion that this person is not being forthcoming about their identity, but doesn't ID them anyways.
Can you show that? Because I haven't seen those specific DMs. I've seen like her talking about her being 19 and stuff like that. So like, how are you? So like, the other problem I have is why are you so hard on Food Shops for this? But Morale is saying that because like, by the way, the whole like he was 21, she was 17 shit is cope, because you know what we call people like that? If you're a 21-year-old going after 17-year-olds, we call you a predator. The only time where that's considered okay in like a real life situation is where you have somebody who's like 19 and 17 and they're dating when the person is like 18 and 16 or whatever, and they keep dating. That's the situation where you're like,
it's not okay. That's why I grilled him on it extensively at the time, and embarrassed him publicly. Like, yeah, I mean, it's obviously not okay.
Hey, Doug Brian.
Hey, Hell Shops. Hey, Hell Shops. How's it going?
Is this Drew bothering you?
Do you have anything to say?
No, he's fine. He's chill.
I've been informed that my presence is required, so I take it your stream was too cold on its own, Aiden. I'm sorry.
Or what is it?
Sorry you had to find out this way. Well, I've been told that there were specific call-outs in regard to me, so I'm here to answer for those, I suppose.
Did anyone's
what?
Huh?
Huh?
Your mic quality is a little bit shit. I'm sorry.
Nobody said anything about you.
Well, I, for one, cannot believe that Kathy would lie to my face directly. That's never happened before, and I'm sure it will never happen again.
All right, thanks for the call on.
Are you sure it's never happened before? Wait, keep her in. No!
Aiko, you're on the air. What's up?
Oh, good God. Hi, Aiko. Aiko, you were shaking the right tree, by the way, when you went after Straighterade. I've never got to tell you that, but you were so right on that, and everybody gaslit the fuck out of you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just came here to be like, I also encourage Helmet to join, but I thought she was going to have something to say. So if you don't have something relevant to say, then you should probably leave.
Well, she took her own advice.
Okay. Anyway.
Okay.
What were we saying?
I've just proven that I'm the most competent person in commentary, or woman in commentary, I guess. I don't know. What is this? What is this gauntlet?
I don't know. It just sounded like you called in to contest something. And we've just kind of gone into like a bunch of tangents. In regards to we left off of morale. We left off with morale. In regards to morale, I would hardly consider a 3 to 4 year age gap to be like indicative of some sort of like paraphilia, like pedophilia. Somebody absolutely outgrows something like that. I'd have to see if the behavior persists as they get older. To my knowledge,
well,
there was
he said he would do it again. He said that he would date like a non-offending pedophile.
But he did.
He doesn't seem to have a lot of scrutiny for the people that he messages. He messaged me. He didn't confirm that I wasn't a minor before asking me for nudes. He's actually asked a lot of other people for nudes that were kind of minors or were kind of young.
Yeah,
he's asked for weird shit. So it's like, you know.
Okay,
I just think that if we're criticizing Food Shops, I think that if we're kind of letting morale into the fray, it's a little bit confusing.
Yes. Okay. So in regards to the statements you just pointed out, morale is in a space where it seems like saying the edgiest, most unhinged shit
There's
possible
a lot of minors.
elicits. There's not a lot of minors in our space. Saying the edgiest,
I mean, it seems like a lot of minors. I don't know.
there's enough to name on one hand. That's not a lot. right? But they're like saying the edgiest shit possible. This is Seal Clap's obviously trying to save face, so he thinks if he like doubles down and like in like an edgy facet or whatever, he won't look like it won't look serious. He's trying to save face.
Bro, I
the
grew out of
question
that
is-
when I was like 16 years old. I'm not gonna lie.
some
I
people-
don't understand
some-
why anybody his
yeah.
age would be doing that.
Some people-
This isn't 20-year-old
some-
behavior.
so-
This is like 15-year-old
doesn't-
trying to get attention from people that are older than
he
his
doesn't
behavior.
he doesn't yes he's embarrassed by his own fucking shortcoming or recklessness or whatever, and as a result of that he handles it horribly whenever he gets asked about it or it's brought up, and he tried to say
Why doesn't he just own it?
he
Why
should.
doesn't he just
I
like
mean,
say like
seemingly
I
does
was wrong
now.
then?
He seemingly does now.
Does he?
Yes. Yeah.
He kind of says on Twitter like, yeah, I'd fucking do it again. Like he kind of seems.
When does he
seem
say
to
that? When is the
really,
last
like,
time he said anything like that?
He doesn't seem very apologetic about it. Is all I'm
He
saying.
literally-
he keeps messaging.
La-
He keeps messaging women, asking them for nudes. He's never asking them for age or anything like that. He's just kind of a poon hound. He's just kind of like, I don't trust people like that. If you can't be trusted to not like debase yourself in front of women the second that you meet them, like you're kind of an animal. You're not really even human to me. You know, and that's kind of like how I believe Mrao is. Yeah.
Dude, somebody keeps calling me from fucking Pennsylvania. What was I saying? Sorry.
Bro?
Fucking hate my phone. Okay. Anyways, we're on morale. we're on morale. So in regards to food shops, it pertains to food shops, I think 26 and 17 is a much more significant gap and likely to be far more indicative of some sort of but then coupled with the lolicon consumption, coupled with the fact that food shops is
I don't care about
specifically-
lolicon. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you, Aiden. I'm gonna take the Queen perception on this. I don't give a fuck about lolicon.
Okay, I'm saying an aggregation, right? With food shops, there seems to be factors to suggest that food shops specifically was specifically aroused by the fact that this person was younger, exhibited younger like qualities by calling them an IRL lolly.
It seems like there's a lot of people in this space, but based on the fact that they call women over the age of 25 hags, they seem to all
That's
be
very
attracted
different.
to
That's
women
very
who
different.
are around the age of
That's
majority.
That's
They
very.
seem to be
That is
attracted
that.
to women who are
calling
young.
Insulting
So, like,
a woman.
I don't think being attracted to women are young that are young is a bad thing.
So insulting a woman for being a hag is very different than specifically admiring somebody you're being sexually intimate with for having characteristics reminiscent of prepubescent depictions, right? Like you're specifically.
I mean, I can agree with her that I would not say that, and that I think that's a weird thing to point out in any sort of like interpersonal relationship.
Yeah, but
do
why
I think
do you
think it meant that I don't think it meant that she knew that person was underage or wanted them to be underage. I think like it's fine for you to have the appeal, for example, of people who look really young. Like for example, there are people that are 25, 27, even 30 that look young for their age, and people like seek them out for that
Yes,
sake.
but when
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that.
But if
that's just preference.
Okay, but when you're a live streamer and we know you've been talking to a minor and you're saying the minor lied, we don't have clear evidence that seems to indicate one way or another, right? You're specifically in your DMs that minor. You're specific. We do not have clear evidence of either side of that one, right?
I think we
and then
have
we also,
more, and you can lay it out on your stream if you want.
we also have
Aiden,
this, after food shops learned that the person they were
I think we
sexting
have
was a
way
minor.
more proof that she lied about her age than we do that she was that food shop knew she was a minor.
I'm sorry, if she did lie, which we have no proof of, let's just assume for a minute she did say she was 18. Food Shops is literally saying in those DMs that she thinks this person is lying about who they are. So why would Food Shops not ID at that point?
No, I agree.
Unless
with you that
Food Shops was
should have
being
been
willfully
more-
ignorant. If it wasn't spoken out right, then everything was okay to proceed.
I think there's a lot of willful ignorance going on in this space.
This is a
and it's not just from
whataboutism
food
again.
shops.
This is a whataboutism again.
No, what I'm saying is that I don't think so. Let me lay this out to you, right? I think it's wrong to try to engage with somebody sexually online and not do the due diligence to make sure that they're over the age of majority.
Yes,
And for
but
that, I
if you're
fault food shops.
specifically admitting, that you're not sure this person is who they say they are, you're admiring them for having traits that are reminiscent of
Okay.
prepubescent sexualized depictions of kids, which you also admittedly are aroused by
Can
and
you
consume.
put that up? You're making an argument. Can you put that argument up on screen? Like, what is the thing you're basing your argument off of right
All
now?
of their-
that was between these.
Yeah, so all of their fucking DMs. I'd have to literally pull.
Let's go through the DMs. Let's go through the DMs because I've seen like both sides of DMs from this, and I honestly like. I might be a
I'm
little
not
biased because I've
I'm not.
I personally banned Magical Smiley from communities that I was a part of because they were posting gore. Okay, so like I might be a little bit biased in taking
I don't okay, Magical Smiley is a minor. I don't care if Magical Smiley was like threatening to like set someone on fire or some shit, right? That doesn't mean that
I
that doesn't
did. That's why I
change.
banned them from the community I was in.
How does that change like the discussion of somebody sexually interacting with that minor? It doesn't matter how bad the minor is.
Because it hasn't been okay. So, for example, somebody who's known as a provocateur who goes around trying to get their way in servers, and when they don't get their way in servers, they threaten to post gore. This is a person who I think has a high likelihood of lying when it benefits them. This is a person that I would have a higher likelihood of believing. Wait, shut up. Shh, shh. It's a person that I would believe has a higher likelihood of lying because of that behavior. So I don't trust them naturally because I've seen them be manipulative when they haven't gotten their way before.
Okay, but
so I think if it benefited them.
Hold on. Let's just So just so we get out, we don't even need to take their word for anything. Let's figure out what you do agree on, and a simple yes or no would probably be appreciated, unless you absolutely have to add a qualifier. Okay, we can both agree that Food Shop, regardless of what Food Shop's believe the age to be, Food Shops was sexually intimate with this DMing this person in a sexually explicit manner. Correct?
It seems that's suggested. I haven't seen that
Food Shops
admits
to sexting this person, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Food Shops has admitted, yeah.
Okay. Now, hypothetically, let's just assume for a minute this is real. Let's say Food Shops was saying, you could be catfishing me. There's no way that, like, you're actually this person. You're totally catfishing me. If we accept that, well, let's accept that that's real for a second. Okay, just accept that that's real for a second. Then we move on to the next one. Food Shops is 25, 26 years old, a streamer who is...
Wait, what did you say we have to accept that was real?
Well, I've already shown that DM on my previous streams. I could just get that for you afterwards. I don't have the fucking...
I'm just saying, yeah, just point that out to me, yeah. Because, like, I understand people, like, okay, so there's a lot of things that happen in courtship where, taken out of context, it could seem kind of weird. So, like I said, I would prefer
why,
to analyze that
if you're acknowledging this person as exhibiting traits reminiscent of the artwork depicting prepubescent kids that you also admittedly jerk off to, right? You're admitting that. You're also admitting, hypothetically, if you have suspicions that this person isn't who they say they are, and you are a streamer who has covered drama, so somebody who almost certainly knows about the I didn't know the age defense, why would you not be IDing such an individual at that point, unless it was to remain willfully ignorant and maintain plausible deniability, so long as it wasn't outright spoken?
I don't think that the only explanation is that they wanted to, like, maintain plausible deniability. I think a lot of people are just stupid as fuck when they're horny, and I would not be able to explain most of the behavior that I've encountered online if I didn't have that belief. So, unfortunately, I do think that there is a certain level of, like, incuriosity that happens when your dick is hard, right? Like, I don't think that is necessarily evidence of somebody having pedophilic intent. The idea that food shops would be going after women who are clearly... Wait, okay, so are you happy? Let me just pose this, right? If Food Shops is only going after women her age or older now, or seems to have an expressed interest in women her age now, would you think that's a good thing? Like, that's a good sign going forward? If she's not, like, only jerking off to...
Okay, so if she has... Okay, the question, it's not good or bad if she's interested in women her own age. It's bad if she has interest in minors, right? If that's not continuing, then that bad is...
She doesn't seem to be interested in minors. She seems to be the negative, like the opposite of interested in minors.
Doesn't she literally admit to being aroused by drawn depictions of minors?
Of lolicon, yeah. People
what is
are also
lolicon? What is lolicon? What is lolicon?
So you had a furry mod in your server, right? Like Rita, they were like a big furry. They were posting like dog porn.
Another whataboutism.
Icy chat.
It was not porn.
No. I'm asking you. This is an important comparison.
Yeah. So I used to think.
Do you think that Rita wanted? Do you think that Rita posting like images where they clearly want to fuck dogs?
So they do not want to clearly fuck dogs. So I think Rita plays into it a little bit to be edgy and shocking or whatever. I think Rita is a furry, right? Unironically, but it seems like Rita is one of those.
Would you leave Rita alone with your dog?
Would I leave Rita? Probably not. No. To be honestly, no.
Well, I wouldn't leave Food Shops around with any of my younger members of my family, and nobody should. But I also don't think that she's a pedophile based off everything that's been posed. I think she's a lolicon, and I think you can obviously morally condemn lolicons, and you can say that their consumption of lolicon makes them more prevalent towards being pedophiles.
I'll let you get away with this whataboutism if you can give me evidence of Rita sexually interacting with a dog, like at a dog park or something. Because I can give you evidence of Food Shops sexually interacting with an actual child. So it's not even just fantasy. We actually have food shops interacting with somebody that they admittedly didn't believe.
Has this person been proven to be a child, even?
Has this person been proven to be a child? Food shops accepted that and
Yeah.
continue talking to them anyways. Why? How about better? Yeah.
I know. I think that you should. When somebody says that they're a minor, you should just accept that they're a minor and stop interacting. But what I'm saying is that if we're gonna prove this person wasn't just a catfish, shouldn't we like go and try to substantiate that?
Okay, what would that? What would
Because it's very easy to engage in a romantic relationship with somebody online and then say, "Oh, I was actually 17 the whole time. You're a pedo."
No, this
Like,
person
it's very easy to do that.
this isn't a post hoc thing. This person was openly identified as a minor in various Discord servers at the time of the sexting. They were identified as a minor.
I've
in
only
multiple
ever
servers.
heard that from commentary people that have a reason to try to smear food shops. Like
Everyone
I
has
said, this
shown
person was
receipts.
in several servers that I was in, and it wasn't known that they were a minor. It was known that they were a psycho. That
What
was
server?
posting
What server
pornographic
didn't know they
material
were a
or-
minor? What server didn't know they were a minor?
Dylan Burns server, for example.
Dylan
That
Burns.
was one back in 2023.
What was another one?
I think they were also burnt. It was like a small offshoot server that they were also banned from. I think they aren't banned from Lonerbox's server.
They were banned from the Cope and Seed
uh,
server, right? Like to the point where their name.
I've never been there.
Okay, so
I don't
so
know.
on Beckett's server, this person was banned, and they had to the point where they're like screenshots. What they did were literally in the rules. But what they had done is they threatened to send their own nudes, like and knowing they were a kid or something, which would have been CP, right? It was pretty
Right,
open that
that's-
this uninjured was a minor. This person was in Destiny's community.
No, I agree, which is why I definitely agree with you that food shops is reckless. That a lot of people in this space
But the
need to be
but the
a little bit
reckless
more
angle,
considerate.
but the for to believe in recklessness here, you'd have to believe in like a set of a set of ignorance and steps that would, I feel like, require far more mental hoops to jump through than simply saying food shops didn't really care if this person was actually a minor or not.
So here's the problem: we don't even know what kind of behavior that food shops engaged in with this person, right?
It was sexting. We know it was sexting.
Do we know that?
Both parties admit that they were sexting. That's never been disputed. Have you even looked into this?
No, I've looked into this. I haven't seen any evidence that they were sexting.
Food shops. What do you think they were doing? What do you think they were doing?
They were sexually that they had sexual conversations. It's a little bit different than sexting.
What kind of like talking about the birds and bees or something? You think that's what they were doing?
No, I'm saying like asking somebody. So, for example, asking somebody like sexualized questions is a little bit different than sending them a picture of nudes and vice versa,
Okay,
right?
sexting. So nudes can be a form of sexting, but that's not the only form of sexting. Sexting is just when you two are
Right.
like, there's like a mutual attraction there. You're sending sexually explicit messages to each other. So sexting.
Okay.
Which is what they were doing. They both admit to sending sexually explicit messages to
So,
each other.
like I said, there hasn't. So even Morale wasn't willing to substantiate any of this drama at the time because it did kind of seem like it was an insane person that was interacting. Now, like I said, I think food shops should have had the good sense to not interact with this person. But
I think food
given
shops
the fact
did
that
have
it
the
hasn't
good
been proven
sense
that
and
they're,
chose
it
not
hasn't
to.
been proven they were a minor. Hasn't been proven they sent any images of a minor. Hasn't been
Food
proven
shops
that
accepted
shops
they were
sent
minor.
images.
Okay. Also, better question: when this person does actually reveal they're a minor, why did food shops remain in communication with them? Wouldn't you block if, like, let's say hypothetically, you've been sexting someone, you just implicitly trust them, you find out the person you've been sexting and building a relationship with for a year is actually a minor. What would you do? You would block them, right?
Me as like a 30-plus-year-old woman, yeah, I would block them.
Yeah, food shops
if
is
I was
like what?
in
How old
my
was food
early,
shops?
if I was in my early 20s, I could
mid-20,
see myself
25.
being.
I'm in my
Was
early
she
20s.
25
She
when
was
this happened?
25.
When
Yes.
wait, when all this went down, because this person's 19 now, so when they were a minor, that was
This
2
was
years
last
ago.
year.
So food shops was 23.
No, food shops was not 23. This ended like last year, but it had began like the year prior. Food shops was like 24
Actually, no, wait,
25.
no, you're right. She was 20, like 25. Yeah.
Yep.
She was like 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mid-20s.
I think she should have known better.
I think she
I'll
did
say
know
that
better.
she should have known better.
I think she did.
I don't think it's pedophilia, though. I think it's just being stupid. I think it's like that. Honestly, I don't see willful intent to go after minors the same way that I do with other people in your community who are intentionally
who in
seeking
my
out
community
people
is
because
going-
they're minors
Who
to
in
go
my
DM them.
I'm sorry, who in my community is going and seeking out minors to DM?
Dude, are you gonna deny that Morale is a part of your orbit? Are you gonna deny
Yeah.
that Morale is somebody that you need to stay on good terms with and not go as hard on as you go after people like food shops?
I'm sorry. You know, me and Morale only like reestablished like cordial terms like a few weeks ago. I barely spoke to this guy for months.
Why would you ever establish cordial terms with somebody that you know intentionally sought out a 17-year-old to sext?
Okay, I know that when he was
Knowing they were
21, I know that when he
17-year-olds.
was 21, he was
It
flirting with a
doesn't matter
17-year-old.
if he was 21. He
Well,
was
it
an
does.
adult.
It does because that
It doesn't.
because
It
the age gap
doesn't,
there.
by the way.
So
It
believe
doesn't.
So believe it or not, when you're 21, there's probably a normally developed 21-year-old not presenting with any diagnosable paraphilias or abnormalities in psychosexual development can find at least a few 17-year-olds attractive, right? The problem is,
We all
you
find
know they're
17-year-olds
17.
attractive, you dumb fuck.
You
we
know
all
they're
find,
17.
If you
You know they're 17. You
17-year-old and you didn't know
logically.
their age, you would
You know
probably
they're
find them
17.
attractive. That's just how
You know
fucking
they're
human biology
17.
works.
Yeah, yes, you
Sorry.
know they're 17.
We
Your
know-
impulses
we know
stop
higher
you
as
from
intelligent
engaging,
beings.
right?
We know,
Prefrontal cortex not
we know
at
as
21.
intelligent beings that the 17-year-old doesn't have all the rights of an
For somebody-
18-year-old. They can't actually express themselves as an adult. They don't actually have full autonomy over their lives. That's
agree.
why if you go and you try to snipe them as a 21, even as a 21-year-old, even as a 20-year-old, even as a
It's wrong.
19-year-old, if you're going to people in high school and trying to groom them, that's wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially when you know.
It's wrong. Yes, it is wrong when you're 21 to sex a 17-year-old. Absolutely agreed. Right. So the question is, do you admit it's wrong? He does. Have you not done it since? He hasn't. So yeah.
He said right after that he would do it again, though. Has he ever gone back on that?
Yes, he's literally admitted it was wrong. He was
And why does
obviously.
he think it's wrong?
You'd have to ask him.
Okay. Well, you should ask him because you seem to care, right?
I did. I grilled him on it at the time.
But you didn't even grill him about this.
You
didn't even grill him about like why would he not? Why does he think it's wrong to go after a 17-year-old even as a 21-year-old? Because you seem to give him kind of a
He seems
tacit
to.
defense.
I give the reason for why I think it's wrong. He seems to agree with that.
No, that's not what I experienced. You asked if he was what age he was. He answered that he was 21, and you were like, okay. That was kind of your response. You didn't seem to have any problem with that.
The time this happened, when these allegations dropped, I literally had him on and grilled him over it, like asking him.
No. I'm talking about the other day when you asked him what age he was when he messaged the 17-year-old.
I knew what age he was. I was making. I said, wait, Duckbringer, what did I say in that statement?
Like, okay.
What did I say in that statement? I said, how old were you? How old was Food Shops? I knew how old both were. I was just making it was rhetorical, right?
Okay. So is there a meaningful difference between somebody being 21 and going after a 17-year-old, knowing they're a 17-year-old, and somebody being 25 and accidentally dating a 17-year-old they didn't verify was not 17?
Accidentally is doing the heaviest of lifting. Food Shops evidently didn't believe this
versus
person was
intentionally,
who they were,
we're saying the plausible deniability of somebody not having the information on somebody's age versus somebody knowing somebody's age and intentionally pursuing them.
So if Morale maintained the flimsiest plausible deniability ever, you'd be okay with it?
No. I think that if Morale got catfished by somebody that was lying about their age, I would have the same belief about his actions that I do about Food Shops.
How did this person?
That they were reckless.
How did this person catfish Food Shops out of curiosity?
She was in a lot of different communities. Like she was just a active member.
Yeah, but what did she do to catfish her? Like when you hear like a cat,
catfishing was I assume when the relationship got deeper was lying about their age.
Okay, so the catfishing was saying they were 18.
Right, which is catfishing.
Got it. And then Food Shops evidently suspects this person is not who they say they are. The age they do give is right on the limit anyways. Food Shops is acknowledging they have characteristics reminiscent of prepubescent depictions of sexualized girls.
You haven't proven any of this. So
this is all in the DMs. These are all I don't have the packet in front of me. I pulled every DM I'm referring to up on stream. If you want to contest this, you can literally call me a liar over this.
A lot of people can send me this stuff. Food Shops can also send me this stuff to give her side of things. All I'm saying is that I stick by my opinion that Food Shops was reckless in her behavior. Morale was intentionally a little bit predatory in his behavior. That's the distinction I draw. That's why I judge
Morale
these
was
situations
predatory.
differently. Yes, I do think that he intentionally went after a 17-year-old, which is predatory. Yes.
Well, he was going after someone. He knew they were 17 and
You'd be
flirted with
taking
them
my
anyways.
virginity because I never penetrated before. Wowzers! And then Aiko in the house says, "Yippee! Literally T, better than men. Probs bigger too. Straps-ons are usually way bigger than men." It's very weird sharing these like DMs about a minor, by the way.
It's weird.
And then Food Shop says, "It would because we would take our
Is it
sweetest
not
time
more
spent
weird
in
to
bed."
send and receive these DMs from a minor? You think that's like a little bit more?
No, this was supposed to be proof that Food Shops had evidence that this person was underage.
No, somebody just sent this to me. It seems like evidence they were just
Okay, well,
sexting.
somebody's just sending you random sext with a minor.
It seemed like
That's
they were disputing
weird.
that they were sexting.
Yeah, but this doesn't even prove anything. Now you're just
Well, yeah,
airing
you
fucking
seem to dispute
DMs
that
from
they
a
were
minor for no
sexting.
reason.
Okay,
This doesn't
this
even
person
prove
is not
anything.
a minor anymore. They've given me permission to air all their DMs.
No, all I'm saying is that what I asked is proof that Food Shops had plausible deniability or was kind of like skirting around the idea that they were overage or underage. How do you watch so many commentators and all they do is make fun of you, degenerate gooners? They're targeting you. TBF, they're gooners too. Lyrics, well, yeah. Chud talks about gawk every 5 seconds. Lol, ha 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 ha. I can't believe this cute IRL lolly Japanese girl is in this space who is actually into me. This is why I think I'm being catfished. The chances can be possible. Let's see. No evidence of your identity or existence, but that's okay. I guess there's a picture. I guess the pictures can be AI generated. So, like, do we have the rest of this conversation? Like, what does this person respond to substantiate? That's the problem, is that we don't know if this person posted something. We don't have. Okay, so like,
Food
what's
Shops
the
never,
rest
Food
of
Shops
this
never
exchange?
claimed this person sent them ID. Food Shops never claimed that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying was there anything to substantiate? So like after obviously like Food Shops is doubting in this conversation.
So can you admit?
This
So at this point, can you
would
admit
really
that
be interested in them.
everything I referenced was correct? What I said.
No, there's no evidence that this person. So like somebody saying that they're a lolly Japanese girl and Food Shops being incredulous that this person would be into them does not mean that they are incredulous that they're over the age of like 18. No.
Okay, no. So without indicators, this person demonstrates like very young characteristics that would be reminiscent of depictions of prepubescent kids in artwork, right? Food Shops also says in that same line that they think they're being catfish and has reason to suspect this person is not who they say they are. Food Shops never claims this person sent ID.
In the sense that they think that somebody is just catfishing them with pictures, not that they think that they're being catfished with a minor. So I mean, okay. I'm gonna get called a gooner for this, like, right? But I think that somebody can be, especially if they're Asian, especially if you're an Asian person and you're into petite women, like calling somebody a lolly doesn't necessarily mean that you want them to be a child. It just means that you want them to have very like. Petite features?
Very what? I'm sorry. Are you
Very
saying that
petite
Asians are
features.
pedophiles now, Jeff?
I mean, statistically, Japanese people, yeah, kind of are. But I mean, let's not get into
okay.
that.
Well, okay.
Wait, Aiko, do you want to talk about the problem of pedophilia in Japan?
No, I don't actually. I want to talk about you defending a pedophile because I guess it's natural for Asians. Is it the gene, the Asian pedophile gene?
Is that what I
why
said?
you're
Is that-
defending Food Shops?
Do you feel
Aiden,
any
pull
sort
up
of, like,
the
kinship towards, Food
screenshot
Shops?
where it's like splayed in fluids.
Yeah.
We're gonna be in bed all day and splay out in our fluids.
Why
That's
are we
pretty
sharing
disgusting.
this person? Why are we sharing like DMs with somebody that was underage at the time? That's kind of weird.
They've sent us.
Is it weird,
I
or
don't
is it
care.
weird to
If
be a
it doesn't care.
25-year-old telling
if I
a
was a kid that was
17-year-old that you're gonna
groomed,
fucking splay in their
if I
fucking
was
fluid?
a kid that was groomed, and then like I said when I was
Oh,
adult,
so
like,
she was
okay for you
groomed.
to send my CP.
Oh, she was
It's
groomed.
okay,
So
it's
you're
okay.
saying that Food Shops groomed her?
No, Aiko, I'm saying if I was a
No,
kid that was
no,
groomed,
you're not. You're not.
Aiko, I have a hypothetical for you. If I was a kid that was groomed, and then
No,
once I
no,
turned
no,
18,
no,
I
it's
said,
not a
no, it's
hypothetical.
actually
There's literally
it's
a
okay to share my
17-year-old and a 25-year-old.
Aiko,
A real
Aiko.
one taking place. Not some other Asian pedophile.
Aiko, if I said after I was groomed as a teenager, okay, I'm an adult now. It's okay for you to disseminate my CP. Would that be okay?
It's not CP.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you a hypothetical. Did
well,
you eat breakfast
is
this
there
morning,
any
Aiko?
CP involved here?
Did you eat breakfast this morning?
Is
Aiko?
there CP? Is there CP? Yes or no?
These are sexual sexual
Is it
exchanges
CP?
between ostensibly a child and an
No,
adult.
it's not
This
CP, is it?
CSAM.
It's mostly Food Shops saying disgusting things.
I'm sorry, Aiko. We don't call it child porn anymore. We call it child sexual abuse material.
That's not what that is. But if there is CP or CSEM involved, then isn't that kind of worse on food shops?
Are you agreeing? Are you agreeing?
Are you saying that she
So do you think if I
sexually
was sharing?
exploited this 17-year-old girl?
No. So if we were sharing
you're
sex
not.
between,
Okay, then
if
it
there
should
was-
be fine to show.
Can I
If there's nothing wrong with the DMs, it should be fine to share it around.
She's having
Duck,
she's
I
having a
referenced
conversation
I
with herself.
referenced these DMs earlier, like when I said they were sexting. When I said you asked explicitly for the evidence, you literally asked.
No,
for
no,
the
no. I
evidence.
asked for the evidence of her saying that she was like had the plausible deniability about the age.
So I said, yeah. So I said
what
that
I'm
I said that Food
saying-
Shops was doubting that this person was who they said they were. At which point you then asked me for evidence where I was getting this. I pulled up.
I
the
didn't
evidence.
ask for you to send me sexual exchanges between an adult and a minor, Aiden. I don't know how you thought that was what I was asking.
So I said
for.
they were sexting. You also were asking for proof, right?
I'm asking for proof that they had confirmed the age or had plausible deniability over the age. You didn't need to include all of this. You could have probably cropped it a
Okay,
little
so
bit.
since he
Not
did,
even-
what do you think of it? What do you think about it?
I don't think any of it proves that food shops
No,
knew this.
what do you
person
think
was
about the
underage.
actual DMs? Do you think that they're
Yeah,
okay?
I don't think any of it's normal sexting. Assuming that if I'm
it's
gonna
normal
take the
sexting.
assumption,
So between a 17-year-old and 25-year-old, when she had reason to believe,
Presuming
she
she
said that
did-
she thought that she was an.
17,
She kept saying that she was an op. Oh, you're from Chud Logic. You're doing this because of Queeman. She clearly had fucking ideas that things were going on.
She has skepticism against me, and I'm a 33-year-old woman. What the fuck do you mean? Like, Food Shops is constantly skeptical. In
You
our
are
DMs.
clearly not a fucking 17-year-old. If anyone's seen you, no one thinks you're fucking 17.
Same with you. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know. I'm
Okay.
40 years old. I'm 40 years old, and I don't care about
What
looking
I'm
like a
saying
fucking
is that if Food
17-year-old
Shops-
because
if I
I'm not
wanted
a
to be-
fucking pedophile. I don't care about pedophiles. I don't try and debate pedophiles, and I'm
Aiko, do
Yes?
you want to be my little lolly? You wanna be my little
no,
lolly?
actually, I would say that this is sexual harassment.
If I kidnap you, will you be my little lolly?
No, I'd probably stab you in the fucking face, actually, and it would be self-defense. Isn't okay? You can say that the Asian gene.
I don't
is
care about this
pedophilia,
unserious
but the
person,
white
by the
gene
way,
is
that tried to
clearly
like,
rape.
hey, dude. Hey, why did you try to give my friend Troff like bad legal advice, just the same way that Sunday tried to give Pixie bad legal advice?
Okay, so why are you
What's up with that?
defending? Why are you defending a
Why are you
pedophile
guys-
right now? So you
why are
think
you
that those
defending
were
somebody who
normal
ruined-
sex
why are you
between a
defending somebody who
17-year-old
ruined
and a
Pixie's legal
25-year-old?
case?
I don't give a
somebody
fuck
who-
about Troff.
Why are you
I don't
defending
give a fuck.
somebody?
You know what's a legal
Yeah,
issue?
I know. You
is
didn't give a
fucking
fuck about Pixie
pedophiles.
either. You didn't
It's
give a fuck
it-
about Pixie either, and neither did Sunday.
Who
And
cares?
you defend him.
Who cares? I literally
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
give a fuck about
You don't
any of what
care.
you're
I
saying
know.
right now because you're
I
defending a
literally know
pedophile,
because
which
you're-
makes you a pedophile defender.
You're a grifter, okay?
I don't care. You can say that, right? I'm not a pedophile
Meanwhile,
defender.
the
You
people
are.
that I defend
Fucking sucks to be
don't
you, doesn't
actually
it?
The people that I defend don't actually cause any legal problems.
Oh,
for
it's
the people that
legal
they're
to
supposedly targeting.
groom a 17-year-old. That's awesome. That's so fucking cool. I'm glad
You
you're
think
here
you can
defending
groom
it.
somebody that
And
you
it's
don't know was
just-
17?
It's memorialized in time. This will be the day.
You think-
Duckbringer, Doxbringer has
Aiko, what do you think about
defended a
morale?
pedophile and defended
Aiko.
the sex between them about them being splayed
Aiko.
in each other's fluids in
Aiko,
bed.
didn't you say the other day that you don't, or like a month ago, that you don't care about joking about my abuse history because you think it's fake? Wait to
I
be a
didn't say
feminist
that. I've
ally,
said
by
that
the way. you dumb
continuously since the
bitch.
beginning.
Yeah, I know, because
I
you
don't
need
give a
proof.
fuck
You want me
about
to
that.
send you pictures of my beaten
I don't
face for you to
care
believe me as
about
a
whatever
victim.
it is the fuck that you're talking about. You're defending a fucking pedophile.
You're actually a fake feminist.
You're a freak.
I'm not a
There's no
pedophile.
world in which I need to defend a 25-year-old
spiraling.
sexting, and not just sexting, but trying to manipulate and control a fucking 17-year-old. I saw the
spiraling.
later
You're
text message when
spiraling.
she's
You're
like, "Oh, I need to know your schedule, so where you go to work or when you sleep, so I know, and I'm not anxious that you're abandoning me." That's fucking
did you think-
crazy. That's
Did you think
another
the Brit
level.
Stuff, hey, did you think the Brit stuff from Connor was real?
I probably. I don't care.
You think that like that's all pedophilic and shit like that? Well, you reported on it.
Yeah,
You
that's
said it was
super
real.
pedophilic.
Okay, so like you obviously don't care about evidence. You obviously don't look into the things that you call people a pedophile over.
What?
You're just
No,
a
I
grifter,
did look
Aiko.
into it, and ultimately,
you're a dumb
everyone
grifter
concluded
who
that we
actually
don't.
poses
We are
yourself as a
now I
feminist.
gotta step in. I'm actually more moderate on the Connor accusations, but yes, if the accusations are, if we're assuming they're correct, exactly as they've been laid out to us, then yes, it would be fair to describe that as pedophilic, right? It also seems that there's not proof, right, but there's evidence that this occurred in the form of there's corroborating, like, consistent testimony given to Mr. Girl at the time that seems to correlate with a bunch of other shit. I haven't really gotten into the weeds of that because I don't want to hit that.
Yeah, there's plenty of proof. There's no evidence.
So,
Yeah, but anyway, so the
evidence
pedophile that you're defending, we're not getting away from this.
Are you like, wait, so basically the problem, Aiko, is you're going to keep repeating, Food Shop is a pedophile, Food Shop is a pedophile, Food Shop is a pedophile. There's no proof.
No, I wouldn't be saying that at all if you weren't here defending her. And I think that's fucking crazy.
Bitch. You defend way worse people for nothing.
Like who?
I actually defend Food Shops because I think she deserves it, because I think that she's actually not a pedophile. I think she actually does things in her community.
So you think that
like
if you want to fuck a kid that you're not a pedophile? She could be a non-offending pedophile.
I think that's meaningfully different, right? I think that if somebody admits that they have inappropriate feelings and they're going to therapy for them,
you're not offending yet. Maybe she will, maybe she won't.
So do you admit the Food Shop is a non-offending pedophile, Duckbringer?
I don't like that language. No, I wouldn't use that. I'm not going to argue with people that call
why
her a
wouldn't you?
non-offending
You don't
pedophile,
like it,
though.
or it's not true?
You're gonna let me actually give my answer? So I think that given everything that Food Shops has said about how she feels about the attraction she has towards people that she could identify as children in the past, like describing POCD and stuff like that, that
she does not have POCD.
It doesn't matter. Shut up. Because of my perspective, that she doesn't want to offend, she doesn't want to be attracted to children or anything like that. I think it's fine to not call her a pedophile and to encourage her, for example, to date people her age, to engage her on sexual topics of people that are of age and stuff like that. Now, I don't think that it would be appropriate, for example, to let somebody like that around my family members, which is not something I have to be concerned about. Like, I don't know if you guys have this experience, but I have pedophiles in my family. Like, I have pedophiles that I have to fucking break bread with every now and then. They were pedophiles in the past, right? Offending pedophiles in my family. We all have to kind of deal with people who have an attraction to children, who have unhealthy attractions, who have...
We do not, actually. If anybody in my family... if I knew anybody in my family, I would completely alienate them. If I have anybody in my family
So, Aiden,
against a child...
have you ever interacted with
Maybe this is your issue. Maybe the fact that you are normalized being around pedophiles is like making you like this.
I think it's making me more of an empathetic person towards
more
people
empathetic
really
for the
don't...
pedophiles,
Yeah,
which is totally cool.
That's totally can you
fine.
shut the fuck
That's
up, you dumb
totally
bitch? You
fine.
never have
No,
anything
actually,
important
you
to
can shut the
say.
fuck
How
up.
about you actually
I'm not the
shut
one
up?
defending a fucking
Why don't you go
pedophile.
take a toke of your fucking pen, you dumb bitch? Okay, so anyways,
continue.
If you have people in your life who have offended before and they don't want to offend anymore, right? They clearly have anxiety about that. They have anxiety about the fact that they were ever inappropriate towards kids. I think it's good for you to... That is actually okay.
That's literally not POCD. Is when you are.
I understand. I'm using the more extreme example, you dumb bitch.
No.
I'm using the extreme example of somebody who's actually
completely
offended.
fucking different thing.
I
POCD.
agree. Somebody can be a pedophile and somebody can have POCD, and those aren't the same thing.
No. Because if they're a pedophile, then they're reasonably afraid of offending. POCD is irrational. It's intrusive worries and thoughts and fears about doing something you do not want to do.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
I
because
agree.
you don't understand the definition doesn't make it
Let me
different.
explain this to you. And I know I'm going out on a limb here. I'm going out on a rhetorical limb here, and I'm stupid for doing this, okay?
Yes,
so
you are.
If you have
Continue.
POCD, great. I don't give a fuck about your opinion, Echo.
Mhm.
Literally in the trash. So if you have POCD, you have an irrational fear of being attracted to children, and you would possibly talk about it more. You would possibly feel shame.
Maybe not.
Shut up. You would possibly have fear over even benign attraction to people that even look like children. You would be incredibly anxious about it, and you would talk about it, and you would proclaim about it a lot.
So why
All
would
of these
somebody
things are
with
things
POCD
that food shops, all of these
why would
things
somebody
are
with
things that
POCD be
food shops
aroused
has
by
done.
why would somebody with POCD be aroused by and engage with lolicon if that would confirm the like at the
Because
core
lolicon
POCD
is not inherently. I don't know how to explain this to you guys. Attraction
Because
to
you're
lolicon
wrong.
is a gateway.
And you're coping and seething.
I haven't drank, bitch.
But
I
at least
haven't drank.
I've learned a lot
bitch,
about
I
you
haven't
today.
Drank, bitch, I
You have
haven't
offending
drank.
pedophiles in your family,
I
so here you are
haven't- hey,
defending a supposedly non-offending
Aiko,
pedophile.
I
It
haven't
makes
drank
sense.
in 6
It totally
months.
makes sense.
When was the last time that you took a fucking hit off your Benjamin? Okay.
Not today.
Fucking dumb, hypocritical bitch. Oh, I'm sure. That's why you're.
I'm not
OCD
the one
was flaring
defending a
up.
pedophile, dude. I don't know what to tell
I'm not defending
you.
a pedophile.
You
This is
literally
what
are.
you do.
You're not
You do
just
the
a
stupid
pedophile if
webby
you
bullshit.
offend.
You do the
You
stupid
can be
webby
a
bullshit.
pedophile in your head. You don't
can't
have to
argue.
touch
You
kids
actually
yet.
can't have a conversation. You just have to spam the same fucking word. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. We can't. Unfortunately,
Because
me and Aiden
you're
were actually having a
coping
much,
and seething and trying to change the
so
subject.
me
That's
and
why you're
Aiden
bringing
were
up other
having a
things.
much more nuanced conversation before your dumb bitch ass started interrupting me every 5 seconds with "You're a pedophile. You're a
He was
pedophile.
letting
You're a
you
pedophile. You're a
wiggle
pedophile.
around
You're
a
a
little
pedophile.
bit because
You're a
you know,
pedophile. You're a pet. Aiko, did you know that you're a pedophile? Aiko, I heard you raped 4 young boys the other week. I heard from a good source, your brother.
Listen, I don't need to hear about your fucking goon material fantasies, okay? I don't need to hear about what you get off to in your head.
And he told me that you are sexually molesting 4 young boys. I didn't want to reveal this on stream, but I'm sorry.
The difference is
Okay,
you
continue.
You clearly made that up. We have
Oh, good, shut up, okay.
irrefutable
No
evidence
one-
of food shops interacting.
No one believes you, even a little bit, so who cares?
This is
Continue.
2 versus 1, Aiko. You think you're winning? You
I'm
came
barely
in to fucking
interjecting.
dunk on me.
I don't care about winning. I care about saying that, hey, why are you
All she
defending a
says,
fucking
You're a
pedophile?
pedophile. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile.
You want me to call you a pedophile? Maybe you are. Does it rub off on your family?
She says you're defending one. She says you're defending one. She's not calling you
Perry,
one.
how long, Perry, or Aiko, how long did you defend Perry for, by the way? When I told you months ago, by the way, when
Did
you
he
broke
molest
up your
anyone?
friend- No, but he certainly fucked over a lot of people, and he also
I do
fucking
not
worked-
care. I
he jerked
think
off because he's
that
Rebecca,
Perry
and you don't care
fucking
about
people
that.
over is Perry fucking people over. Is he touching kids? No, I don't
So a lot
care.
of people
Irrelevant
were
to this
telling you
conversation.
that Perry was actively engaging in
I don't
cunning
care.
memes. He was posting. Perry was
that's not-
posting lolicon memes in his server for
Memes.
as
He was
long
posting
as anybody
memes.
else.
That is
care.
not the.
I do not care. I care absolutely zero
okay.
amount.
So you don't care. So you don't care that you associate with a pedophile, but you
He's
care that
not-
I
I don't associate with
a
Perry
pedophile,
anymore.
right?
I
Oh,
despise.
you
associate
did,
with
and I
Perry
tried.
anymore.
Aiko, remember when I tried to tell you you were ruining your friendship with Rezi over trying to
I
litigate your
do not
drama with
care
Perry?
about Rezi. I
Oh,
literally
yeah.
don't even think about Rezi.
Because you destroyed your friendship, you destroyed a lot of your
I
connections. Even your
literally-
connection with President Sunday is kind of tenuous right now. You're kind of
What?
nobody. I could kind of leave this call and we just
President
drop off the face
Sunday,
of the
you
earth.
don't know shit about my friendship with President Sunday.
I know that he told me not to care about anything that you have to think or say about anybody because you're a fucking psycho. Okay?
Uh-huh. Sure.
So my point is that you need a handler. Rezi was your handler before. I tried to keep you from
Rezi was
sabotaging your
my
friendship with Rezi by not litigating it with Perry. You called me a humegalol. You made up a bunch of
Funny you
bullshit about
are.
me.
You
By the
just
way,
pop
Aiko,
up
I can
to
send you
defend
pictures.
random shit.
I can send you pictures of my beat to fuck face if you want to know if I was an actual
I
victim of
mean-
DV. I have all of the evidence in the world, but I don't feel the need to
You know
prove
what?
myself.
Here's
to
the
people
thing,
like
though.
you,
Even
because
if you
you're
did,
scum, because
you
you're
don't
slime,
really
because
care.
you're nobody, because you
I
make
don't
minimum wage,
care.
dick
If
sucking a
someone
bunch of people
punches you in
half
the
your
face,
age.
I don't care. I really don't care. Lots of people
I
get
don't
hit.
care. I'm so unbothered. I don't care.
I truly do not care
I
what
don't
happened to
care.
you.
I don't care so much that I joined a VC that I wasn't even related to debate you, but I don't care.
I mean, you're here defending a pedophile, so
I'm here defending somebody who I'm actually friends with, and you don't have any friends.
you're
because you
friends with
scared them
food
all away.
shops?
Yeah, I think she's cool. Do you have any friends like
All
that?
right.
But you
That's
admit
really,
you now
really
admit it seems
sad.
like you admit food shops as a non-offending pedophile per your own logic.
No, I will, and I've said this for a long time. I'm not going to argue with people that want to say that she thinks that she displays things that make them think that she's a pedophile. I don't think
Well,
she's
then
a
why the
pedophile. I
analogy
don't
of
think
your
it's
family
productive to
come
call
up?
her a pedophile.
Why'd you
Huh?
bring up your family?
Because okay, I would love to explain that, but Aiko was yapping through that whole thing. So would you like me to explain?
Feel free. Explain.
Okay. So the reason that I might have a different perspective as somebody who has had offending pedophiles in my family in the past who I've had to then forgive through my life.
You forgive?
I have. Can you mute her?
Just keep.
Please?
You just. You gotta, if somebody interrupts you, just keep talking.
Okay. If she keeps interrupting me, though, please mute her.
I won't. I'm sorry.
We're all adults. We're all adults. All right. What were you saying, Dr.
So just shut the fuck up, please. Thank you. So the reason I brought that up is because I've had to forgive people who were not worthy of forgiveness or tolerate them in my past. I've had to tolerate them. I know what it's like to know somebody who's done something that horrible against a child. And whether they were developmentally challenged, which in my case, the people who were pedophiles were developmentally challenged, right? I have a much higher bar for people who have those thoughts and don't act on them. I don't say that I respect those people. I wouldn't trust them around my young family members. But at the same time, the fact that they've recognized that that's a problem and that they feel anxiety over that and that they're trying to correct that is more than I experience in people who I've known who have actually offended. People I've known who have actually offended don't tend to rationalize their behavior as bad. They don't tend to feel anxiety about it. They tend to feel anger towards society about it.
Got it. And when you're bringing this up in comparison to, or in the context of food shops, you're saying what?
I'm saying that I don't think somebody having a proclivity towards lolicon necessarily makes you more likely to offend towards children.
Did
the
your,
things that I would
I'm
point
sorry,
towards,
hold on. Did your family members, the ones you're describing, they had a proclivity towards lolicon?
No, they didn't.
It was
like they just had
they
access
offended
to
against
children,
real kids.
and they
Real
took
kids.
it. Yeah.
So why are they being brought
So-
up as the comparison?
Because I've never in my life seen an association between people who are simply into lolicon or don't want to disavow lolicon, which plenty of people in the space fall into that category, right? I don't see the comparison between that and people who actually offend against children.
Oh,
Even
that's why
somebody
you
like
brought it up.
Doobie will argue about that. Yeah. I don't think so. And like this is where I say I'm going out on a
Nice
limb. A
post
lot of
hoc
people aren't going to
save.
agree with me about that. A lot of people aren't going to agree with me on that. That just because you consume lolicon or you're interested in it means you're going to offend against children. I do agree that it
Nobody's
combined-
saying offending against children. We're talking about the descriptive claim of pedophile, right? You understand that pedophile doesn't actually mean you have to go and offend against a child, right? It could just involve
Yes.
fantasies, which food shops evidently seems to have.
I agree, and I also know that she has indicated distress from those feelings. Now, this is something where if I have a closer friendship with food shops, this might be something, because this shouldn't be content. Can you agree that if food shops has these proclivities, this shouldn't be content? This should be something that somebody who actually cares about her talks to her about and says like, hey, do you actually have these feelings? And if so, like, what are you doing about them? That's not something she's ever going to go out on a limb and talk about, especially after her experiences with just what she said before.
She actively tried to provide a defense for it, claiming she had POCD, which is a huge insult to people that actually suffer from that, right? But the email she provided from her therapist in turn didn't say anything she said that it said, and she like obviously just completely fucking made that up. So she did speak on it. It was just like it made her look worse.
None of us are therapists, and none of us are therapists that deal with POCD. Just the way that one person. So that's where I'm at with that. You can send me
you don't need to be a therapist to know what POCD is, right? And understand how intrusive thoughts
send me
work.
over the material that you have for that claim right there. But all I'm saying is that I don't personally think that
you haven't seen
even
the email?
having guilt over those feelings. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want you to send me that. I'm not gonna argue on that point. Do you think that I log everything obsessively like you guys do?
No, but you were just talking about how this person's like a friend of yours. You're supposed to be talking to her about the allegations. So surely you saw the email that she provided as her like evidence of POCD, right?
This conversation, honestly, like if I was going to have a personal conversation with food shops about her actual proclivities, this conversation has set me back so many months just because I'm talking about it publicly. Okay.
Oh no.
So what I'm saying is that like these sorts of things need to be handled sensitively. You're never going to get a definitive statement from somebody online about their attraction towards minor people that is not going to make them seem like a pedophile.
I'm sorry. A statement from somebody online about what?
You're not going to be able to engage in a conversation with somebody who has attraction towards children in a way that's not going to make them seem like a pedophile. Can you agree with
seems
that?
like seems like we're on the same page. Got it. Seems like we're on the exact same
and
page now.
do you not agree that somebody with POCD is not going to be able to talk about
POCD are not attracted to
problem
kids. People with POCD are not attracted to
without
kids. People with POCD are not attracted to kids.
Nobody here is a therapist. I don't want
You don't
anybody
need to
here
be-
to
you don't need to be a
I
therapist,
know
you
what
know?
OCD is. I know what POCD is, and that's not what that is.
It's not.
Aiko, do you have POCD?
It's irrational fears of things that you would never do, like kill a baby
Aiko,
or
do you have
push a family member off the cliff.
Aiko, do you have POCD?
You don't need
No,
to
I don't. I have
POCD.
I have regular OCD.
If you have intrusive thoughts related to OCD, then you can understand the basic mechanisms of how POCD might manifest. Intrusive thoughts typically.
I don't actually think Aiko has OCD. I want Aiko to prove to me that she has OCD. Actually,
Okay,
I think she's faking it.
That's great, but
All right, that's fine.
So OCD, so OCD as it functions, right? Typically, the fixation of intrusive thoughts are things that conflict with the moral values of the person themselves, causing distress and a loss of functioning as a result of the disorder, which is why it's a disorder. That's not all forms of OCD, by the way, but the compulsions are done to alleviate the feelings of distress. What if I actually am this thing? If you're like a big animal lover, for example, you'll have intrusive thoughts about like you killing a dog or something, and you'll be left with the what if I am this way? What if I am this way? And you have like a let me go touch that doorknob 5 times to alleviate this feeling of distress associated with intrusive thought.
And you don't think
the point is that you don't want to do those
Yeah,
things.
you don't want to. It conflicts what you actually want. That's why it causes you distress.
You don't think food shops admitting her desires in the way that she has, like, none of that can be in a
that's
form
not
of distress
POCD.
or in a
That's
form,
her
in
desires.
like an altered state.
Her desires.
No. You don't understand. Like, that's actually exactly
People with POCD don't actually desire to molest children.
But they have the
They're
feeling.
irrationally
That's the
worried that
problem, is
they will.
have the idea. No, you guys don't. You guys actually functionally don't understand POCD.
That is
They
just-
are pervasive thoughts about wanting to violate a child.
I know so much about OCD, you have no fucking idea. Okay, that's just like not true at all. For somebody with
Well,
POCD
I wouldn't
specifically,
leave either of you around my children.
I don't
either,
have
to be honest.
POCD, but for somebody with POCD specifically, something like lolicon would probably cause them to have a mental breakdown, because if they achieve, which they wouldn't, right? But if they achieved arousal of that would reaffirm the constant fear in their mind that the intrusive thoughts reinforce. What if I am actually this thing?
Not necessarily. I mean, I understand what you're getting at there, Aiden, that obviously you would want to avoid those thoughts at all cost. I guess what I'm getting at is that
can you
'cause
admit?
you don't always know that you
Have you seen any evidence this person has POCD?
Wait, shut up. Let me explain to you. You don't always know that you have OCD, right? Like, you might just have intrusive thoughts, you might just have obsessive thoughts, and you don't actually prescribe it to a diagnosis. And it's possible. It's possible that food shops attributed what she was feeling to a diagnosis that wasn't yet substantiated by a psychiatrist, and then she went to a psychiatrist and she got kind of a diagnosis.
She did not get a diagnosis of POCD. First of all, it's not a diagnosis, but second of all, even in the emails that the therapist sent, there's nothing that she said was going to be in there in those emails, right? So that she has POCD and her therapist prescribed lolicon to alleviate it, which makes no functional sense if you understand what POCD is. And also, the email didn't substantiate that; it was clearly made up on the spot. I don't know. Are you like still defending the notion this person actually has POCD?
So, like I said, as a friend of food shops, if you have these arguments about how she mistreated her POCD or how she maybe misdiagnosed herself with POCD, that's entirely a different conversation. If you want to make that argument, that's something that I would like to look over, and that's.
It seems like she completely made up a story to substantiate that.
I'm not gonna debate drama that happened 3 years ago. I'm not gonna debate like what people said like at any given time. Because I know personally that I've been contextualized a certain way in this space because of my debate performance and shit like that had absolutely no bearing on who I am as a person. So understand that I'm a little bit considerate about food shops as somebody who has been treated unfairly in this
So
space.
I've been treated.
And
So
I don't care if
believe it or not,
anybody. I don't care if anybody agrees with me, but I have that feeling, and I know that you, Aiden, are sympathetic towards people as well. I appreciate your sympathy. I think that you're a good voice for the space because of that. I'm the same way. I just want you to understand that I'm not trying to sweep for a pedophile here. I'm not trying to clear food shops of any pedophilia charges. I'm just saying that I think the whole narrative around the fact that she lied about her POCD or that she can't possibly have any, you know, like this idea that she's a predator of
can I ask you a
children.
question?
I think
Why do you think I align with like Queeman and all of them on like the Destiny arguments and everything? Why do you think I?
Because you were groomed in the Diorio space. I don't know.
I was okay. Good one. These people, just like you said, you were mistreated. I've been mistreated too. Like given points, right? People have been dicks to me. I've had personal shit aired out, made fun of, right? I've been like, but at no point have I, if I've ever perceived being treated like a fucking, or people were being assholes to me, at no point did I ever consider, let me go align with the other assholes that don't like them. Right? Because I stand by I stand by my principles. So even if I have respective grievances with people in my own space, at no point would I ever be urged to go and like start giving additional charity to everybody that takes issue with them. Because I understand that you have to assess you can't project yourself and your own treatment onto everybody else, and you have to kind of assess these situations for what they are, and treat it fairly.
No, I agree. Which is why, like, I've even been, like, making sure, because I did break from commentary, and I broke from all these spaces and, like, all of these little, like, niche drama streamers and stuff like that. Because of that, because of that, no, actually, I'm accepted. No, I'm actually unbanned from all those communities, and I'm a valued member of those communities. Thanks, Aiko, for your input.
Oh,
It's
okay,
absolute
cool.
dog shit.
Sure. That's why you're
You're actually so wrong. You're fucking embarrassing. How am I I'm somehow like a loner box and smugbug orbiter, but also I've been banned from those communities.
No, I mean,
crazy.
you're not, I didn't say you were an orbiter. I said that you were kicked.
No, what I'm saying is that other people say I'm an orbiter, and then you say I was banned from those communities.
People
but I'm
say
not
different
actually banned
things.
from any of those communities. I'm actually an active member in all those communities, so you're a fucking retard.
Oh, so they let you back in.
You're talking about.
They let you back in. That's nice of them.
Yeah, crazy.
That's very kind of them.
It's like I'm actually.
Did you threaten to kill yourself or something? That would make more sense.
Wow, that's weird. Okay, that's a
no.
weird
I mean,
thing to
that's
say,
what I
Aiko.
would imagine. I can't imagine anyone wanting to be around you. So
you just have like permanent snark brain. Like, can you not think of a woman in like rational terms? You have to think of them as like a crazy DPD bitch. You know what I did? I messaged Maruzzi and I said, "Hey, it's been a year. I haven't called myself the F slur on my stream, and I'm interested in geopolitics. Can you let me back in?" And they let me back in.
Yeah, it's crazy that you were kicked out in the first place.
Wow, that's so insane.
You can't even handle it. You can't even
handle it. That's so crazy. You're so
no,
crazy.
It seriously
oh my
is.
God, that's
it's
so
not
crazy.
normal to
like,
get
that's
kicked
so
out
weird.
in multiple
that's so...
communities.
Oh my God, can you believe that Duckbringer like got kicked out of 106 communities? Like, oh my God.
I mean, that is crazy. That many, I believe it.
Like, oh my God. Aiko, by the way, nobody likes you, and people just keep you around as an attack dog. You're fucking useless.
I totally. Oh,
I don't know a single Aiko chatter, by the way. They're all in your community.
Why would they? Why would they be around you?
I don't know either. Why would anybody that likes you be around me? I don't know.
Why would anyone want to be around you? No, seriously, what do you bring?
Want to be around me?
What
you
kind
came
of
to this chat? Aiko, you joined.
Yeah, I know,
because
you were defending a pedophile.
Why did you? Okay, so obviously I'm interesting. I bring content.
It's novel. I mean, after this, it's not going to be novel, but I didn't realize.
Oh my God! Like, can you believe this bitch? Like, she thinks she's somebody, but she's like Omega lol. Oh my God.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
See, now you're doing okay.
See, now you're like doing like okay, like all right.
How old are you?
What's up?
Are you trying to make yourself more appealing to food shops, Doc?
Yeah, that's actually what I'm trying to do.
Got it. So I can't. You two really.
I'm trying to hit on her for like.
So since our first group meeting or whatever, the hatch has never been buried between you two. I mean, I guess why would it?
Why would it?
Yeah.
Dude, like I've been defending Aiko on the sidelines until she like snaked trough, and then I was like not on her side anymore.
I was
actually defending her. I was saying she had good points. I thought
your
she made good points about the straight rate
I do not want your defense.
She's
I do
so
not
above me, guys. Like,
any
she's
of-
so much
I
better
mean,
than
it's
me. Can you
true.
believe? Like, can you
Everyone here
believe
is
how much
above
better
you.
she is? Bitch pushing
You're the
40
one who had to
doesn't
crawl
even
into
have a
DGG because you have
degree,
nowhere else to
hangs out
go.
with her brother, lives with her
You're
parents.
the one out there. I saw you criticizing Aiden for the doxing shit. You're the one who threatened me with my docs. I don't know. People call you
I never
dox
had your
bringer.
docs. I joked.
Yeah, well, you were
twice. I
threatening
said,
me, and I heard
No,
about you
ac-
saying Lyle's docs. So
You accused Rezzy of sending me your docs information with no evidence, and then
that's
in
what
that
you
call, I
said.
was like, "Oh my
You
god,
said it.
no!"
You
No,
said
I
it.
said that you
I
said
believe
the
it 'cause
state you live
you
in.
said
I
it.
said that you live in New Jersey because that's where you live,
No,
and you said it.
You said
Yes.
you said that Rezzy showed you my docs.
I did not say that. I
Yes,
never
you
said that.
did.
You
Aiden, you want to go play back the call?
Yeah, I swear you said that in our fucking.
Yes,
I
you
never
did.
said
Swear
that.
you said that.
Yes, you
Never said
did.
that. If I said it, I only ever said it in a sarcastic way, trying to say.
Oh
this is
yeah,
an
if I
absurd
said
thing.
it, I didn't say it. If I said it though.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that if I physically said the words, "Oh yeah, Rezzy gave me your docs," like it was like that. Like that's the only way that
So I
said it.
I didn't say it, but if I did, I was
not.
kidding.
Okay,
Mhm.
show it, Aiden. Show it.
Yeah, I just gotta find the fucking original combo.
Let's go relitigate because I was saying, and I forget. I apologize for this, Aiko, because I said I know where you live, and I should have said I know the city. I know the state that you live in because that's what I
I
actually
don't
meant.
care what you're saying now.
I understand
show
that
you
you
what-
are a little OCD bitch and you thought that I was saying something
I
else.
thought you
It's
said I
okay
was
that you
lying.
misunderstood me.
I thought I was
It's okay.
lying.
What do you mean? No, I'm saying
You
what
said
I
that I
actually
was
said on
lying
the
about
call
it.
right now. I'm saying that I said I know where you live, and you thought that by me saying that I had gotten.
You
your
said
docs
I
from
know.
Rezzy.
You said a bunch of like random personal stuff.
Does
I'll
anybody
let
know-
Aiden play it.
I cannot find the fucking OG. It's on my channel. Does anyone have a link to the OG debate? I think it's Hold on, I'm looking. I don't know why.
You've like clipped this like 50 times.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I can't find it. I think it was called. Sorry.
All I know is that I never had. For the record, I never had your docs. Rezzy never sent me your docs. I was only
Yes,
ever
I
joking in that
understand
call.
that now.
And I'm gonna use the Aiden defense of I was drunk in that call, so I don't really have to take
you
full
were.
accountability for anything that I said because
I don't think you were.
Well, I was. Okay, good job, Aiko. You doubt everything that I say. You doubt that I was an abuse victim. You doubt all this shit. You get the ability
Okay,
to
no,
doubt
I
your little
believe you.
pedestal
Okay,
and your
I
little
believe you.
insulated
I
community.
believe you were abused. I believe someone beat the shit out of you. I just don't care.
That's fine. Great ally.
Cool.
Great ally.
I think I got it.
I've never called myself an ally about anything. I don't know why people try to put that on me. I do not care.
If you didn't have the whole feminism and pro-trans thing, you would have nothing, Aiko. Your streams are literally nothing. You're just
Feminism.
freebooting. You're just fucking freebooting
You
other
just call
people's
shit
streams while adding like
feminism.
no commentary. Are you kidding me? What point do you have in this space if not to defend women and trans people? You're fucking useless.
I don't think you have watched my content if you think that I'm defending women out here.
You're right, Aiko. I can't proclaim to have watched your content because nobody watches your content because it's boring as shit.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Okay, no argument there.
Wait, hold on. What?
Go talk to your family, Aiko.
Stop
Actually,
it.
I have to go to the weed store. Aiko, you probably should head to the weed store too. But I'll be back in a bit if you
Okay.
guys want to keep talking. Bye. Don't talk shit about me while I'm gone. I know you will.
What the fuck is going on?
I have no idea. I actually have no fucking clue. I was like, fucking tin. I was like, I felt like a viewer there. Yeah, that was fucking nuts. It seems like she was literally just owning that food shops was attracted to kids, but not wanting to like use the descriptive claim, but just like basically admitting it, doing like the fucking family comparisons, and you two had your shit talking session or whatever. That was very entertaining.
That's so fucking weird. I mean, I didn't think that she would just straight up drop that like she has offending pedophiles in her family, so she had to forgive them. Who are you to forgive an offending pedophile? Like, okay, you can like maybe if it's I've never had this happen, but you know, maybe you can love the family member and try to help them, but forgiving them?
Yeah.
If you're not the touched one, then I don't think that is fucking your place to forgive. But it explains a lot. It explains why she has no problem accepting food shops as a friend. So
Yeah,
very strange.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you for calling in. that was very good
Thank you.
content.
Thank you, Aiden.
Take
Okay, I'll go back to watching. Bye.
Bye. Magician, you're on. Whoa. Magician, you're on the air. What's up? Hello?
Oh, cool. Hello?
Actually, wait, can you give me... I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta go pee real quick. Give me 1 sec. Hold up, guys. I'll be right back. I just gotta pee. I think this guy's calling in to debate me. 1 sec. God.
Just what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's by design. I don't think they're gonna add more mods just the same way they don't want to add more mods, because basically if you had a mod that was sitting in Spicy Chat and their intention was to go over everything that was technically a TOS violation, like doxing, right? There would be a whole lot more moderation on Spicy Chat. It would not be the same thing.
Wait, just to be clear, you know what negligence is, right?
Yeah.
How can it be I mean, when you say like intentional negligence, I guess like the usage of the word intentional.
Maybe I'm using it wrong. Intentionally looking the other way, you know?
Yeah, wait, okay, but that's the characterization that I disagree with. If a mod saw this, they probably would have deleted it, right? Because they do the same for other cases that Destiny could use to weaponize against them, i.e. discussion of his kid. So I don't know why this wouldn't apply.
I guess when you're saying discussions of his kid, are those things being moderated during times where mods are active or not? Because what I'm saying is, like, obviously, like, stuff with kids is a lot more egregious than stuff when it comes to dogs.
Well, no, it's even like merely
a lot more laws, a lot more legal protections on minors than you do on.
It's even the discussion of like, hey, Destiny's kid just made an insane post on Twitter. I think doxing is gonna look way worse than that.
Certainly, but both are bad. I agree. So wait, you're saying that doxing is going to look worse than like outing the activity of a kid on Twitter?
You're not outing it, okay? His activity is already being discussed. He's like making pro-genocide tweets. They just don't want to entertain combos about it in their chat, right? I don't think there's anything morally wrong with discussing what
do you think it has to do with the level of TOS enforcement? Like, do you think it has to do with the level of, I don't know, like what is going to actually come down on the server broadly? Like what they're willing to mod about? Because I think that they're basically as loose as possible, and I think that's actually a good policy.
Well, they're loose to the extent of like the culture remains intact. Yo, sorry for the wait, but I needed to get another cup of coffee too if we're gonna keep this shit going. I know this guy. I think he's a DGer. He's calling into debate, man. Let's get into it. Yo, sorry about that.
No worries.
So are you I think you are? By the way, I just want to make sure I don't get confused with someone else.
British guy.
Yeah. Are you Andrew on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird way to start, but yeah. The first thing I wanted to address, because this is a bit of a meme in your community, I've noticed. Do you actually change your room every time you stream, or is that just a meme?
No, I've just changed my room. The light changes depending on if it's nighttime or daytime.
Oh, okay. No, I've been hearing like people go, "Why does he change his room every time he streams?" I didn't notice it, but I just thought like maybe it's a meme thing.
No.
Yeah. So the main thing I want to start with is we're using like whataboutism a lot. I just want to think. I mean, I want to ask first. What do you think is the negative about whataboutism when talking about people like Morale or Rita or Doobie?
What do you think is the negative of what? Well, the same way whataboutism is inherently negative in general. I think it removes from the dialogue that you're attempting to have because it opens up an entirely new dialogue to focus on, which prevents discourse surrounding the thing that you were initially talking about.
Sure. What if the criticism is hypocrisy?
Sure, that's a great argument to go down. But it seems like that would be a pivot if the original argument is to get you to apply a descriptive label to a given part. If you want to then, after that argument's done, then go open up a hypocrisy argument, that's fine. But if you're just doing that, the second that the argument about the application of the descriptive label is occurring against the person that you're arguing in favor of, it seems like that would just be done to take away from the conversation and not let the dialogue progress.
Okay, so because basically my biggest criticism and why I think we've gone from good faith to bad faith is I feel there's a big hypocrisy in how you are addressing these arguments. So let's say, because I don't care, let's say everything you're saying about Food Shop is correct. Why don't you apply those same principles to Morale or Rita or Doobie, for example?
Yeah, so what principles am I not applying that I'm applying to Food Shop?
Okay, sure. For example, with Food Shop earlier on the stream, you said they should show evidence of the DM to prove innocence. Has Doobie got back to you to show evidence of him communicating with the FBI?
Yeah, I never said the Food Shop should show DMs to prove innocence. That would be great if if Food Shop has that, but obviously I understand the burden of proof.
You said, why didn't she show those DMs? Why didn't she release those DMs?
Did I say about what specifically? I don't remember saying that.
When the argument was being made about whether she knew they were underage or not knew they were underage and whether she was being catfished, you asked why wasn't she proving that by releasing DMs to show that they're over 18? I mean, to show that, to show they're over 18.
I don't think we can go, listen. The great clip right now, I never said that. So if I did say that, they could just splice the clips up together. I don't think I ever said that. But in regards to Doobie's not shown me evidence, which is why I've said repeatedly now. I think this is like the 6th time saying it. I'm not defending him on that claim anymore because he hasn't shown me the evidence for it.
Sure. Are you aware that Doobie said he's not going to show you it?
Yes. Yeah. So I'm not defending him on that claim until I see evidence. Right.
Would you attack him now on that claim?
I think I have. I've speculatively asserted that like maybe he was lying to exaggerate or like look cool or something to a bunch of like randos on Discord and didn't expect this to be like weaponized against them. There's like.
So I think the main reason why I'm bringing this part up, let's just say with Doobie for now. I've seen obviously, I don't know how much control you have of the Clippers on Twitter, but obviously you're in control of reposting them. I've seen you make a lot of arguments. You have streams attacking Food Shop, for example. And again, let's just say I agree what she's done is pedophilic. I'm not here to defend that. And let's just say for all references, she is. I haven't seen you do a stream debating with people on the other side if Doobie's a pedophile. I've seen you defend it and defend that he could be telling the truth, or on the other side, I've never seen one where you're arguing that he is, or he is engaging in pedophilic behavior.
Why would I argue? Because I don't think he's a pedophile. I haven't seen evidence to suggest that, so why would I argue that?
Okay, so what's the main evidence you saw of Food Shop then?
Yeah, so besides the numerous statements Food Shop's made suggesting she's a pedophile, right? It's sometimes like half jokes or whatever. I'll give her that. You have the admission.
What do you mean by suggesting?
So Food Shops will like overtly say I'm like a pedo, soft P, sort of like allude or hint to there's something underneath that, like maybe not a full-on pedo, but there's like, you know, the line is blurry or something. But then in addition to that, you have the fact that Food Shops admits to consuming sexualized depictions of prepubescent kids. You have the fact that Food Shops was DMing somebody who was a minor, but according to Food Shops, lied about being 18, but Food Shops evidently had doubts about this person's real identity, but never asked them for ID throughout the course of progressing in this exchange, while denoting that they had characteristics that were reminiscent of the prepubescent characters depicted in the artwork that they like, Lolicon, right? Which would probably mean they looked young enough where ID would probably be in the question.
Sure, let's say that's all bad then. So why is Doobie having multiple CSAM not bad?
It is. But you
It is.
understand.
Why won't you attack that on the same level then?
What is the confusion surrounding that needs to be refuted? There are people that argue that there are people that argue for Food Shops like cope or minimizing factors, etc. Like there's nobody who's disputing those, that you shouldn't be saving CSAM. Who do I need to debate on this?
Well, I mean, you were on a debate basically downplaying the behavior by saying he's reporting it to FBI, that you wouldn't believe that he was collecting the CSAM based on the statement that he put and not do what was following in his statement of reporting it to the FBI.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, if you're to believe the first part of the statement, but not the like, you would either accept the statement or think he's lying and then leave it up for question, right? It wouldn't make sense to only accept the part that makes him look the least charitable while ignoring the other part of the statement when the entire allegation is based off of his own unneeded self-admission.
So, okay, so basically, if they say something that's very uncharitable, you should believe the part that is charitable.
Well, no, if you're going to believe, if you do believe them, you can believe the statement in totality, and if you don't believe them, then you can think they're lying, and then we could open up the possibilities for what that would mean or entail.
Okay, so if Food Shop admitted that she sexed a 17-year-old, but she believed they were 18, is that the same, or are we going to say that's different? Or are we going to separate that in totality?
So if Food Shops, so yeah, it is absolutely relevant to believe the person you're talking to is 18, right? I, however, question that excuse because Food Shops, despite evidently having, we have no evidence, by the way. We haven't seen, there's no, because both sides have wiped like 4 months worth of DMs. We have no like actual solid proof of the lie or them saying they're a minor one way or the other, right? What we do have is Food Shops evidently believing that they might not be who they say they are and having suspicions about their ID, but not following up on that.
We have evidence of Doobie confessing multiple times to having CSAM or sending or having leaked messages where he's admitted to screenshotting CSAM, but we have no evidence of him reporting that CSAM to FBI or any relative authority, right?
Yep.
Cool. I struggle to understand why that's not the same.
Why? What's not the same?
Well, you just said with Food Shop, we have evidence of one, but not evidence of the other. I'm saying the same with Doobie. We have evidence of one, but not evidence of the other.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I think we can stay with that. So with Morale, he did knowingly sex with a 17-year-old.
Yep.
So why are we applying that different from Food Shop knowingly or unknowingly? And let's just say, for the sake of this argument, she did knowingly sex a 17-year-old.
Okay, sure. So do you admit that for a 21-year-old, they could be attracted to a 17-year-old and not be like, not necessarily have a paraphilia or adverse psychosexual development. They could still be in a normal, healthy level of development sexually and find some 17-year-olds attractive at 21.
Sure.
Okay. Now, if they go and engage in that manner, right? If they go and engage with said 17-year-old, they're violating, obviously, a legal and social boundary that's been set, despite the attraction itself not necessarily being anomalous. So a wrong act has occurred, but the motivations you would ascribe to it would not necessarily be pedophilic due to the age range between the two parties and the fact that an attraction to a 17-year-old that age would still be in the normal realm of psychosexual development. What you would then look to is this a pattern of behavior? Do they tend to go for younger? What other statements have they made pertaining to the matter, etc. As it pertains to Food Shops, Food Shops was 25 years old, right? Food Shops was specifically denoting this person's lolly-like characteristics, meaning artwork that sexually depicts.
I know lolly, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the part that Food Shops is specifically emphasizing, and Food Shops is admittedly aroused by and specifically jerks off to that artwork. Right? So it's a difference of a boundary that's set, but a normal attraction, right? But a violation of a boundary that's been set, right? At 21, which would be reckless and wrong. Don't make no mistake about it. I don't think that's a good thing or whatever. Versus somebody that, as a matter of their sexual attraction, the prepubescent traits specifically seems to be the consistent theme of what they get off to, right? Which would be indicative of some sort of paraphilia.
Sure. What age do you stop being attracted to a 17-year-old? Are you attracted to a 17-year-old now?
Not any that I know of. Nope.
Okay. Could you imagine yourself being attracted to a 17-year-old? This is not got you, by the way.
I mean, if I am I've been attracted to an 18-year-old. There's an 18-year-old.
No. Have you been attracted to a 17-year-old? Can you imagine a 17-year-old in your head right now that's attractive?
Nope. I don't know any 17-year-olds.
So if you can't imagine that, why can you imagine that for Morale?
What do you mean, why can I imagine that? I looked at their exchanges.
Well, you justified that they're 21 so they could find a 17-year-old attractive. I believe you're 21, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
But you can't imagine that for yourself.
It's just not my type.
And that was your justification, right?
What? Sorry,
What is your type? Older women? That's fine. I'm not going to judge you for being attracted to
no,
an
I
older
just,
woman.
I just don't like overt expressions of immaturity, and it seems like 17-year-old and 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds seem to be wildly immature, that's just unappealing to me.
Okay, what about a 17-year-old that's very mature?
A 17-year-old that's very mature, I still would have heavy doubts about how mature they actually. Like, it's like, can I? It's like, can I give you a hypothetical? Let's say, you're gonna. There's a 5-year-old, but they have the cognition and development of an adult. Okay, would it be ethically wrong to go and proceed in some sort of exchange with this individual?
Probably, yeah.
It would be, even though they.
I haven't personally thought too much about that. The way I understand how the law is made is we make a legal distinction for where we believe the age generally most people can consent.
Yeah,
and that's the morally we do. So if you're making an argument that, like, if they can statistically, I mean, not statistically, but if they can hypothetically be fully formed mentally that they can make a distinction for consent, then morally that would be more okay, I guess, but legally that would still be against the norm, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, to get back to the question, though, if a 17-year-old was mature to you, would you be attracted to them?
Probably not, because I don't think any 17-year-old could exhibit I don't think it's conceivably, like, hypothetically, if a 17-year-old exhibited the characteristics of somebody in their, like, late 20s, early 30s, except they were just their age was 17, hypothetically, we take a world where they're like, we take a late 25-year-old and we beam them into being 17, but everything remains the same, then maybe, but there's no 17-year-olds like that, so, I mean, I know it's hypothetical, but, like, it's just not my thing.
Why do you think Morale was attracted to her then? If you struggle to understand a world where you could be attracted to a 17-year-old, I'm trying to figure out why you can apply that to Morale.
Yeah, so obviously, like, I understand my own personal attractions or whatever. I'm not somebody that's very hypersexual. He evidently is, evidenced by the fact that he's, at this point, probably 100 women he's been DMing maybe in the last, like, 2 years. He's very hypersexual. He's a known sex pest. He probably saw that this person had, they probably saw this person's breasts or some shit, was attracted to that because he's very hypersexual, and that's the type of shit he finds attractive or whatever, and then proceeded, despite knowing they were 17, when he was 21.
Sure. Would you actively call him a sex pest now?
Yeah, if he's still fucking damning a bunch of random women, yeah. Trying to get, like...
Sure. I mean, literally on your last stream, in the last debate where he was basically harassing that woman for 30 minutes, he did mention about 16-year-olds having mature breasts and being big as well. But I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but it was 16-year-old breasts. Would you consider that as part of... you actually actively disowned that, which was a proud moment, because you was like, actually, no, I don't think that myself. But would you say that's part of a pattern?
A pattern of what? Him making, like, super outlandish statements, yeah? To get, like, to get, like, fucking seal claps from people that like that fucking absurdly shocking statements, yes.
Do you think Food Shop engages in edgy humor?
I do.
Do you think there is a chance that both of them are doing edgy humor when it comes to this stuff, when they're exaggerating?
Sure, but Food Shops has admitted repeatedly that that she consumes lolicon, which is the sexualized depiction of prepubescent kids. That's not like a joke. She's clarified, she's provided. She tried to make up this weird lie about why she consumes it, saying it was prescribed by a therapist, and then she, like, shows a note from the therapist that actually doesn't even say what she's claiming it says. She actually, it's so not a joke. She tried to provide proof to substantiate it.
Sure, and I'm not going to disagree with that. I'll say, yeah, that's true. That's probably weird if you're acting like you're prescribed it or saying when you're not, right? Do you think it's more morally, like, this is just a general moral question I'm going to ask. Do you think it's more morally okay to be with a 14-year-old that looks like a 30-year-old or a 30-year-old that looks like a 14-year-old?
It's more, is it more morally okay to be with a 14-year-old that looks like a 30-year-old or a 30-year-old that looks like a 14-year-old? It would be more morally okay to be with a 30-year-old that looks like a 14-year-old, because the thing that is wrong about pursuing minors is that they have not developed the cognition that enables consent, right? If it is a 30-year-old that appears like a 14-year-old, the understanding would be they have the cognition of a 30-year-old, and therefore the factors that would inhibit their ability to consent would be non-existent, therefore making it morally permissible in that circumstance.
Wait, so I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood because I thought I heard one thing, but maybe I heard the other.
if their brain is 30 years old, then they can consent, and that is assuming
Okay, so
that we're
that-
talking about the typical 30-year-old brain. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be the more morally okay then.
If they're yes, because the moral wrong in pursuing a minor is that they cannot consent. If you're putting a 30-year-old's brain into a minor, or if you're taking the brain of a 30-year-old and putting it in somebody that appears to be 14 years old, they would be able to consent because they have the brain of a typical 30-year-old, right? Assuming they've lived 30 years, they just appear 14.
Sure, I generally agree with that. Do you know, like with Lolly, and I'm not going to defend it, I think it's creepy, and I'm glad Britain banned. I think they banned it. I might be wrong, but I'm happy they banned it because I do think it's weird and creepy as well. Do you understand that's like part of the Lolly thing is that they're meant to be like older fucking beings? They're always like 500 years old for some weird reason.
Well, there's actually this. Okay, so this is a good example. There's actually this show that's on TLC about this woman. She's born with like somebody brought it up earlier. She's born with like this weird form of like dwarfism or something. She appears as a child. She's a functioning adult. She's a grown adult. She has a dating life or whatever, and
I know exactly who you're talking about because I was getting ready to mention this exact example.
Although I'd be weirded out if I heard someone was pursuing her. She has a right to date, etc. You know, that one's a little bit conflicting.
Sure.
But if there was a guy that was only going for women that look like her, it was like that's specifically the part that he found arousing. Like he lets her know, I like how young you look. I want you to behave like a little girl or something. I would believe that person is a pedophile.
Cool. What about morale that says stuff like that a lot, where he was quite hyper happy that he went with a 17-year-old? He was flaunting it in one of the streams on the debate as well.
So we know Morale's performative on streams. When he's in the conversation with the 17-year-old herself, it looks like he's talking to her the same way he talks to all the adult women he sucks. He was not like viewing her as any different, which he should have. That's the problem. And then he tried to, in order to save face, he tried to like double down and do his like whole fucking edgelord bit or whatever. It just made him look worse.
Okay. Why don't you... Because like the thing that I struggle with is it's hard for me to see the stuff that you're seeing in Food Shop. Like, not in terms of, like, it's hard for me to see the stuff that you see in Food Shop, but you don't see the same thing in Doobie and Morale. And Morale, in terms of the evidence we have, admits to knowing it was a 17-year-old at the time.
Yep.
We don't have clear evidence. I mean, at the same time, we do have evidence that she's into Lolicon and she's agreed to doing
it's not
things with that.
It's the whole picture.
One
It's
is
the whole
knowingly
picture.
doing it, right?
It's the whole picture. We have somebody that's 21 that was flirting with a 17-year-old on top of like 50 other women who were all adults. He hasn't engaged with a 17-year-old since, as he's gotten older, right? And to my knowledge, that when he was talking to the 17-year-old, he wasn't denoting her 17-year-old characteristics or what made him hard or whatever. In the case of Food Shops, we had a 25-year-old with somebody who they might have believed was 18, but was actually 17. They're specifically denoting that child's like reminiscent, prepubescent characteristics of the fictional media of sexualized children that they consume. That's specifically the part for them that is notable and apparently they're aroused by.
Okay. Do you think it's... I don't know, because do you think it's more weird that someone's saying that they look like a cartoon or a lolicon or finding cartoons attractive more weird than openly admitting that they sexed a 17-year-old, admittedly knowing it? Because one is actively doing it, right?
So I think, I think if you find depictions of prepubescent kids attractive, I think that is more weird than a 21-year-old flirting with a 17-year-old. Yeah, I think that's actually more.
Because for me, this is almost identical to the kind of 30 to 14 to 14 that looks 30, right? You could say this person looks like a kid, but you believe they're mature. But with Morale, he just knows that they're 17, right? He knows that they're under. Food Shop, in this case, with the evidence we have at the moment, might have just thought that they looked kid-like.
I thought you said you were accepting for the argument they knew this person was 17.
Yeah, I'm saying that, but I'm saying with the evidence, what I'm saying is I agree with these whole premises. I don't want to take away from that argument because that's the biggest issue with whataboutism. I'm happy I can go onto it right now and say Food Shop's a pedophile. That doesn't bother me. What I'm saying is the evidence that you have written in terms of the hypocrisy argument, you don't have written or like strong evidence apart from suggesting that they look like a lolly. She knew that they were under 18, but also you do have strong evidence of Morale looking under 17. So that's why I asked you earlier about the 30 looking like 14 and 14 looking like 30. You gave more a acceptance for someone who's 30 that looks like 14. So if just by what you've said so far, food shops went for this person who she believed looked 14, but maybe was 30, but at the same time you'll defend.
Wait. Okay. Because
Little
okay,
nose
do you agree that a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old, appearance-wise, if we were to get two pictures in front of them, they'd probably not be able to tell the distinguishable difference?
So you would find a 17-year-old attractive?
No, that's a question for you, right? Would you agree that most people would not be able to tell a distinguishable difference between the two?
So I'm happy to answer the question, but I think before answering the question, you have to admit that that would then break what you said earlier about not being able to find a 17-year-old attractive.
I said there's no 17-year-olds that I personally find attractive. But can you answer my question?
So you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right?
Yeah, I'm not even attracted to 18-year-olds. I think there's like maybe one that I thought was good looking or whatever.
Are you attracted to 19-year-olds?
Maybe a few. But my
is there a noticeable difference between 19 and 18 to you? Like in looks-wise?
Looks-wise, no, not really. It depends on the level.
Wait, if there's not a noticeable difference between 18 and 19,
I don't really have
between 17 and 18?
So Morale's like hypersexual as fuck. His attraction is more appearance-based. Mine is not.
Okay, base. But if you're saying now that there's no meaningful difference between 18 and 19 appearance-wise, and now you're saying maybe there's not between 17 and 18, what's the difference between 17 and 19 in terms of appearance?
In terms of appearance, it's going to depend on the person.
Would you be able to easily tell between 17 and 19?
Not necessarily, no.
No, so could you find a 17-year-old attractive if they look like a 19-year-old?
Can I find a 17-year-old attractive if they looked like a 19-year-old?
They look like a 19-year-old.
I just said my attraction isn't really primarily appearance-based, and there's also
well, let's say they're acting mature.
Why does this example? How come every time I open this line of questioning, it needs to come back to who I'm attracted to?
Because you asked me a question,
which you didn't answer, and then tried to bring it back to asking who I'm attracted to.
Okay, do you want me to answer the question, and then I can go back to what you said?
Yeah, but what are you getting at with me?
Well, because if you're drawing a moral line between 18 and 17 being okay, and you're making the line about appearance more than anything else.
I'm not saying anything. No, I'm not saying anything. I'm saying for a guy that we know is attracted to primarily to, he's like sexing 100 fucking grown women. If we know that a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, probably just off, and he has an appearance-based attraction, which it seems like he does, right? He hits them before he even knows them. Right? I would never do something like that, right? His appearance-based attraction, for him, you would just imagine that the attraction to this individual off their appearance is a continuation of the attraction he's had to the 100 prior, right? And it's that boundary that he's then recklessly and wrongfully violating to go and obtain that. But it would still be a continuation of the attraction that was demonstrated in all the previous exchanges. In Food Shop's case, we know that the media they're consuming to achieve arousal is media that sexualizes prepubescent features specifically. As it pertains to the minor that they were speaking to, it is those prepubescent characteristics that they know in this fictional media that they note being present in the minor when they're describing them as an IRL lolly. So it's not just a matter of the age, it's a matter of the aspects that they were compelled to, right? The specific traits that drew them in. Just like I was saying before with the woman with dwarfism or whatever, there's a difference between whoever decides to give her a chance and get with her versus somebody that gets with her because she looks like a little girl.
Okay. What age do you think most women become attractive then?
I mean, it
like for the normal person.
I couldn't guess.
Okay. I mean, that seems kind of important to your argument. Do you not think?
Not necessarily. Attraction kind of varies person to person. I don't know.
Okay, so what was important about the 17 versus 18-year-old question then?
Because I'm explaining to you that the traits that he would have found in the 17-year-old to be attractive to him seem like a continuation of his attraction to adult women, right? Those traits just carried over to the 17-year-old. He's 21 years old. Those traits cause arousal, but he violates the boundary because he's a fucking impulsive 21-year-old retard.
What are those traits?
Big tits.
Sure. What age can you start getting big tits?
I guess, I don't know, fucking mid-teens.
Sure. So that means he'll find mid-teens the same level of attraction?
Not necessarily. The big tits were the ones he verbally noted. That's not necessarily the only feature of appearance that he found attractive.
Name some others then.
I'm not in his head. I'm not him.
Okay, well, I mean, you're making a case for him now.
Yeah,
and why
because
he
you
might
can.
be
Yes,
different
because
in this
okay, you can use
situation, right?
deductive reasoning based off of his pattern, based off the pattern and the traits he specifically emphasizes. Like with her, he's emphasizing her tits. With food shops, she's emphasizing the IRL lolly aspects, as in the prepubescent artwork of prepubescent kids, the depiction of prepubescent kids that she jerks off to. Those traits are evident in the minor she's talking to, and she made sure to note that. That's a part that caused excitement for her.
So what about when Morale was infiltrating like child porn servers and actively looking for childlike traits of CSAM? Was that part of the same kind of
Actively
behavior?
looking what?
Was he not? He admitted it in the last stream that he was trying to be edgy and like trying to find child predators, and he was screenshotting child porn.
So Morale, it was part of like the predator catching genre on YouTube, which thousands of people do, and I think is like irresponsible because they don't know how to fucking handle it properly. And in the course of that, he investigated a Discord server that contained an adult sending their VTuber sexualized Rule 34 of like VTubers and Five Nights at Freddy's characters to kids, not CP.
I'm pretty sure he admitted trying to find CP. Didn't he admit that in the last stream?
He says he was trying to investigate a predator server because somebody sent him a document.
Okay, I was just going based on what he said. He was defending the fact that he was looking like he was capturing and gathering child CSAM as proof. That's what I thought. That's what he said.
No, so he was. So are you familiar? Are you familiar with like the predator catching genre on like YouTube, where like people like I infiltrated like a predator disc? Yeah, so he was doing like a natural continuation of that because he was a fucking like turkey Tom adjacent. That's like the sort of shit they were doing.
Cool. So you have evidence that he reported that to the correct authority. Then
we have no evidence that he saw CSAM.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Wait,
I mean, he said
reported what to the authorities?
Right? Huh?
What are we claiming he didn't report to the authorities? You're trying to doobie him as well?
Discord groups. I'm not trying. Doobie's the one that admitted it.
When this dude was like a fucking teenager, he was doing like predator catching like off of pre-prepared documents. So you're trying to spin that.
How old was he?
Wasn't he like 18, 19?
Oh, is that a child? An adult? What?
I said child. No, I said fucking teenager. Is 18, 19 not a teenager anymore?
Well, I mean, sure, but I think you could make the assumption that he could have been 14, 15, 13. They're all teenagers, right?
Who's they?
13, 14, 15. They're all teenagers, right? That's a gen.
Who is they?
When I'm saying they, I'm referring to 13, 14, 15-year-olds as general. You said he was a teenager at the time. I'm trying to point out why I asked if they were, what age they were, because that can encompass anything between 13 and 19. Am I correct?
Yes, I said, but I gave you the clarifier that he was like 18 to 19, right?
Well, you kept asking who's they. I didn't know what you meant by that.
You just started listing ages. It seemed like I said
you
teenager, you
asked
disputed that. I gave you the age,
is.
so I don't know why you followed it up with a list of other ages.
Because you asked why was it important to ask the age when you said he was a teenager, and I really gave.
I never asked you that. I never asked that. I said, is 18, 19 not a teenager anymore? That's all I said.
Well, why did you ask that then?
Why did I ask that?
Yeah,
I didn't ask that. That was a
18,
statement.
19, not a teenager.
Because it seemed like because when I said that he was a teenager, you responded adult, kid, and I said 18, 19. You said adult, kid. I said 18, 19. Is 18, 19 not a teenager anymore? Right? That was like a sarcastic response because it seemed like you were disputing the descriptive label by trying to apply other ones when teenager was totally sufficient.
Do you think teenager was a sufficient label in this point?
To 18, 19, yeah.
Sure. If I said there was two teenagers going out, what ages would you naturally assume?
I would assume anywhere between ages 13 to 19.
Thank you. All right.
So but that's why you would that's why you'd ask a clarify, which I then clarified, and you then tried to apply any descriptive labels there. It's my explicit clarification of the age.
Was it an adult or a child? That was my clarification.
No, you inserted that after I specified the age. That's why I said is 18, 19 not a teenager
you said
anymore.
It was a teenager. I said, were they like what age? You said it, and I went, oh, okay, an adult. It was me that asked for the clarification. When you're talking about finding attractive like lolicon, I think it's weird. Rita is a furry, right? Do you find that weird as well? Would you? Because obviously that's not very legal to have sex with a dog, right?
No, yeah, I think that's weird. But then I realized that they're like those furries are attracted to anthropomorphic animals, and I don't think it's illegal to have sex with an anthropomorphic animal.
A lolicons attracted to 5-year-olds that look like 10-year-olds?
What?
I mean, you're giving more
No,
like
so you have
descriptive
so you
terms
no
to
okay
why furries find attractive. So I'm going to give more
within
descriptive
yes
terms to lolicons,
so
right?
yeah so within the fur yes so lolicons, the trait that's being denoted is the is a prepubescence. As it pertains to furries, you have like ferals and shit that like animalistic depictions of animals and are attracted to that, and then you have like this weird they like anthropomorphic or humanoid depictions of animals or whatever, which doesn't necessarily indicate zoophilia, right? They're like autistic or something. I don't know. I don't have to worry about any anthropomorphic animals being harmed. I think furry shit is weird. I used to think it was all zoophilia, but then I realized there are some that aren't into like the feral shit or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think both is weird, honestly. But it's for me the difference is you're applying being into lolicon as another label of proof of being like pedophilic or being attracted to kids, and
well, yeah, because
but you're not applying the mental age of what they're meant to be. Like, again, I'm not saying this is right, but I'm pointing out that you don't point out that part of it. But with the furry thing,
well,
you
what is
immediately
there to point out about lolicons that I'm omitting?
That they're meant to be like 500 years old or something stupid like that.
But they're not.
They're a cartoon.
Yeah, the thing that denotes them, the genre, is the prepubescent aspects depicted in the characters, regardless of the canonical age.
But mentally, they're 500 years old or something stupid like that. Always like some weird.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're mentally. They're a fictional character. Their mental process is irrelevant.
I mean, you said earlier that a 30-year-old looking like a 14-year-old is more morally correct than a 14-year-old that looks like a 30-year-old, right?
Yes, but let's say there was a world. Yes, but let's say there was a world where there were a bunch of 14-year-olds who had the brains of 30-year-olds, and there was a guy who, when he dated, he only went for the people that had the 14-year-old body. That was all he dated, and he was like talking about like how hot their 14-year-old body was the whole time. Even though it would be permissible in like a individual instance because this person would have the brain of a 30-year-old, the pattern would indicate an attraction specifically to prepubescent characteristics indicative of pedophilia, right? He's just entertaining it in a legal way in that instance.
I mean, sure, but I don't think that gets rid of the point that I'm trying to bring up, which is
so the traits that food shop specifically emphasizes with the minor, and the traits that food shops specifically consumes artwork of, right? It's prepubescent traits, right? Prepubescent depictions, or depictions of prepubescent traits.
I mean, sure, but I don't think I've ever heard a furry go like, "Oh, look at Tony the tiger from the cereal box. I'm so happy he looks like a human tiger." I don't think I've ever really seen someone.
So like Rita, when Rita's never sent me when Rita like sends like, because Rita does like rage bait shit. Rita sends images of Nick Wilde from Zootopia over and over and over again. The anthropomorphism seems to be inherent. Do whatever the fuck it is they're into.
How do you view like that term? But I can't say it because I'm too stupid apparently. Anthropomorphous thing. How do you define that? Like, what's the level that's acceptable, not acceptable to you?
Well, okay. We're not talking about acceptability, right? We're just talking about descriptive claims.
I mean, this is, for me, it really matters what you find personally acceptable, purely because this is an argument about your personal hypocrisy and why I feel you're being like having hypocrisy. If you were on stream arguing that Doobie is like fucking dodgy as fuck, Morale was dodgy as fuck, Rita's like dodgy, and apparently doxed someone. I don't know the story about that, but apparently did.
So I actually have sex offenders.
Can I just like finish this bit? I don't see you pointing out and having streams and debates against people but you will attack like Food Shop. I know you have beef with Wick. I don't know if you've attacked him for something like this, and at least Destiny as well. Like, I would take these arguments so much more seriously if I can see you attacking these other people as well and having debates showing to people that Doobie's going around collecting CSAM. He's putting fucking minor tags across. You apparently was marked as a minor. You were like 19 or 20, which meant you could have just gone around
and I've said,
17-year-olds as well.
and I'll say for the 9,000th time, I don't like. I bet
he would give you.
Yeah, so I don't know why
Yeah,
I don't know why
I
I'm
get that you're
responsible.
saying that.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm responsible for this. Like, for example, I have sex
Because
offenders that
you're-
live in my area.
I can
Why
be really
have you
clear.
never taken issue that I'm not covering the sex offenders that live down the street from me or
What
some
sex
shit?
offenders do you know in your street?
I don't know any personally, but if I was to go to the registry, there'd probably be a ton that live in I live in a highly dense urban area. There'd probably be a ton that
So
live
that's
nearby.
the difference. That's the difference immediately. Is it's a matter of who you know and who you don't
Okay.
know.
I
Are
know.
you
I know.
aware about
I don't.
Doobie? Are you aware of
I
Morale?
don't.
Are you aware of these
I've
people?
never covered R. Kelly. I've never covered R. Kelly. I never covered Diddy. I never covered Diddy. You didn't take issue with that. It's like
Have you had Diddy on
it's like,
stream?
have I had
Have
Diddy?
you had Diddy on stream?
I haven't needed to because somebody when I didn't
Well, you
like
had
if I did
Doobie and Morale, right?
so if I didn't know who Diddy was and somebody came onto my stream while I was arguing with them about something else and they're like that Diddy guy, he's a fucking pedophile. That guy's a fucking stupid, like he's a pedophile or whatever. Then I'd want to hear what he has to say. I'd want to hear his side. I don't know the
So
guy. I don't know the
point-
guy.
Okay. Just to be clear, the point you're trying to make is I'm not attacking every single other sex offender or pedophile
No,
out
your
there that I
argument
know and don't know
is you
about.
cannot
That's what
accept
you're
my
trying to
your
say?
argument is you cannot accept my attacks because I'm not applying equal attacks to everybody else that has done something
No.
wrong.
No. You have these people on your stream. You have defended
I had
these people
Doobie
or
on my stream
downplayed their
once because
actions on
Destiny
stream.
brought him up
You
before I knew
have
him.
posted-
Why did
you have
Destiny bring him up in that convo with me? Why did Destiny bring him up in that convo with me?
I don't remember the exact reason.
The only time I'd spoken to Doobie prior to that, we were on the same panel 4 years prior. I don't even think I spoke to him directly. So why in my
Does that
debate
mean
with
R.
Wick
Kelly
was he
can come
being
on your
brought up?
stream now because he's mentioned in the stream and in this debate, so he can come on the stream and you can downplay his actions?
If R. Kelly was hypothetically a nobody, if R. Kelly was a nobody and we didn't know who the fuck he
Sure.
was, and you started calling him a pedophile right now, and I knew nothing about him, and he wanted to provide his defense, then I'd let him on, right? But I know who he is, I know about the case, and I know what he has and hasn't done.
Okay, what about like if you've just found out a pedo lived on your street and we've happened to mention the name like, oh, Darren down your street is a pedophile. Just check the sex offender list now. Would
Yeah,
you let him on stream?
okay.
Did I mention the name?
Because there wouldn't be because if he's on the registry, there wouldn't be need for clarification, right? It would be based off of he would have been found guilty of a sex offense in a
But we need
court. I would just need to
clarification
go
when
verify
someone's
that.
sexting a 17-year-old.
What?
We need clarification when someone's sexting a 17-year-old knowingly. We need clarification for that, right? We need clarification for someone saying that they're collecting CSAM.
You know the
and
first
keeping
time.
minor
Do you know
labels.
the first time I had morale on the 17-year-old shit?
No.
I did a multi-hour stream grilling the fuck out of him for that. I went through the DMs. I called him out for I believe he was like faking lapses in memory to obfuscate what he was doing. I did an entire stream calling him out over this at the time. This was like
Could
a
I
year
find
ago.
that on your Twitter?
What?
Could I find that on your Twitter?
It was a year ago.
Yeah, could I find it on your Twitter?
Why would that be on my Twitter? It was on my stream.
Oh, would you be able to post a link to that stream so I would be able to look at it as well?
Yeah, I'd have to go back. It's a year ago. I have 300 VODs.
Okay, like because for me, I'm seeing him come on stream against someone else, and basically was just doing sexist comments on them nonstop for like 30 minutes, like saying they have bad hair where he doesn't have that great hair himself, to be clear, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't
So
really call him out on his behavior, right?
On his I did a whole stream calling him out on this behavior. I grilled him on it and call. I literally didn't talk to him for months.
Okay. Would you be on good terms with Destiny in a couple months? Could you imagine that world?
Amicable? If he is like repentant for what he did, maybe.
Okay. What about Food Shop?
I don't. I would never be friends with food shops because I just don't see any
Why not?
redeeming. There's no redeeming qualities that would make me want to be friends with someone like that. I think with Destiny, despite all my issues with him,
can't see no
I think.
redeeming quality in someone that sexted a 17-year-old unknowingly.
Well, there's nothing else about like Food Shop's not very intelligent. Food Shops doesn't provide any good commentary on anything. Food Shop's never like I've never like there was only I think one time I listened to Food Shops talk. I was like, wow, that was a good point. That was like a single time. Food Shops just doesn't provide anything, right?
What was that point?
Food Shops made a point about like this community like caring a bunch about like fucking people having a crush on somebody or some shit, right? I thought that was a good point.
Yeah, I think you said that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you actually said that earlier this stream, didn't you? Actually,
I did
think.
say that earlier this stream.
Cool. But you can imagine a world that you'd be friends with Destiny in like. Let's say,
no,
like,
no. I'm saying
that.
if Destiny wasn't Destiny, and he actually like tomorrow, he's like, dude, this is like fucked. I'm gonna stop this. Like, I'm gonna try to make shit right. What I did was like fucked here, whatever. And like he tries to make a good faith effort to amend his wrongs and like focus on doing good. Then yeah, maybe I could be friends with him. The problem is he's him. I don't think he is ever really gonna feel bad for what he did. So I don't ever see that conceivably happening.
Just in this like hypothetical world, what would he have to do to start doing that? Let's say you are the dungeon master in this world, and you're going to set up the perfect scenario that Destiny is forgiven by you.
Yeah, so he would have to get on stream. They'd have to call for a total end to the fair game policy and the docs wars. He would have to amend every single knowing lie that he's told. They can remember. Obviously, there's so many. I doubt he can he'd have to amend it, admit his wrongdoing there, settle with Pixie, on top of a trillion other things. I guess I'd have to go make a list.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to listen to it. I'm just really curious to what that would entail. So admit wrongdoing. Sure. Would that all it takes, or?
No. He would have to make things right with Pixie, settle with her. He would have to correct any lies that he's told, actively call for an end to policies within his community that are contributing to active harm. And yeah.
Okay. Describe what that admitting to wrongdoing would look like?
Yeah, so he would, without smearing the person that he's like talking to or admitting his wrongdoing in regards to, he would outright state factually, descriptively what he did, why he did it, why he no longer thinks it's right, and what steps he's taking to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Sure. Can you describe when Morale did that?
Yeah, so Morale, I laid out all my issues as it pertains to him interacting with a minor. He's admitted to me that it was wrong and hasn't really excused it.
To you? To everyone?
I think he still admits to this day that it's wrong.
Okay, but does he do that without attacking someone? In the last stream, he definitely did it while attacking someone, right?
Well, that's because someone was bringing up in a completely unrelated. We went through all of this a year ago. This is like you have to remember, this is like year-old shit. Like, I mean, obviously,
wait, how old is the Destiny like stuff? Is that more than a year?
Okay, yes, but if Destiny admits he was wrong in all of that or whatever, I don't expect Destiny, if let's say everything I said Destiny should do happens, let's say 2 years down the line, he's debating, I don't know, he's debating like Norm Finkelstein again.
On... a year then, like it was litigated a year ago. What's the right amount of time?
Because I'm saying, right, if Destiny, like 2 years after the fact, Destiny's talking to Norm Finkelstein about Israel, and Norm brings up the Pixie shit, I'm not expecting Destiny to go down the whole apology diatribe. He's already done it, right? He knows that's a pivot, so he can continue to attack. He could just say, I've admitted I was wrong on that, and then keep attacking, right?
Is he allowed to make edgy jokes about it, in your mind?
I wouldn't. He is, but I would have to look at.
I would have to like called him out, and he just started making edgy jokes, going like yeah, I like raping women or something like that. Would that be okay in that context?
I wouldn't be not like. It depends on like what that would. It would have to be the context would suggest to me. Like, are we assuming we know that he's legitimately remorseful in this scenario?
Yeah, let's say he's remorseful. It's been a year.
We can read his mind. We know he's legitimately remorseful. Like then. So otherwise, those jokes make me question the remorse. But hypothetically, if I guarantee he's actually remorseful over it, then I might like be like, okay, like maybe don't. That's like the fucking optics nightmare. But if I know I have the ability to just know he's remorseful for it, then I guess it wouldn't be a huge deal to me, so long as I know he's and it also depends on the joke. Is the joke he's making causing additional harm to the people he's wronged?
Do you think Morale is fully remorseful then?
For what he did? Probably, yeah. He just doesn't really. He's just like really embarrassed about it, so he fucking.
But it's okay for him to make the edgy jokes, even though he's probably remorseful about it.
Is it? I don't think he should, but he does. I don't. It's not a matter of okay or not. I don't think jokes are like perpetrating an act of wrongdoing. Well, I guess typically not.
What if you was to good faith my argument, like the best way that you could of why I think it's weird that we're not criticizing morale, but criticizing.
I have, but just to be clear, I have criticized morale, like more than I've
Well, like, I
criticized
mean,
Destiny.
actively, 'cause
In totality, I've criticized morale more than I've criticized Destiny.
You finished? Really?
Yes. Morale. You know what my most popular
On
debate
stream, on
was? Do you know
Twitter?
my? Do you know what my most popular debate was before the debate with Destiny? You know what my most popular debate was?
No.
Me grilling the fuck out of morale because he tried to like spearhead some pedo allegation against some, or I thought that's what he was doing on this. That was my most popular debate before Destiny. It was me grilling the fuck out of morale, and then we had a debate the next day where I was grilling him again. Like, me and Morale have had a very contentious history. You think I'm like best buds with these people? I'm not even friends with Morale. We're just like cordial now.
Do you stand by all of your opinions from there at that time?
I don't remember exactly what I said at that time. But if it's what I'm thinking now or what I remember saying, then yeah.
Would you post on Twitter that stream or that VOD and go, I stand by this. I stand by this debate.
I could. That would be a weird tweet for me to make a year later, so probably not.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of my point. Is you're tweeting all about these other people. You won't mention this publicly. I mean, you
have
even said
mentioned
you
this publicly. I
banned-
grilled him on. I
you
confronted
said-
him on it. I platformed the
Because
fucking
here's the
accuser.
thing, you've said a lot of things on stream that you will follow up on and just didn't happen. You said you openly admitted on stream that you banded Rita so you could look good during an argument as well to Destiny because it wouldn't take your claims like clearly otherwise. So like clearly you're able to do or say things in terms of Winter and Optics debate. So if I'm looking on your Twitter and looking at these things and looking at who you're arguing, it's really kind of clear what message you want to promote and what message you want to push, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that I haven't seen you go on stream unless you're challenged and say, "Yeah, Doobie didn't pass me that CSAM
I've said
stuff."
it. I've said it. How many streams now? Do you want to guess? I've said it.
Did you post the clip?
Unprompted. Unprompted.
Did you post the clip? Did you post the clip?
I don't know. Okay,
But
go
that's my
back
point,
like
right?
5. I say it every stream at this point because
Did you
people.
post the clip?
Why do I have to fucking find the clip and repost it now?
Because you'll post clips criticizing Food Shop all the time or Destiny
I
all
don't
the time
post
for these
my own
points. My
clips.
point is
I don't
that
even
you're
post
being
my own
hypocritical
clips.
and not following these same. You said you stand by your principles earlier. You're not following these same
Yeah, how many
principles by
times?
pushing the same
I'm sorry. How
things
many
over.
times? How many times do I need to say that I never saw the proof from Doobie that he had made this
Okay, so
report
wait,
and
do
I'm
you
therefore
think my
not defending him
point
on the
is-
claim?
Do you think my point is that you never said that, or my point is that you didn't post it on Twitter? You're not pushing the narrative. You're not having arguments with people about it on the other side of it.
Yeah,
What
it's
point
almost
do you
like
think I'm making?
okay, sure. The point you're making is that my heat for Destiny is not the same as my heat for Doobie.
No,
It's
no,
almost
not the point I'm making.
that I'm inconsistent on my heat or whatever.
No.
Why
My
don't you
point
just
is
tell me
you're
the
not
point you're making?
arguing for Doobie to release those files with people on your stream.
He
You're not
should.
posting
He
any
should.
of
Nobody's
these
calling
clips.
in to argue about that. There's no dispute over this. He should release that. There's who's disputing this?
Okay, I'll do a different challenge. Don't even have to post the stream. If you were to do a stream and say he should be posting this, would you encourage that on your Twitter to have people phone in to argue against that?
To have people argue against that? Sure, but nobody's
Against
gonna.
Doobie
Nobody.
releasing.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna call in.
No?
Nobody's.
You don't think Doobie would call in and argue against it? You think Doobie would just stay quiet?
He might. He watches. He probably seen me say this over and over and over again. I think he has seen me say this over and over again. He literally, I think, one time acknowledged it. He said it was fair.
Okay. So you won't do that at all. Will you do a thing going saying that what Morale did was wrong at the time and encourage people to phone in and say and defend
Yeah, I
him?
said it to his face when this drama was going
No,
down.
I said, would you post on Twitter encouraging a debate about it?
No, because this
'Cause
is
you
year-old
post all the
drama.
time.
This is
You
year-old
post
drama.
all the time. So is a lot of the Destiny and the food shop things. I don't know why you keep saying it's year-old drama. Like that's a
Destiny is
separation. It's
actively
not.
arguing against narratives pertaining to his bad behavior. When Morale calls
So is
in here,
Doobie.
when
So
Morale,
is Doobie.
okay, you know
Doobie's
what?
literally on phone calls and Discords arguing against it.
Okay, I don't know. I gotta be honest with you guys. I just don't give a fuck about this Doobie guy. I honestly don't. It's
that's
always
all I
all you
need to
guys
know.
talk about. Okay, gone. Just left. Why am I responsible for this fucking Doobie person? I don't. You know, I checked. I don't think I have a. It's only been him DMing me. I don't have a single DM to this guy. I haven't even DM'd him once. I've never DM'd Doobie. I only met him because Destiny brought him up during that fucking stream. You know what? I'm gonna make a tweet. This one's gonna satisfy them. Okay, I thought this one was a little bit funny. All right, maybe. Let's see if this one is this the right emoji? Damn, it didn't fucking it looks better on iOS. This is the tweet, guys. We made the tweet. Okay, this is the tweet. I've officially put it out there. For your on the record, it's here. Anyways, as I was saying, let me just quickly read super chats here. Yo, thank you so much, Will with the 2. Aiden, why can't Food and Miner walk on the same side? I don't know, man. Thank you, Starfish with the 5. I can't believe you're still alive. I need to listen to a cat fight after a long day at work. True. Starfish with the 2. No one in my family's either. Yeah, mine either. Godsuit with the 2. Ico 1. Gaming something with the 5. Hi, Aiden. How do sign up for the fuck a fan? Okay, good one. Thank you, Let It Go New Zealand with the 10. Yeah, when is the fuck a fan happen? What is the fuck a fan? Will with the 2. I heard there is a fuck a fan going on. What the fuck did I miss? Thank you, Martin with the 2. Uh-oh, Aiko's reaching for the knuckle dusters. Jimberly with the 10. My kids are behind me sobbing. One of them threw his arms around me. Dad, he sobbed. Why does Duckbringer want to hurt us? What did we do? I don't know. I don't want to tell him. We just cried together. Jimberly with the 5. Aiden's type is disabled, Welsh, and drunk. Good one. Will with the 2. Why are you everyone's keeper now? I don't know. We're not doing fuck a fan, okay? I don't know what the fuck that's about. We're not doing fuck a fan. What kind of we're developing a new app, actually. All right, guys. With that being said, good stream. This one we didn't get to finish the ChibiReviews video. We're gonna do that tomorrow. But we got good content in anyways. Thank you guys so much for watching. As always, viewership was great tonight. I will see everybody here tomorrow. Let's go give support to a struggling nation. Thank you guys for watching and supporting as always. Take care. See everybody tomorrow.